Welcome back to the live show. You know what time it is? Okay, relax, Genesis. Welcome back to the live show. It is your boy Genesis. You know what time it is. All right. So it is currently 1:15 a.m. and today's date is the 26th of December, 2024. Well, it's just like an hour 15 minutes past Christmas, but Merry Christmas everybody. I had a wonderful time with my daughter. Did a lot of sleeping for sure. And we saw like 5 movies. We saw a lot of movies and we did a lot of sleeping and we did a lot of eating. And yeah, but it was fun. We also played there's this new Santa brought this indoor basketball court stuff. So we played basketball and what else did we do? What did I do, my baby girl? Just bunch of running around in the house. But it was fun. This is probably one of the chillest Christmas I've ever had, where I'm not obligated to, you know, yeah, this is cool. I think I want this next Christmas to just chill vibe. You don't have to feel like you have to do too much. You know what I mean? Like everybody feels like they have to do too much at Christmas, but nah, man, nah. This was a fun Christmas for me, just me and my baby girl. It was fun. Yeah. With that being said, welcome back to the live show. You know what time it is. Let's get it. Let's get it. Let's get it. A lot is going on around the nation. I'm sure you know that for sure. Um, yeah, man. Let's get it popping. Let's get it popping. Let's get it popping. Let's get it popping. All right. So, of course, there's this TikToker that got arrested because he was spraying pesticides on food. I think in a grocery store. Very not in a uh, you know what I mean? Like very not spraying pesticide on bananas, on food, and a bunch of BS stuff. Okay. Shout out to Callie. Is that how to pronounce your name? Callie Kincaid. I've only heard that type of name in a movie. Kincaid. It sounds like a TV star. Kincaid. That's a TV star name. You better go into acting. Okay, so this TikToker right here doing bunch of BS, spraying pesticides on food deserves to be in jail for sure a long time. So next time, no TikToker would be going to grocery store spraying pesticides on food just so you could get views or some BS like that. But anyway, on to the next. Let's check out what Santa Claus has to say today. Because Santa is finally off shift and has some time to answer some questions. All right. Andy, I would have to block you so you can go back to your mother's basement and talk to her in that manner. Okay. Let me block you so you can go back to mommy. 'Cause you're definitely going back to mommy, my dog. Go back to mommy, bro. Okay, here we go. Boom.
All right, let's go over to the couch because we have our very special guest once again.
Look
who knows a whole lot about gift giving. How did you think we did?
I think you did a fantastic job.
Oh.
Some of my favorite toys were over there.
That's right,
Yeah.
classics.
Well, even the skateboards, manual. Today, everything's electric.
That's so
That's
true.
right. That's right.
Scooters and
That's
all that.
true.
All right, let's sit on the couch because we have
Here you go.
we have some viewer questions that.
Oh, okay.
Oh, was Santa checking
for
out?
Santa. But I have a few
Santa
things
was
for you
checking
guys.
her out.
Wait,
Yes.
you have
Oh,
you
God.
put things in our stocking.
Yes, I did.
Oh.
Here you go,
Oh,
Kevin.
my
This is for
pizza.
you. This is for you. I
Isn't
did.
it the
I
best?
did. Now, this is, well,
Awesome.
this is what we call Santa improvision, okay?
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Kevin,
I had
show
to go
what
up
you
to
have.
up to the sled on the roof.
I'm gonna
feel
do
like I know what
the
you got,
Vanna
Kevin.
White here.
Is this just a slice of pizza? Do you love pizza?
I love pizza.
All
Are you kidding me?
right.
That's the
Nice.
best. I
Okay,
love
let's
that.
That was left from one of my stops last night
Oh, this
in
is
Wyoming. Good slice of
this
pizza
is
there.
the best.
Oh wait, I got
I got Taco Bell. In keeping with
I got a
tradition,
quarter
my
pounder
favorite
with
restaurant
cheese.
of all time.
But from all different
Oh my
states, by the
goodness,
way.
you're
Yeah.
so
They were left
crazy.
over in my sled.
Yes.
Look at that.
Oh,
I got
my.
a quarter pounder with
Oh,
cheese.
how cool!
And you have our Jolly Don.
This is the Jolly
the
Don. Look
Jolly
at
Don.
that.
What a-
Awesome.
Oh, that's
What
a
else
Trump
do we got
Mendes
in
doll.
here?
That is a
And then I have-
A Trump Mendes
Hey,
doll
Trump
there.
Mendes.
That's right.
It's going to be huge, this one.
I got Brian Kilmeade.
What are you going to do?
I got the Brian Kilmeade.
And I
The
have,
bobblehead?
Oh,
Okay.
I have
favorite.
earplugs.
Thank you.
Guys, I have earplugs
Oh,
with
my
a
goodness.
note for the next time I sit next to Todd. Todd, I love you, but sometimes it's necessary. Thank you so much, Santa, for looking out.
I love it.
Quite welcome. Quite
Thank you.
welcome.
Thank you,
the
Santa. This is so great.
By the way,
This
Santa,
actually looks really
we
delicious.
got the toys, and you were talking about how it's now all digital. What's historically speaking of all your years, what's like the toughest of the toys to deliver?
The toughest of
Have
the
got to
toys.
be a big one.
It's a big
Toughest
one.
of the
Yeah, you see
toys.
those
Like a
big-
Barbie dream house or something?
Barbie dream houses, but sometimes much larger. You have the those big trucks, the Power Wheel trucks that children want. Large. It
yeah.
doesn't fit down the chimney, so the
Yeah.
elves really have to work extra hard to get it into the home. Yeah.
That's so true. What about, do you ever, have you ever delivered a puppy before?
Oh, now.
Puppies are in an extra special
Puppies
sack.
are extra special. In order to deliver a puppy, mom and dad have to write on their Christmas note and sign off and say it's okay to have a puppy.
Okay.
Yeah, because if Santa brings a puppy to everyone's home, who's going to take care of the puppy?
That's a good point.
The child wants it, but then the
True.
parents could.
Mom and
they're the
dad
ones that
wish
get
this to be a
Always.
gift that
Yeah.
permission is given from
That
mom
and
dad.
video games. Video
That's-
games also. And telephones.
Oh God.
And
Smart,
telephones.
yeah.
Telephones.
You know what I really
Everybody
always
asking.
appreciate
Look,
about
everybody's
this-
asking. Everybody's asking, where is Santa from? I think Santa is from England. He just migrated to the North Pole, and he stays there with Mrs. Claus. And yeah, you know what I mean. They're just having a good time at the North Pole. But I think Santa is from the North Pole. No, it's from England, but he moved to the North Pole. This is my predictions, okay? I don't think Santa is American. I think it's from England, and he moved to the North Pole. Maybe Mrs. Claus is from America.
Santa is, I'd say 2 or 3 times growing up,
Yeah.
you were kind enough to put together my Huffy bike. Like, I'd wake up and the bike would be
bike.
down there and it would be blue and it'd be shiny. And I'm like, Santa put it together. Thank
But did you
you.
ever learn to ride without the training wheels? It's a little extra time to
Eventually,
put
yeah.
them training wheels on there. Yeah, I was hoping that worked out
Put
for you.
those on there to make
There
sure.
you go. Did all right.
Hey, let's start a feud in your family.
Okay.
Which reindeer is your favorite?
Oh,
It's not Rudolph, is it?
Oh, I have a favorite reindeer, but I never can tell. Never.
Yeah.
Is it?
No, it wouldn't be fair to name a favorite reindeer. The other reindeer will get upset.
That's true.
Right.
true.
And they
I feel
all
like
Same
work
thing with
I
my
feel like
hard.
it's not Rudolph.
Well-
At least the.
I'm not going to let you get this out of me.
Yeah.
Because I got to go home with those reindeer. They're on the roof waiting for me right now.
Yeah. Well, Santa,
Yeah.
it's so great having you on the couch because
Oh,
you've
thank
known
you.
us all since we were little
That's
kids. And we
right,
thank you
that's
for the
right.
gifts that you
Thank
gave us now and
Thank you,
gave us
Santa.
when we were little.
And
And there
Griff
are
just got
some.
off the naughty list just recently.
Oh,
Yes,
yeah.
we did.
You said that nobody's on the naughty list.
I'm off.
Okay,
Well,
but we have some
I did
questions
say
that
that.
viewers wrote in from
okay.
folks watching at home, and
All
they
right.
would love for you to answer these
Fantastic.
questions.
Okay.
Griff, you want to read the first one?
All right, this from Ann. Do you prefer whole milk or 2%?
I prefer whole milk.
Yeah, it's got
I
this.
do.
Traditionalist.
Yeah, and it
Thicker.
keeps the weight on, keeps me warm.
Yeah.
I have to keep this weight going.
I love
So
it.
whole milk,
Okay, this is an email from Joyce. It says, our boys always wondered how Santa would access a home without a fireplace.
That's an easy one. Here we go. This is Santa's magic key.
Oh,
to get in and out of the home.
nice.
So if you don't have a fireplace, no worries. Santa has a magic key. I simply take this magic key, go to the door, and I say, Rudolph, Rudolph, Rudolph. And the door opens up.
Wow.
Just like-
Man. Shout out to Santa, man. I think Santa brought my daughter an indoor basketball court, and it was fun. She enjoyed it. She really enjoyed it. And he brought her a camera, like a small camera. It's like a purple small little camera like this. She had a good time today. So shout out to Santa. Shout out to Santa, man. Santa's been delivering gifts around the nation. Shout out to Santa. My daughter had a good time today. Shout out to Santa. Santa, I think, because I don't have a chimney, so Santa used that key, Rudolph, 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 and then the door came open. Okay.
So Rudolph is your
wondered.
favorite reindeer.
Oh, Riff.
And is that a locket
It's
next
just-
to the favorite key?
It is. This is my watch that Mrs. Claus gave me to stay on
Oh,
time.
it's so cute.
Mrs.
And it's
Claus.
personalized. There's a picture of you inside.
It is. Yes.
Okay, so Stephen has a question as well. Have you been pressured to eliminate the reindeer and move on to ES, electric sled vehicle?
Well, just like everyone else, we have no time to stop and charge for an hour and a half. We got to
That's
go.
right.
So we're sticking.
Oh, my
we're
God.
sticking with the reindeer. Oh,
Santa is definitely a Republican. Santa is a Republican, guys. He doesn't want to stop for charging his Tesla electric reindeers. He wants the actual reindeer because he doesn't want to stop and charge. Shout out to Santa.
Sometimes the old ways are the
Old
best
school.
ways.
That's right.
I love it.
feed, baby, feed.
That is so funny.
I love it. Well, Santa, thank you so much.
thank
We're gonna
you. Thank you for
get more
having me.
questions. You can still get in on this. We have an
Okay.
hour and a half left.
All right.
Friends at foxnews.com, and we'll have
Thank you for tuning into the live show. You know what time it is. It is your boy Genesis. Double tap your screen, subscribe to the channel, and Merry Christmas. I know it's like an hour 27 minutes late. However, this is still the Christmas spirit. Let me know what you did for Christmas. What did you do for yourself? What did you do for your spouse, your girlfriend, your boyfriend, your parent, your kids, your grandmas, your grandpas, your friends, your neighbors, people in your society. Like, what did you do for Christmas? Put it in the chat. I had a good time with my daughter. We saw like 5 movies. We played with the basketball court. Santa brought in with her camera. We had a good time and we ate. We had a lot of chicken. We have some chocolate, but my daughter doesn't like chocolate. Yeah. So let me know what you did in the chat, man. Let me know.
Merry Christmas, America. We're so happy to celebrate today with you, and we have a blockbuster show ahead. We're answering your fan mail questions, and we're revealing our naughty and nice lists. Plus, we're doing our biggest and best Secret Santa gift exchange ever. But first, time for the fastest. First up, are you sick of getting your house ready for Christmas?
Hey, see, I told you it was green.
Don't anybody move!
One woman has solved your problems. Instead of packing up every ornament on your tree, try wrapping your decorated tree in plastic wrap to skip the holiday cleanup and reuse it next year.
Oh, that's cool.
Go to you, Judge Janine.
This is why I never buy trees. I'm not even gonna cap. Okay. Because I want my daughter to enjoy the tree and stuff. This is why I never buy trees. It's like packing it up, storing it. Where are we gonna store the tree? It's like, because this isn't my house, okay? This isn't it is my house. It's like my home, okay, right now. But it's an apartment complex. It's a 2-bedroom apartment complex. But it's like, where am I gonna keep this Christmas tree? I'm not about to be keeping the Christmas tree in what? We have like 1, 2, 3, 4 different doors that is for storage, but it's already a lot of, in my opinion, junks in there. But some people will say it's not junk, but I think it's junk. But then you add a Christmas tree, more junk. It's like, for me, Christmas tree after Christmas Day is junks. Same as the lights and all that stuff. Because it's like, first of all, I do not like putting Christmas tree up. I don't like setting it up. I don't like setting up the lights. I like to enjoy it, but I don't like to set it up. Matter of fact, I don't like to set up anything. Okay. And when it's set up, I would rather pay for a setup than actually set it up myself. I'm sorry. Okay. Most people like to do that. They like to enjoy the process of setting stuff up. I'm not that kind of person. Okay. I like to already have it set up and then enjoy it. Okay.
Is this an acceptable form of de-Christmasing?
Absolutely. And as I get older, I buy into it even more. I mean, when I think about the years when my kids were little, I mean, it was like every room in the house had to be decorated. I'm at the point now where the simpler things are, the better. And if I can wrap that tree, but the problem is it's a really big tree, and just save the ornaments, because by the time you put them in the box and then next year you take them out, how many have been broken? How many things? It's crazy.
And this only works on plastic Christmas trees,
gonna
not
say-
the real thing.
Yeah.
I'm not a real outdoorsy type,
Yeah.
but I think trees die, especially in plastic wrap for a year.
Yeah, good
We have what I've been told is a very sad tree situation, not enough ornaments. And so I just said it was minimalist because I
Oh.
didn't want to really do a lot. But we even save ornaments and we pay for Manhattan mini storage. And
Oh.
it has ornaments. in it.
Yes.
So I'm wasting
Yes.
money because I don't have a house. I don't have like a
Right.
garage to put the ornaments in. So we have to have a storage unit for stuff like this.
You know, Jessica,
In my house.
it's the new
I will
golden
be
age
bringing them to
in the
Judge
Trump
Jeanine
economy.
Fest.
You'll get a house soon. Dana, shrink wrapping your tree.
I love the innovation. I love a new hack like that. I have friends, the Whitlocks, they put their tree up the day after Halloween, November 1st, right? They love Christmas. They do. So the only thing I don't like about this is one of my fondest memories of the Christmas tree was putting the ornaments on together. So if it's already done, I understand the convenience and the efficiency, but I kind of like that working with my sister to figure out who had the better ornament. It was me.
I always make myself invisible when it's time to take down Christmas.
For real.
Well, unfortunately, that's not something for me. But this is pure and simple communism
Why?
at its finest. You don't wrap anything in saran wrap and celebrate it. It's un-American as it gets. If you're going to take the
please.
time to decorate the tree, let everybody enjoy it. That's not enjoyable. But let me guess, all the couches have plastic on it too. Like it's enough. Like I'm so glad that we have a new administration that this woke stuff will just go away. I have a tree
isn't
in
woke.
every room.
Nah, bro. This ain't woke. I mean, some people like to enjoy Christmas and have a good time. I get it. But some people don't like to set up the trees. Like me, I do not like setting up any tree. Okay. Lights and all that stuff. I mean, maybe later in my life when I'm like in my late 40s. I'm 29 right now. So in my 30s, I'm not even going to be enjoying this. I can tell. Okay. Maybe in my 40s, my late 40s, and maybe we're going to be setting up stuff. Somebody says, well, tell me what you guys are doing, though. Let me know what you guys are doing tonight. Are you having a drink? Are you getting some good heat? Or let me know what you're doing. Just let me know what you're doing. I had a drink about, is that a roach? Yeah, that's a roach. I had a drink about 2-3 hours ago. Nice little drink. I don't like drinking. I don't drink really. But, yep. I had a little drink and it was, chilly. But yeah, concerning the tree and the ornament, I don't see anything wrong with this because I don't like setting trees up. Anyway.
In my house against my will, but my family
Against your
does
will.
not play. In my office, Ingrid and Georgie set up a Grinch tree for me. Again, without my consent, but we go with it. There's a tree in every room. There's even bedroom
Is
Christmas
it like
trees.
electric green, your Grinch tree?
Yes, it's Grinched out for me. You would say pimped out, it's Grinched out for me. But my family loves Christmas so much that the decorations, our house, you can see them for miles. It's
I'm going to put a
absolutely
tree in
crazy.
your office because I know you love it so much.
Please come to my office.
Yeah.
I
Can I be? I want to be there when it
unwrapping
happens.
of gifts.
I'll have Johnny deliver it. How's that?
Oh, well,
A lot
Johnny's always
safer.
welcome.
Up next, is it ever okay to re-gift around the holidays? Well, an etiquette expert says go for it, as long as you follow these 5 rules. Be sure it makes sense. Presentation is everything. Think of it as a renewed gift. Don't re-gift within the same group.
Also, that's another thing. Like, did you get a gift for Christmas? When was the last time I got a gift for Christmas? I got a gift for Christmas last year. Did I? I think I did. Can't remember. I really never remember my gifts. But did you get a gift this Christmas, or when was the last time you got a gift for Christmas? I feel like when you have a child, all you think about is your child's gift for Christmas. Like, you don't even think about yourself.
and be honest. Do you think we could follow these rules and get away with regifting?
Listen, we're men, Jesse. We
Yeah,
know
that's
that
right.
we are never allowed to regift anything because we won't be able to say it was the thought that counts or we felt like this was a good gift for you. It goes against everything alpha men like us stand for. We will be criticized and shunned publicly. He couldn't afford a real gift. And plus, what am I going to regift? Size 17 socks? Like, for me, this is just not, everything I get is too big. If I regift to anyone, they'll be like, I feel like this was for you.
Yeah.
And you didn't like it. And then a word will get back to the person who got it for me and be like, what happened with the Argyle size 17 socks I got for you? Why did you give it away to Judge Janine?
We don't like ourselves.
We don't.
I regift a lot of stuff that I get at Fox, like the Fox News merch that we sell at the Christmas store.
And you re-gift it?
To family members?
Yes! To Emma's side of the family. My
Yes.
family doesn't want Fox stuff.
I got burned so badly
Yeah.
one time.
This guy is so cool. He said, you know what? My family doesn't like Fox stuff. That's why.
Because I gave a speech and I got an award.
Uh-oh.
Okay. As part of the award, I got an iPad, like a mini iPad thing. But I already had one. Okay. So it wasn't a Christmas gift, but I remember I was at dinner with Peter. It was a Thursday night, and all of a sudden, it was somebody significant in my life's birthday the following day or like 2 days later. And I was like, oh my gosh, I don't have time. And I thought, but they don't have an iPad. I'm gonna send them that iPad.
Had your name
It was
on
engraved.
Yeah, I knew it.
So thoughtful and annoying.
I had to
Yes.
call and I
Clever.
said, I'm embarrassed, but you know what? It was my dad and he was cool.
Oh, okay.
Oh, thank
There you
goodness.
go, Dad. Do you ever get
What? If I sent my mom an iPad with my name on it, my mom is going to cherish that iPad. And she's going to be like, baby, thank you so much. What? That's my name on the iPad. She's going to love it. She's going to show her friends, like, come see the iPad my son sent me. Look, it's a customized iPad for him. You know what? He gave his speech and they gave him an iPad for an award. Yeah. Your son ain't getting awards, is he? My mom is going to ball out with the iPad. That's for sure. She going to let the whole street know.
caught regifting?
No, but I've never really regifted anything besides like a bottle of champagne, which I feel like everybody knows is communal.
Except-
right? Like if you're going to give a bottle, especially if it has great packaging, like Veuve Clicquot does all the fun holiday stuff or whatever, and people in your life who like that sort of thing and think of it as, an art piece of some kind, or it'll be really special. I feel like, you just have kind of a table with gifts like that, and anyone who's coming in and out can take it. Like, oh, we have to go to so-and-so's for dinner. We have to do this, that. So I'm cool with that. But I've not gone big like an iPad. But I feel like your dad would like to have a Dana
He was
iPad.
he was cool about it.
But that's cool. I feel like we men have this mentality that they just know how to cater for a lot of people than men. Men wouldn't think about having a bunch of gifts on the table that people can just take home to their families. Hell no. There's no way I would think about that. I'm just living my life. I'm not thinking about, oh, so-and-so is coming to my home for Christmas. Let's have gifts for them. Because I like to go big. This is my problem, okay? I like to do big stuff. So if I wanted to get someone that I truly, really care about a gift, I would want to do something very tangible. So that's why I like giving money for Christmas, because it's like, I don't know what you like. I would rather just send you money. I would rather just like cash app you or like, put some money in an envelope and give it to you. Because I don't know how to give gifts, okay? Like, when my partner's like, well, you make it special. Put the money in the envelope. I would rather you get the money and then buy the stuff you like. I'm sorry, it's just me. But maybe in future, like when my head is in the right spot, in the right space, where I have time to surf the internet for something special for you, okay. Or just tell me what you want as a gift, okay? Because I'm not about to be, oh, she said this 4 years ago. She said this 6 months ago. Look, we ain't doing that. I'm going to send you some money, buy what you want to buy, or tell me what you want. And I promise you, you're going to get it.
Oh, sure. And he was probably happy you didn't spend money on him.
I would have been
That's
like,
how
where's the
parents
heart?
are.
It's supposed to be love Dana. There was supposed to be a heart
Oh,
on
yeah.
top of it.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous. I'll call Best Buy and get to the bottom of this.
Yes.
ad.
Yes.
They
Oh,
really,
you're so
the
quick.
National Association of So-and-so really loves you,
Could have
Dad.
played it off. Janine?
You know what I do? If I get gifts that I'm not going to use, I have a closet and I put them in and I say, okay, I'll regift them. So I went in the closet and some of the stuff has been in there for like 5, 6, 7, 8 years. You never regift them. You do
Right.
with alcohol, right? But all that other stuff I end up giving away, just like not for a gift. So even though you think you're going to regift it, you really don't regift it. And I've got it stuff in my
Could I
office.
come see the closet?
Yes, you can.
Do you have fancy candles in there? I'm
Oh my!
obsessed
I
with
have so
fancy
many
candles.
candles.
No more candles, everyone.
Yeah.
No more candles? All right, you heard it. Candles are off.
I'm not even gonna cap. I bought myself a candle. I need to show you guys the candle. Let me go get the candle. I bought myself a candle because why not? Why not? I got myself a candle. So it's like a star candle, and I've had it for like what 3, 4 days. So I bought myself a candle. I feel like this is so cool. Bought this at Target or where did I buy this? I bought this at Target or Dollar Tree. Target or Dollar Tree because I went to the same store the same day. So I think I bought it in Target or Dollar Tree. But yeah, let me see. It says $5 though. So this is probably Dollar Tree because Target's candle, you better know it's like $12. But anyway, I got myself a candle and this smells really good. Really, really good. Because I love Cinnabon smell. Cinnabon, whatever. But I like that smell.
Finally, the holidays bring people together, but not without a fee. A woman has started a debate after sharing that she wants to charge her
Someone said in the chat, not knowing what to get your girl is messy. Yo, bro, I know. But look, what do you want? I'll pay for it. It's better because you're going to buy yourself what you actually like. Because if I'm going to gift you, in my mind, I'm thinking about buying you a car or, buying you some stocks in the stock market or, things I cannot really afford. Okay, so I'll buy you a car now. Okay, not yet. But I could buy you like 2, 3 stocks. But then you don't want stocks because you don't really understand the concept. Some people like stocks, but most women are like, I don't know. I want something really cool for Christmas. I mean, think about it. If you wanted to get your girl a gift for Christmas and then you buy her like 3 stocks of Tesla, she's probably going to be like, thank you. But it's like, where's the real gift? Where is the real gift? I want the real gift.
sister and her family for staying in her home for Christmas after past visits resulted in damage and extensive cleaning to her home. The bill includes a $100 upfront cleaning fee and $50 per night to cover the cost of utilities. Would you ever have the nerve to demand an upfront fee to have family over for
Okay,
Christmas?
that's 2 questions. Do I have the nerve? Absolutely. Would I do it? Not in a million years. That's part of the fun. It's having people in your home and sharing your personal stuff or your life or your cooking. I mean, that's what the holidays are all about for me.
So when they spill, you don't even think about how much it's going to cost.
I know
She
what
does.
it's
She
gonna
tells me
cost.
about this stuff all the time.
Yeah,
They're gonna
but you
take
know
you
what?
to the
Look
cleaners.
at what's happening here, what I owe.
But the thing is, I already have 4 dogs. I mean, I expect
Right.
that there's going to be problems.
Exactly.
This sounds like the offending family was really bad. Like, if you've had that kind of damage. Also, $50.
And that's another thing that I'm thinking about 2025. I want to get a dog, especially because I have my beautiful, brave, smart, intelligent, gorgeous, strong, amazing 5-year-old daughter. And I think having a dog is going to really help her in my opinion, like she's a very loving person, but I also think a dog would teach her how to be responsible for, you know, just taking care of another thing because she has a bunch of toys and she just flings them around the house. I mean, she's a good baby. She takes care of her stuff, but it's not like you would take care of a dog. When you have a dog, it's a different type of taking care of. But yeah, I think 2025, I want to buy my daughter a dog, and I've been looking at Golden Doodle. it's pretty on the high side. I ain't gonna cap. Not gonna cap. The golden doodle that I was checking out, the lady said it's like 2,500. That's what she said. She said the golden doodle would go for 2,500. And I'm thinking to myself, I could just get a cat on the street. Could get a stray cat just walking on the street, no home, and I say, "Come here, come in here, And she's gonna love it anyway. But I want a golden doodle because I did a little research, and it said golden doodles were hypoallergenic. So I'm thinking about a golden doodle. So, but it's like I told y'all, a golden doodle is like 2,500. All right. And then you're going to have to take care of the dog. You're going to have to go for trimming hair and all that stuff. It's a quite expensive process to maintain a golden doodle because they're like from the poodle ancestral whatever. Yeah. But I wanted something that is hypoallergenic and something that she would have a good time with.
Dollars for a day of utilities is a
Well,
lot.
Under
it
the
isn't.
Green New Deal, under Joe Biden, that's what we got.
All right, I don't know how this turned partisan. We are here celebrating Christmas.
Okay, so
She's doing her utilities.
Yeah,
right now.
that's a lot of Netflix and toaster
that's,
ovens.
you know what that is?
Yeah.
That's like $1,500 a month in gas and electricity.
Hey,
Yo, y'all wilding right now. $3,000 for a dog? Yeah. Hey. What? The dog better be golden. It better have golden paws, and it has to be trained already. So you mean I'm gonna pay $3,000 for a dog and I have to still train the dog? Shoot.
I guess
That's not a lot, depending on the size of your house.
someone's doing the math real fast. I had no idea.
I would never charge. I would be too embarrassed. I wouldn't have the nerve.
Would
I
you?
would just complain
I
or
wouldn't
about
charge. I would just take notes. Like if you come to my house, well, first of all, if your child acts a fool in my house, I'll say, obviously, Dad is taking the day off, so I'll take it from here. Because my voice is very different when I see a kid acting out in my house, because my kids don't act out. But if you do something, when I come to your house, I will show you what a bull in a china shop can do.
Yo, he wildin'. He is wildin'. He is wildin' for sure. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for tuning into the live stream. You know what time it is. It is your boy Genesis. There's a lot going on in the United States, man. There's a lot going on. Tom Homan still going hard, talking about the border. The border. Yep. Border has to be secured. And he ain't playing around. Tom Homan.
Tom Homan, incoming border czar, joins us right now. Tom, thanks so much for joining us. I don't think anybody's on TV more these days, and I don't think it's important for anybody to be on TV as much as you, explaining what you plan on doing day one. Let's talk specifically about your promise to solve the problem that Alejandro Mayorkas and Biden-Harris created, which is these missing children. Tell us what you can do and will do.
Well, that's going to be the most difficult part of it. Like President Trump gave me 3 priorities, right? He secure the border, run a deportation operation, and find these children, 340,000 missing children. It's going to be a tough job because what this administration has done. Whistleblowers from Health and Human Services are saying that many of the sponsors weren't fingerprinted and weren't properly vetted. The way we find people, like you and I, we both have a digital footprint, right? We own homes, we drive cars, we have a driver's license, we pay bills, we pay utilities. So there's a footprint out there, digital footprint for you and I. Children don't have a footprint, which means we got to, count on the footprint for the adults or the unvetted sponsors. And if they're not properly vetted, if they're not properly fingerprinted, then we're starting out in a bad place. That's why we're going to bring in a lot of the civil organizations around the country, private organizations that have been working.
Yo, I just checked out the Wiener dog. I think they're called Dachshund or whatever. The long breed with the long back. I do not like that dog. I'm sorry. Okay. Dog lovers, I do not like that. It's like long back, small, tiny, winny legs. No. I don't like that dog. Yeah, that's not a cute dog in my opinion. I'm sorry. Okay.
this child trafficking issue for the last several years. We're also going to count on the American people. We're going to establish 1-800 number and ask the American people to help us out. Parents have an innate ability to see something that's not right, whether it's a child in a workplace or a child with an adult that just doesn't seem right. We're going to ask American people to step up and take notice, see something, say something, contact us. And if one phone call out of 1,000 saves a child from sex trafficking or forced labor, then that's one life saved. So it's going to be a daunting task, but we're going to give it everything we got.
You know, Tom, I appreciate you talking about that because in the first term where we worked together, what did the left constantly criticize us for? That these children and many of their parents are trying to escape injustices in their home countries and come here. And you're telling me that the children who came here may have been brought here by coyotes, by folks who, God forbid, harmed them in some way, and then we don't even know what's happened to them when they're here. It's very difficult to justify that somehow they escaped tough circumstances, and now we as a nation, the richest, most powerful nation in the world, can't find these kids. Is there something going on beyond the incompetence and the epidemic of just looking the other way from the Biden-Harris-Mayorkas administration? Or do you think there was something more systemic happening here that these kids are just missing?
Well, look, we know that over 500,000 children were trafficked in this country under Joe Biden's and Alejandro Mayorkas' overwatch. And we know that many of these children are going to be in sex trafficking and labor trafficking. This is just not Tom Homan's opinion. I mean, done this for 3.5 decades. ICE has already found many of these children in factories, cleaning up entrails in a meatpacking plant in the midnight shift. We found some living with predators. So, you know, I think this, and the biggest shock of them all is the secretary for HHS, Becerra. He's on stage bragging about how quick they take these children in custody and release them. They release them at record pace, he says, because one thing that this administration is concerned about, the only thing they were concerned about is the optics of this historic illegal immigration crisis. If there's no overcrowding, then there's nothing to see here. So that's why they released these children without proper vetting. They stopped the DNA testing. They stopped the proper vetting. Under the Trump administration, we had DNA testing. We vetted everybody in the household, not just a sponsor, but anybody that lived in the household to make sure there wasn't a gang member, a child predator living in that household. So this isn't incompetence. This isn't mismanagement. This is by design. This is about moving as many people in this country as possible because they see a future political benefit in all this. Do I think they meant to put children's harm way? I don't know that. I have my suspicions, but what they did is harming hundreds of thousands of children. And I tell you right now, some of these children we're never going to find. Some of these children are dead. Some of these children are living a life of hell every day, but we're going to do everything we can to rescue as many as we can and get them back to their families. We'll deal with the immigration consequences later. We got to get these kids back with their families, and we got to make sure they're protected.
It's unspeakable. So you've talked a lot about what you're going to do on day one and week one and month one. I'd like you to project forward a similar question that I asked Senator Hagerty from the Senate perspective. To Tom Homan, our border czar, what would qualify as success to you 100 days in, 1 year, 2 years in? What does that look like to you?
That the border is secure, that the crossings on the border are at a historic lows that were against Trump, and it won't take long. We already did it once. We just got to dust off those plans. We won't need Mexico to get in the Remain in Mexico program, but President Trump's a strong president. He'll get them to agree to it. We're going to shut down the CBP-1 app and the CHMV program that bring thousands of illegal aliens to our airports in the United States. In the CBP-1 app, thousands come to a port of entry. Same illegal alien population, where they created these programs they call legal pathways, which aren't legal, just to break illegal aliens up in 3 buckets so they can say, well, the Border Patrol's catching less. They're catching less because you're moving thousands through these other two programs. So securing the border, and also under the deportation operation, right out of the gate, we're going to concentrate and prioritize public safety threats and national security threats. So we want to arrest as many gang members and public safety threats that the Biden administration released in this country, as many as we can, especially criminal alien gangs like Tren de Agua and MS-13. And then finally, we got to start working on these children. And again, it's the most difficult task, but we're going to start day one. Again, working with private organizations, work with every American. We're going to deputize every American in this country to help us find these kids. So if we find one child, that's a success. We saved a life. But I'm hoping to find as many as possible. So that's the goal we want. And we're not going to stop. We got 4 years to do this. We're going to remove every public safety threat, every national security threat, every gang member, every fugitive that had due process at great taxpayer expense were ordered removed by a federal judge but failed to leave. We got over 1.7 million of them. We got 750,000 convicted criminal illegal aliens. We got a big task ahead of us, but the men and women of ICE, they're patriots. We're going to get this done.
And you're calling for the private sector and we the people to help out as well, Tom, and giving us direction and granularity, which is so helpful. And you're telling the country right now, Tom Homan, that long before Joe Biden was showing depravity towards human life, a lack of common sense and compassion by commuting these death row sentences to life without parole, he was looking the other way and allowing these kids to be harmed and to come here and to go missing, 340,000 of them. Tom Homan.
Damn, that's a lot. 340,000 kids. Jesus Christ. God damn. Dear Lord.
Looking back now in hindsight, 2020, if we had known that irresponsible politics would have killed what was clearly a meritorious effort and a meritorious result, perhaps we would have taken executive action more rapidly.
What are you even saying, Mayorkas? What is this?
Perhaps we would have taken executive action more rapidly.
Members of President Biden's own cabinet now admit the administration could have done more to secure the border. DHS Secretary Mayorkas still blaming irresponsible politics for the flood of migrants, but finally confessing Biden could have taken executive action sooner. Let's bring in retired Yuma Sector Border Chief Chris Clem. Chris, thanks for joining us this morning. Merry Christmas to you. When you talk about the bipartisan border bill, it was released less than a year ago. When you hear that from the secretary, what do you think?
Well, first of all, Merry Christmas to you. And yeah, irresponsible politics began when the Biden administration got inaugurated. They campaigned on this and they started that on day one with all the executive actions. Even Mayorkas himself bragged about the amount of things that they have reversed under the previous administration, the Trump administration, which was securing the border. So when I hear him say something like irresponsible politics, it began with him and his boss. You know, he could have done nothing and we would have been in much better shape when it comes down to border security. So it's offensive to hear him pointing the finger and blaming Republicans in politics. He has no further to look than the mirror and the White House on what happened on this border the last 4 years.
The president-elect made a lot of promises on the campaign trail for day one on immigration. What do you expect day one looks like on immigration?
Well, I can tell you right now that my contacts that are still in the Border Patrol, that are in ICE and are associated with all the federal law enforcement, they are just chomping at the bit for day one because they know that they're going to be allowed to go out there and do the job that they swore to do, meaning the handcuffs are off of them and they're going to put the handcuffs on the bad guys. That I think that executive actions will be made by this administration. They're probably ready to go. The ink is probably dry, just waiting for his signature to go ahead and begin finishing what we started, which means securing the border, finishing the wall where it makes sense, getting the technology and the resources in the hand of the Border Patrol agents, as well as sending a message to the criminal aliens and those that are here illegally in the United States to be on the lookout, because ICE and those associated with federal law enforcement are going to be looking for those national security and public safety threats. They are ready to go, and America deserves this, and America voted for this, and they're going to get what they asked for, because I think that this DHS Secretary coming, Governor Noem, with border czar Tom Homan, is going to be ready to go, and the people that are going to work for them are excited.
How much of an effect do you think that just the new administration coming in has on the effect to pull people to the border or prevent them from even making the trip?
Well, it's already starting to take place. My sources are already indicating that some of the old methods of smuggling, you know, they're already starting to see some of the scouts starting to show up, because under this Biden administration, they just had to get people to the gaps in the border wall. So the old tried and true traditions of how they're going to smuggle, we're already starting to see that uptick a little bit here in southern Arizona. So I think there's going to be a little bit of a rush here in the next few days. But then people are going to realize that this administration means business, and we're going to see that on day one, and it's going to have an impact. And so we should see a reduction in flow arriving at our border, which is going to make our Border Patrol agents' job better, and it's going to allow us to focus resources on targeting those national security and public safety threats that are already here in the United States.
Now, you talked about that strategy there. If you look at what's behind getting people across the border, these cartels, they're funded by a lot of money, a lot of infrastructure. How often do these tactics evolve, and how does Border Patrol stay ahead of it?
Well, yes, they are a commodity neutral terrorist transnational criminal organization when you look at the cartels. So they've been actually living a really good life under this Biden administration because the risk reward and the overhead cost of smuggling people in the United States was reduced because they just had to get them to the border, and our U.S. government was basically completing the smuggling cycle for them. Now, as we shore up that border and we secure that border, and agents are going to go out there and do what they're expected to do, they're going to have to shift their operations to trying to regain the high ground, which is going to put the Border Patrol agents in a situation that they've been trained for and been ready to do for the last 4 years. So I think we're going to be in a very good position because they're going to have the support from the top down, which is so critical when you're an agent out in the desert, in the mountains, or up on the northern border, to have that support all the way from the president on down to go out there and do your job. It's going to send a message. It's going to make Americans feel safer, and our Border Patrol agents empowered to do their job. And it's going to send a message day one, I guarantee you.
Chris Clem, thanks so much for joining us, and Merry Christmas.
Thank you for tuning into the live stream. You know what time it is. It is your boy Genesis. Shout out to Amanda. Shout out to Hooper. Yes, sir. The border is going bunkers, everybody. It's definitely going bunkers. I think that, these kids that are coming in, like, there are some kids that you see them, they're so young. They're probably like 10, 12 years old. 10, 12 years old. Who smuggled them in? Somebody paid for them to be smuggled in. Some people, like some kids had a paper and there was written notes on it that said where they're supposed to go, the name of the person they're supposed to see. So it's like some people even give these kids a note indicating, detailing every single step they have to take as soon as they get in. So somebody wrote those notes, somebody, brought them in, somebody sort of kind of like, arranged the process. Like I always say, if you want to come to the United States, your first move should not be illegally. You should come through Homeland Security, which is through the airport, or if you're driving, you should have your passport and come in legally, and then you could figure out what you want to do. But there's so many ways to become a United States citizen. Like America is one of the, I don't want to say easiest. I want to say they actually want you to become a United States citizen. Okay, they want you here. They want your expertise. They want your skills. They need you here. Okay, America needs a lot of people, and people don't get that. People don't understand that fact. Just come in here through a legal way, and then figure out what you're trying to do. But don't come in here. Your first move into the United States should not be coming in here illegally. That's just, come on, man. Come on, man. All right. What we got right here?
Texas Congresswoman Kay Granger. She made history just a few years ago, becoming the first Republican woman to lead the powerful House Appropriations Committee. But her long career in public service took a turn this week when it was revealed how absent she has been from Congress, living in an independent living facility, and according to her son, has been dealing with dementia issues in recent months. She had already announced that her upcoming retirement from Congress when this term wraps, but all of this has renewed questions on the Hill and off about aging members of Congress and their fitness to serve. Elon Musk, for one, has jumped into this conversation, suggesting cognitive testing is needed for elected officials. CNN's chief media analyst, Brian Stelter, joining me now, because this really gets to something quite interesting, Brian, which is you can add this to the growing list of topics that Elon Musk is successfully inserting himself into. And I mean, look no further than the government funding fight that we were just talking about with the panel before this. He tanked that first bipartisan government funding bill that sent the Hill into chaos last week, doing all of it just coming from him blowing up his Twitter/X account, and all of this really coming from his however he wants to manage and how he is managing his platform. What role do you think X is going to play in the next administration?
Right, and Musk is bringing his freewheeling attitude and spirit to basically every political story of the moment, reacting in real time. He's one of the only figures big enough, rich enough, famous enough to share a stage with Donald Trump and have that same kind of gravitational power. So that's what we're seeing now every day, every week on every story. When it comes to Granger, two things stand out. One, the idea of a Biden-Trump rematch that many people didn't want to see, that was rooted in concerns about the gerontocracy. You know, the idea that the government's run by old people and not making room for new energy and younger faces. Well, that gerontocracy problem doesn't go away just because Biden dropped out of the race and Trump was reelected. That gerontocracy issue is still very much alive in America. And the Granger case, shows that. It also is revealing that it took so long for her condition to become public, partly because of a lack of local news coverage. There were some reporters looking into where she was and why she was absent, but it took a long time to get to the bottom of it because of lack of local news coverage. Of course, Musk says to his fans, "You are the media now," and that's a flawed concept, but it has a grain of truth. You know, the idea that everybody on X does have a voice is a powerful, powerful idea, and an idea Musk is going to continue to push.
Yeah, well, and that's true. And it does seem, I don't know, sometimes scattershot, Brian, on what he decides to weigh in on and how much attention he puts into a particular topic. And your tracking of it, do you see a through line or a commonality in the issues that he's trying to influence so far?
Do I see a common thread? It seems to me he enjoys being the main character on his platform, and whatever story is hot at the moment, he likes to insert himself into. And there's been a lot of criticism of Musk to that front, but here's where I see a positive. Here's where I see an upside. We are seeing in real time, in a very transparent way, how government power works and how unelected figures with a lot.
Thank you for tuning into the live stream. You know what time it is? It is your boy Genesis. This is the misconception, okay? A lot of people say America is way past capacity. No, absolutely no. Like Texas can fit everybody in the United States. I know it's like, what? Yes. Texas can fit everybody in the United States. Everybody in the United States can fit in Texas. Okay. I'm talking about every single person in the United States. Do you know the amount of land in Texas? Like, even in Georgia, like, there's so much land. Of course, it's just land. Okay. There's no accommodation, which is like homes and stuff. But if you're talking about land, America isn't even close. Like, if this is America right here, this is the only part that is occupied. I'm telling y'all.
A lot of money can influence government. Normally, this stuff happens in the shadows with donors, making big donations to campaigns and then meeting privately with politicians. With Musk, it's all seemingly out in the open. We know what he's thinking any given moment because of what he's posting. So I actually think there's in some ways a kind of upside to this, even though some of what he's posting is misinformation about that spending bill last week, for example. At least everyone's kind of seeing it happen in real time. Most of what he's doing right now, the through line, I would say, is mostly about DOGE, about government efficiency. But as you reported, he's going to have relatively little actual power, right? It's going to be about using his megaphone to pressure the Congress to take action or put pressure on Trump to pressure Congress to take action. But let's not count that megaphone out. It is as he's shown, a very powerful megaphone.
People keep talking about Elon Musk. Like, this guy campaigned for Trump when everybody did not believe in Trump, okay? Like the big corporate American companies, the big techs like Facebook, Meta, Amazon, all these guys, Microsoft, okay? They didn't support Trump. And now everybody wants to reap the benefits. Elon deserves to get all this benefit he's getting. Cooper says, I don't feel America should be overpopulated, though. That's not healthy for people or nature. And that's the thing. It's not even close. Like I just said, everybody in the United States right now can fit in Texas. And there's like space for everybody to fit in Texas. It's not like, oh, we're walking on each other. I'm saying like there's space for everybody in the United States to live in Texas. It's true. Okay. It's true. But is that recommended? Nope. Okay. I would say space out as far as you can. That's why, like, if you like, some people said in Alaska, you could drive for miles and see zero home. It's just land on land on land on land on land. But that doesn't mean you should come in here illegally. Okay. The only way you should come into the United States is through a legal process. Okay. Because what are you doing coming in here illegally? Come here through the legal way and go through Homeland Securities and every official that you're supposed to go through. Don't be coming in here illegally. That's just whack.
President-elect Donald Trump making his first public remarks in Phoenix since nearly sending the government into a shutdown. Earlier today, Trump spoke about several hot-button issues, including taking back the Panama Canal, renaming America's tallest mountain, and his border and immigration policy plans that would start on his first day back in office.
On my first day back in the Oval Office, I will sign a historic slate of executive orders to close our border to illegal aliens and stop the invasion of our country. And on that same day, we will begin the largest deportation operation in American history, larger even than that of President Dwight D. Eisenhower.
The incoming president also giving his take on his relationship with Elon Musk and addressed a persistent talking point among Democrats that Musk is acting and will act as a shadow president.
The new one is President Trump has ceded the presidency to Elon Musk. No. That's not happening. But Elon's done an amazing job. Isn't it nice to have smart people that we can rely on? No, he's not going to be president, that I can tell you. And I'm safe. You know why? He can't be. He wasn't born in this country.
For more, we're joined by Democratic strategist Julie Rodzinski and Katie Frost, Republican strategist and former executive director for the Georgia Freedom Caucus. Good to see both of you. I do want to get to immigration in just a moment, but let's start there where the president-elect kind of dropped off, talking about Elon Musk. Katie, I just want to get your reaction to his take there on what's being said about Musk.
Well, it's great to see both you ladies again. You know, this is, of course, the latest talking point we're seeing coming out of the Democratic Party, which is highly ironic, considering the Wall Street Journal report that dropped this week talking about how President Biden has been struggling to do the job since very early in his presidency. So apparently now it's a point of concern for Democrats, the idea that there might be someone other than the elected president trying to call shots, when that's exactly what's been happening for the last 4 years.
No. Y'all are just making stuff up. Everybody's trying to make stuff up. Elon is definitely a very influential person. He campaigned for Trump, and nobody was really talking about it when he was campaigning for Trump. But now it's like, well, he has a megaphone because Trump is the president. If he didn't win, nobody would be talking about Elon. Okay, everybody's just going to talk about Elon based off of Tesla, SpaceX, the Boring Company, and all the other stuff. Okay, but now everybody's talking about Musk like he's affiliated to Trump. Yes, he is, but he's not even like close to any political office or power. He has been appointed as Department of Government Efficiency with Vivek Ramaswamy and Marjorie Taylor Greene and so many other people. But Democrats would always do what they do. They're trying to get back at Trump by making him like kind of like divide and conquer, trying to put them apart, Musk and Trump, because everybody knows Trump has a big ego. Okay, yeah, everybody knows. But I think Trump is smarter than that. He needs Elon, and Elon definitely needs the Trump administration, 1000%.
I would love to know who's been the shadow president of our country for the last 4 years.
And Julie, I just want to get your thoughts on it as well.
Well, it sounds like this is getting a little bit to Trump, right? Anybody who decides to elevate themselves to even pretend to be on par with Trump, Trump eventually gets rid of. And so I don't give this bromance much time. Katie, the difference is Elon Musk, who's not elected to anything, who's not appointed to anything through a confirmation process, is basically calling the shots and was calling the shots last week. He came out first to scuttle this bipartisan deal that led to a tremendous amount of chaos. And you have the Speaker of the House himself acknowledging that he was continuously talking to Elon Musk throughout this whole process. Who is Elon Musk but an unelected billionaire who has his own interests with this budget and who obviously is a result of those interests?
Did she just say, wait, did she just say, who is Elon Musk? Let me introduce Elon Musk to you. This is the wealthiest man financially to ever exist. Okay. Combine Jeff Bezos and Bill Gates together, both of them are not to Musk's net worth. This guy's worth over $400 billion. Billion. Okay. Billion with a B. All right. Bezos and Bill Gates, they're worth billions of dollars as well. But both of them combined, they're not up to Elon Musk's wealth financially. Okay. Because there's different forms of wealth. Health can be a form of wealth. Family can be a form of wealth. That's why I said financially. But when it comes to money, ain't nobody comes close, bro. Nobody comes close to Elon, like worldwide.
Decided to scuttle a deal that would somehow shock or rebel shocks, impact his business in China, among other things. And so, look, this is Trump reminding people and reminding Musk, I think, that he's paying attention. So very clearly, this is getting to Trump. And I'm glad. I'm going to sit back, as I keep saying, and drink my martini and watch this chaos unfold, because this is what the Republicans asked for, and they're getting it.
Yeah, I guess, Katie, I am curious what you think about Julie's point there, that Trump felt the need to talk about this. I mean, he's known for paying attention about what's being said. He watches news, he reads, he's paying attention to kind of what's out there in the ether. And clearly, this was something he felt like he needed to address.
Well, I mean, he knows we're talking about it here. It's clearly become a talking point that the Democrats are trying to push. So he's preemptively going to address it. That's the exact same thing Speaker Johnson did with his gaggle with reporters after the bill was passed in Congress. This is something people are asking questions, so they're going to preemptively answer that. But I would go back to, Julie, you said that no one elected Elon Musk. No one elected the White House staff that have been running the show while President Biden has been asleep at the wheel, essentially, for the last 4 years. So, I mean, you can talk about now, apparently, the influence of billionaires is a concern. It isn't a concern when George Soros puts a lot of money into electing people all across the country. It isn't a concern when Mark Zuckerberg wanted to get involved in elections. It wasn't a concern when Jack Dorsey owned Twitter. Apparently, now that it's X and somebody Elon Musk, it is a concern. So there's definitely seems to be a double standard at play here.
The next time, Katie, that George Soros or Mark Zuckerberg or Jack Dorsey picks up the phone and tanks a bipartisan negotiated bill, you let me know. That's never happened. George Soros has never.
Because nobody cares about George Soros. His money is influential. He does things on the low, okay? Under G, he's like an under G boss. But Elon is like the top G and the under G and the overall G. Okay? Elon is like the G of all Gs. George Soros looks at Elon and be like, yes, sir. It's just facts, because nobody comes close to Elon. They could team up together, like these guys, these billionaires around the nation. They could team up together and like come after Elon Musk. But one person against Elon Musk is going to be very, very hard. And it's even harder to bring him down now, especially with the Trump's administration. Maybe after Trump's 4 years, maybe. But by the time Trump is done with this 4 years, I am predicting that Elon's wealth would have gotten to $1 trillion. This is a prediction, okay? by the time Trump is done with his 4 years, this 4 years he has, Elon is probably going to be a trillionaire. This is just what I believe.
To my knowledge, picked up the phone and called then Speaker Nancy Pelosi and said, this is what you have to do. Nobody's even alleged that he's done that. This is quite different. This is an unelected billionaire who is literally calling the shots and telling Republicans what they're going to vote for and what they're not going to vote for. And they acquiesce. They actually acquiesce to him. And so that's the part to me that makes no sense. Nobody elected Elon Musk. He came out first, tanked this bill, then Trump belatedly jumped in as a Me Too kind of, I also agree with this. But this was Elon Musk's mess that he made. And that's something that the Speaker of the House acknowledged. You have members of Congress literally acknowledging they're consulting with Elon Musk before making decisions. That's nothing that we've ever seen before, at least in my lifetime.
Well, I think one person's called.
Go ahead.
I'll say one person's calling the shots is another person's call to action. Elon Musk put out the word and the people responded and melted the phone lines. And look, if Taylor Swift had put out a tweet and the Swifties had melted the Capitol switchboard, which they crashed Ticketmaster, I have no doubt that the Swifties could crash the Capitol switchboard. We probably wouldn't be having the same kind of conversation. We'd be like, look at democracy in action. Look, people are motivated. This is exciting. So I would say it's not Elon Musk. And it's not even what he's doing. It's the results people don't like. They didn't like that a, quote, bipartisan bill that was really just a giveaway with Santa Claus had come to Washington and everybody was getting what they wanted. That got tanked, and that's what people are upset about.
It is interesting, though.
Will you let me know when Taylor Swift does that, Katie? You let me know when Taylor Swift decides a call to action about specific legislation, and we could have that conversation.
Because she's not going to think to that level. She's going to think about, don't buy this, don't buy that. Look, these people don't care about the people like that to think about what the bill is in Congress. Okay, Elon cares about the people, and this is why he tried to tell people that you better be voting for Trump, because if you want a secured border, a very nice, peaceful foreign policy, vote for Trump. Okay, he may have his own agenda, of course. Look, he's a billionaire. He has businesses. He wants to go to Mars. He wants to occupy Mars. You need the government to do all that stuff because the government owns the airspace. Okay, you need the government. He needs the government, so he knows that. But however, he's still doing things that helps the people, and that's just take a look at Neuralink. Neuralink is getting blind people to see again. People who are paralyzed to like type on the computer with their minds. I don't know what the future looks like for Neuralink, but one thing I got to say is Elon has proven himself to humanity and that he actually wants better future for human beings. Okay. He was one of the people that said OpenAI should not be a for-profit business. He wants OpenAI to be a non-profit business. He sued Sam Altman because he was one of the first, Elon was one of the first people to sponsor or invest in OpenAI before everybody knew about OpenAI. You know, the chat GPT that everybody uses now, that's OpenAI. Okay. Sora rather. So chat GPT and every invention that's come out about AI recently is mostly from OpenAI. And the CEO is Sam Altman. And Sam Altman looks at Elon Musk like his mentor. And when he was interviewed one time, probably like last month, he said sometimes, you know, people that you look up to don't support you when it gets to some levels. And Elon has said the same thing about people who landed on the moon, the people who went to Mars or whatever. And he's always said that these people don't support him now. But essentially, he's talking about what Sam Altman is saying about Elon Musk. Elon Musk said the same thing about the people that came before him when it comes to space travel. And it's a little scary what artificial intelligence is going to become. Like it or not, it is here to stay. Very soon, men would be dating. I'm just letting y'all know. Okay, this is my prediction. It's not like facts. My prediction is men would be dating machines, okay? And women would be dating machines. This is my opinion, okay? I'm telling you, the next 20 years, it might be sooner, okay? It might be sooner. If you've seen this movie, whatever, let me go check. Let me go check the title of that movie. Subvergent or something. Is this Subvergent? Subvergent movie. No. What's her name? Dang. Forgot that movie. But if you guys have seen that movie though, it's something. I gotta find that movie for you guys. But let's keep watching though.
Elon Musk has jumped on phone calls with foreign leaders as well, which is interesting. And I would like to talk more about that, but unfortunately, we are out of time. Julie Rodzinski
And this is another thing, right? Another thing is Elon Musk is actually a world asset. Okay? Elon Musk is definitely a world asset. And everybody wants to, have connections to him because people want to go to space. People want to put their satellite in space and stuff, and he does it efficiently. And people need that. So he's like an asset to the world. If America doesn't want him, China would take him quick. Russia definitely would take him.
Joining me now, Father Gerald Murray, canon lawyer and priest of the Archdiocese of New York. Father Murray, I've got to read this to you. Days before Christmas, the New York Times featured an interview with Princeton University religion professor Elaine Pagels. It's titled, "A Conversation About the Virgin Birth That Maybe Wasn't." It focuses on Pagels' suggestion that, quote, Jesus might have been fathered by a Roman soldier, possibly by rape. God help us. Your reaction, and does this have any historic credibility?
This is propaganda masquerading as history. Having read her comments, she basically infers all kinds of things. She makes judgments about the historicity or the historical value of the Gospels. She claims that Roman soldiers were raping women regularly in Nazareth area. And they found the name of a Roman soldier. Allegedly, this was his crime against the Virgin Mary. This is all nonsense and garbage. This is retread stuff. She's been doing this for many years. She's the author of a book on the Gnostic Gospels, which are false gospels that were created centuries after Christ lived and then died and rose. It's propaganda masquerading as history. And isn't it great? The New York Times, who has the sensitivity factory, must have been shut down because Christianity is coming under assault the week of Christmas.
Yeah, they wouldn't try this with any other faith, Father. And as I read this, I thought, whoever died for a fable? I mean, these apostles didn't lay down their lives because of the Brothers Grimm. They did it because they saw and witnessed this man who they believed was the Messiah. They saw him resurrected, and they did believe in the virgin birth. This has been attested to for all throughout history. Let's talk for a moment about why this matters, though, Father. I recently interviewed Jordan Peterson, and he makes an interesting case that these biblical stories, whether you believe or not, they're foundational to a free society. What would their loss mean, and what is the impact of what the New York Times is doing?
Yeah, this is an assault on the entire structure of Western civilization, which is founded on the belief in one God who revealed himself in his Son and then brought to fulfillment the promises of the Old Testament. So Western history is founded on a good God who is just, who created man with a purpose. Sinful man is redeemed when he acts virtuously and seeks pardon from God. The whole Christian order, legal, cultural, and moral, depends on personal responsibility and adherence to the truth. We believe that God is truth and that we have access to that truth. Now, all of these historians like Pagels who try to destroy Christian foundations by making it into mythology, no, they are agents and propagandists. They are certainly not historians, and they certainly don't display the kind of skepticism of their own thoughts that they want us to display about religion. So, and you say to yourself, where are they coming from?
Father, here's a sign of hope. I have to leave us with a little.
What is going on here? What are they talking about right here? Golly.
Little hope. This is Ravens coach John Harbaugh after the game this weekend. Watch.
I read this to the team in our post-game prayer. And it's this. This is Mary. She said, "My soul magnifies the Lord, and my spirit rejoices in God my Savior." Rejoice. We aren't here on this earth to worry about every little thing. It's a big football week, all right? It's also a big life week, It's a big spiritual week.
Father, I love that he brings it all together. Look, I think there's actually greater signs of renewed religiosity all around us if you take the time to see them. And that light blows away the darkness. I'll give you the last word.
Yeah, no, Coach Harbaugh is right on target. This is a great week for our nation, for our country, and for our world because we celebrate God's intervention in history. And if anybody thinks that isn't important, well, wake up on Christmas morning and see all the people going to church and praying and thanking God and realizing there's more to life than simply entertainment. There's much more to life than that. There is salvation, and that's what God offers to us.
Father Jerry, thank you for being here. Merry Christmas. We'll see you soon.
Hey, Sean Hannity.
Look, religion has caused so much, but I would not like discriminate against any other religion because it's like, why would you do that? Yeah, just man, be a good person because everybody's just trying their best. Nobody really knows this thing called life. I am a Christian, and I believe in Jesus Christ for sure. But you can believe in whoever you believe in. Okay, I'm not gonna say, oh, you're a bad person, you're a sinner, you're this, you're that. I'm not gonna discriminate. Okay, I'm never gonna discriminate. Be who you are. Love what you love. Worship what you worship, regardless of what you are. Don't just force me to be who you are. I'm not gonna force you to be a Christian. If you don't want to be Christian, it is your whatever you believe. Okay, it is what it is. But let's all calm down. Okay, calm down, relax. Okay, it's only one race. This is what I tell people. Okay, and I probably heard this from I think some old time writer, philosopher or something. There's only one race, which is the human race. When people say, I'm brown skinned, I'm Caucasian, I'm Hispanic, I'm this, I'm that. Yes, I get it. Those could be ethnicities, okay? Ethnicities. Those could count as ethnicities. But when it comes to race, it's only human race. We're just one human race. We're humans, okay? If something comes from the sky and comes down to attack Earth, you're not gonna say, "Oh, wait, I'm Caucasian. Oh, wait, I'm African American. Oh, wait, I'm Hispanic. I'm a Latino." No, you're just a human being. You're a human race, and you're gonna be treated accordingly. Okay, you will be treated accordingly if aliens come down from the sky and try to do something bad. Okay, we will be acknowledged around the four corners of the world as human race. Nobody would say you're that, you're this. We just like to complicate shit because this is what human beings do. Class, rich, poor, this, that. You went to that school, you didn't go to that school. You live in that house, you don't live in that house. Oh, look at his car. Oh, look at her car. Oh, look at her man. Look at his wife. Look at bunch of shit. Bunch of shit.
Donald Trump just weeks away from assuming office and is teasing U.S. territorial expansion. The president-elect has spent some of the days leading up to Christmas talking about retaking control of the Panama Canal, accusing the country of charging excessive fees for ships utilizing this critical waterway to cross between the Pacific and Atlantic Oceans. The rhetoric clearly not sitting well with Panama's president, for one, who told CNN that Donald Trump's stance is, quote, totally irrelevant.
That is a manifestation of gross ignorance of history. The canal will celebrate 25 years under Panamanian hands, under Panamanian administration on December 31st.
And this is the thing about this Panama Canal situation. If you guys know, if you guys go check the history, Trump is talking about, well, recently Trump has been talking about taking over the Panama Canal because Panama is allowing China to do wild, well, it's just business they're doing there, but Trump is saying they're ripping America off. Panama is ripping America off when it comes to the Panama Canal business regulation or whatever. But the truth is, the French people, which is France, tried to build the Panama Canal and they could not build it because they lost a lot of men because of malaria, yellow fever, and a lot of diseases back in the day. In the 1800s. Then the United States took over the Panama Canal and they built it successfully. They lost about 32 to 38,000 people building the Panama Canal. And they finally completed the Panama Canal in like 1914 or something like that, around early 1900s, which is probably 1912 or 1914. And Panama president saying they're not going to give it back to the United States. Okay, great. But if you're going to do business with China, you need to follow like the laws and regulations that the commander-in-chief of America supports, because China is known to be America's enemy. Okay, so you cannot come over and do business with America's enemy while thousands of men died building the Panama Canal. Does that make any sense? I support Trump when it comes to this Panama Canal stuff. Okay, take it back if he ain't doing right. And this is what every one of them do. They act like they have some strength to go head to head with Trump, but at the end of the day, cave like a chicken. Just like I'm sorry to say, okay, this is my opinion. The president of Mexico, she was like, you know what? We're not gonna do anything concerning the border. And what did she do at the end? Cave. They all cave at the end. They try to act tough for the cameras and all, like they're people. But at the end of the day, they cave. They go to Mar-a-Lago to kiss the ring.
First. So all those speculations and all that range of eventualities that are not going to happen, well, I leave them there as totally irrelevant issues and quite bordering on historical incoherence with what the Panama Canal has been, is, and will be.
It's not just Panama. The president-elect is also reigniting his push to buy Greenland, all in the name of
which I support.
Security,
yeah, I support Greenland.
CNN's Steve Conturno has the very latest for us. Panama isn't having it, Steve, but what are you hearing about why this push from Donald Trump now?
Well, it's a fair question, Kate, because for a lot of Trump's inner circle, this has certainly come out of left field. It's not something that he talked about during the campaign at all, and he...
Shout out to Cooper. Cooper is very knowledgeable when it comes to stuff like that. I'm not even going to cap, okay? But I also did my research because I knew Cooper was coming on here today, okay? I knew Cooper was coming on here today, so I did my research, okay? Cooper, if you actually go check, and let's let people build the canal. Okay, so if you actually go check, you would see, like, if you go in depth and read, you would see that the French people started building the canal, the Panama Canal, but they couldn't successfully build it because they were dying of diseases. Then the United States took over and completed the canal. And like, they may be Caribbean American or Latino Americans, but they were Americans. Like, if you go check, like, you would see that they were actually Americans.
Has not necessarily made it a priority up until the point where he just suddenly posted to Truth Social about it, and he obviously doubled down on Sunday. And it's sort of part and parcel with the rhetoric we have seen from Donald Trump in recent days, not just Panama and not just Greenland, as you say, but also teasing this idea that Canada could potentially be absorbed as a 51st state. Now, that appears more as an attempt to needle the Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, but it does seem like this idea that Trump wants to buy Greenland and wants to pressure Panama and potentially take over the Panama Canal are serious endeavors. And as you said,
boy, please sit down. I want Trump to take over the Panama Canal. Like, this is just my opinion, okay? If you do business with America's supposed enemy, come on, man. That's national security type stuff. And now everybody wants Trump to fail, like, largely. People wouldn't vote for Trump, like the 74 million people who voted for Kamala. Most of them want Trump to fail. So Trump is trying to tie loose ends, okay, which I support. And I also want Canada to be the 51st state of the United States. Do you know what that would mean for Canadians? He also tweeted, look, I'm going to show y'all. Tonight we're going to have a lot of fun, okay? Trump said on Truth Social that if Canada joins the United States, he's going to cut taxes for them by 60%. Now, Canadians are telling Justin Trudeau, their prime minister, they're saying, yo, we want to be part of America because you are taxing us to death, yo.
It's not just the Panama president that is pushing back, but also the people there as well. Take a listen to what some of them told CNN en Español.
That will never happen. That will never happen, because you will have to kill all the Panamanians who live here.
All Panamanians of all ages, of all classes, and of all social conditions, and with all political beliefs, have to close rank at this moment when the country demands that we defend the canal.
Those are harsh words from the people of Panama, coming just a week before the country is set to celebrate the 25 years of ownership and control of the Panama Canal. And look, they're not the only ones pushing back on Trump's expansion plans. Greenland has also said the country is not for sale, though they are open for cooperation with the incoming administration. Kate.
Steve Conturno, thank you so much for the reporting. Sarah?
All right, joining us now to discuss, CNN political commentator Maria Cardona and founder and principal at BlueStack Strategies, Mara Gillespie. Okay, Donald Trump certainly did not run on any of this. And I know you all remember back in the day when he talked about buying Greenland before. Now he's added taking control of the Panama Canal and making Canada the 50th.
This is also what I think about is Canada being the 51st state, Greenland buying or acquiring Greenland, and also taking back the Panama Canal. He has to show strength, okay? China is trying to go into Taiwan. Russia is definitely already in Ukraine, which nobody wants all of this stuff, okay? However, in the real world, okay, because some people live in fantasies, this is the real world where you show strength by acquiring stuff, okay, by taking stuff. But in this case, Trump is actually not taking stuff. He's just suggesting to Canada that if you become the 51st state, you would get low taxes. He's telling Greenland how much, okay? How much is Greenland? You want us there in Greenland. How much is it? And for the Panama Canal, it's like, bro, Americans built this place, so relax. I think everything he's doing is just, I would say, what I think a commander-in-chief should do to assert is dominance and power. Look, there are so many ways to show that you're the world's power. It's not by what Joe Biden did for the last 4 years, because that made us look weak, and that's why these folks are just doing what they want to do. China doing stuff, Russia doing stuff, Iran right there doing all they can. But with all this stuff that Trump is pulling off, talking about Canada, do you know what it takes to talk to Canada the way Trump is talking about Canada? It takes balls. And everybody forgets that Trump is not from this new Gen Z era. He was a billionaire in the 70s and 80s, okay? This man was a developer in New York. He takes great balls. It takes notoriety to be what Trump was in the 70s and 80s. And this guy did it at like 30 years old. In his early 30s, he was already a made man, bro. Like in his early 30s, Trump was already like known that nobody F's with Trump. In his 30s. So he's 78 right now. Okay, he's 78 years old right now. Do you know that man is probably like the last of his kind on earth? I'm just telling y'all, Trump is probably the last of his kind in this world from that era. Like, even back then in New York, the gangs in New York would be like, yeah, we knew Trump. Nobody else with Trump. They knew Trump. So all these guys talking about like, we ain't gonna let you do it. And Trump is replying them like, yeah, we're gonna see. Because you are not, if you're talking about like the toughest man in the world, Trump is probably like top 10. Okay, if it's not in top 5, this is what I believe. Okay, and now you mix that with having the wealthiest man financially, according to Forbes, Elon Musk, by his side. He has the greatest nation, which is America, the greatest military. You think he's not gonna bluff? He's gonna bluff, and if you F around, you're gonna F around and find out.
First state. Why is he doing this, Mara? This is not what the American public, not what he ran on, certainly. Why is he talking about this right now?
It certainly has Republicans like myself concerned, because this certainly doesn't follow along with his America First platform, kind of deflecting to land grab issues that were not what the American people voted on Election Day. Just gives us pause about what it is that his plan is for addressing the real issues that Americans were concerned about and voted for him in November, mainly with immigration and with border control and with the economy. And by picking at Panama and Greenland as a land grab thing, as opposed to actually having policy issues addressed, it's concerning. And I think it just goes to deflecting, because he knows that right now there is a lack of leadership in the White House. There isn't much being said. And so he's taking any and all attention and trying to deflect from the fact that he doesn't currently have a plan. And that should give cause for concern for a lot of Republicans right now.
Well, 3 former Panamanian presidents have signed a joint declaration with the current leader asserting sovereignty over their country's canal. It comes just one day after Jose Raul Mulino said every square meter of the canal and its adjacent area belong to Panama, and it will remain that way. On Sunday, Donald Trump slammed what he called unfair fees for U.S. ships passing through the crucial waterway, and he threatened to reclaim the canal America once controlled. But the president-elect failed to clarify how he would force a sovereign, friendly country to hand over its own territory. CNN's Gustavo Valdez joins us now live from Mexico. Gustavo, what has been the response in Panama?
Well, the Panamanian people and their government, as you can see, unified behind the fact that they say the Canal Panama belongs to the Panamanian people. There were some people yesterday protesting in Panama the words of Donald Trump. The president, however, seemed to be a little bit more dismissive and saying that perhaps Donald Trump should go back and read history books.
Exactly. John Medina says, they're so tough. Everybody's tough, yo. Everybody's tough till Trump goes to see them. Just like everybody thought Trump wasn't going to go to North Korea. This guy went to North Korea, and you're telling me this man he has balls, yo. Like, yeah, nobody can say otherwise about Trump. Something you could say about Trump is he's not a coward. He's not a slacker. He's not a wanker. He's going to come to your face and say, yo, what's up? What's up, dog? Like, this is the commander-in-chief we never knew we needed, and now we have. You know what I mean? Like, everybody's smart and tough, just like Mike Tyson said. Everybody has a plan until they get punched in the face. Okay, and that's what Trump is. Trump is the punch in the face.
Eso es. That is a manifestation of gross ignorance of history. So, all those speculations and all that range of eventualities that are not going to happen, well, I leave them there as totally irrelevant issues and quite bordering on historical incoherence with what the Panama Canal has been, is, and will be.
Bastante rayando en la incoherencia.
President Mulino speaking to CNN and Espanol contributor Andrés Oppenheimer, who is going to have a full interview this Sunday on CNN Espanol. He also highlighted the economic impact that the canal has in his country, saying that this year alone they got more than $2 billion in revenue from the canal, and certainly they are not going to go willingly to give up control of the canal. It's actually not clear what Donald Trump could do to regain control of this area that was given back to Panama. They're going to be celebrating 25 years on December 31st since they took over of the Canal de Panama.
Gustavo, I mean, what President-elect Donald Trump is accusing Panama of is high fees and that they're unfair. Has there been any word around the fee structure, and has Panama defended what it is charging the United States?
They said that the fees applies to everyone. The canal is there to serve any ship that needs to cross from one side of the Pacific to the Atlantic and vice versa. There are no special fees. They also highlight that they just underwent a big expansion of the canal to accommodate larger ships. So the fee, it's the fee for everyone. It's based on the size of the vessel. So there's no clear also what any concession can Panama do on that area. Especially the other thing here, it could be for Donald Trump, is the risk of alienating somebody who could be key on Donald Trump's immigration policy, because Panama is a country from where many of the Venezuelans who have been coming north to try to get into the United States have been crossing. So he has the power to control the flow of migrants. So whatever Donald Trump wants to say or do about the canal could have also an impact on immigration.
After Trump blasted Panama for raising fees on cargo ships to use the waterway, President Jose Raul Mulino said that every square meter of the canal is Panama's and will remain so. That prompted this reply from Trump on Truth Social. Quote, "We'll see about that." Let's discuss this more now with CNN political commentator Karen Finney and Republican strategist Neil Chatterjee. Good to see you both. Karen, let me start with you. This is apparently really outraged people in Panama based on the news coverage we've seen. Trump's former White House Chief of Staff, Mick Mulvaney, says this is just a negotiating tactic. Take a listen.
This is a negotiation. By the way, one of the reasons Trump is so good at negotiating is that it's a credible threat. If he says, you know, look, we are going to have problems with Panama if they don't lower the rates, you know, I don't envision American troops going in to retake the canal. But you got to think that someone's out there scratching their head going, is Donald Trump crazy enough to do something like that? And it's that viable threat that sort of gives him negotiating leverage that not a lot of other folks could ever come up with.
Karen, do you buy that this is just a viable threat?
I believe that that is the talking point, and I believe that that is what Donald Trump is saying. But here's the larger problem, aside from how absurd the thing is. That's not what the American people voted for. We were told the election was about the price of eggs, right? So where is the conversation about how he is on day one going to start lowering costs for the American people? Frankly, in the interviews that he's done so far, he's actually admitted he doesn't have a plan to lower costs and that he can't promise that this tariff regime that he's going to implement will lower costs. So I think the bigger problem is people are hearing him talk about the Panama Canal and Greenland and all sorts of other things like Canada, but they're not hearing him talk about them and their lives and what he's going to do to make their lives better on day one.
Yeah, Neil, to Karen's point, it's not just Panama. I mean, Trump has also said he wants the U.S. to take over Greenland, citing purposes of national security. That's a territory of Denmark. That's a NATO member. Is this really how a U.S. president should be treating our allies around the world, with viable threats, according to Mick Mulvaney, and bullying? What do you think?
Look, I respectfully disagree with Karen. I actually think the president-elect did campaign on these issues. He campaigned on American energy dominance. So much American energy, clean U.S. LNG that creates jobs here at home, that gives our allies geopolitical alternatives to Russian gas, and that lowers global carbon emissions by displacing dirtier sources of fuel overseas. It flows through the Panama Canal. But one of the challenges that U.S. exporters have had is cost and cost implications, and the charges to go through the canal contribute to those cost increases. So if President Trump can use this muscular approach, this leverage, this Theodore Roosevelt-like approach to American strength on the world stage, and it ends up lowering prices for American exports, that benefits Americans, and that's exactly what President-elect Trump campaigned on.
What about, Neil, let me stick with energy for a moment, and this is obviously your space, certainly more than it is mine, but let's talk about, for example, the threats to Canada. You've had officials from Canada say, hey, if you threaten us, we're going to threaten you, and that would have a direct result on the price of oil, of energy. What are your thoughts there?
Look, I think, again, this is all about leverage. This is about, kind of President Trump using his leverage to gain advantage, and it's worked. In the immediate aftermath of him kind of needling Prime Minister Trudeau came down to Mar-a-Lago to kiss the ring. And he is in a very weakened position in Ottawa right now. And a lot of that is because of the concerns that, his Canadian allies have about whether he is tough enough to deal with Donald Trump. And the end result will be greater impact for American consumers, for American voters.
Some of the headlines we've got, Trump is teasing U.S. expansion into Panama, Greenland, and Canada.
Trump's wish to control Greenland and Panama Canal. Not a joke this time. Trump dreams of empire expansion. You make a great point that people perceive what he's saying. What he's doing is actually trying to lay the groundwork for other things he may be working on here. Does that a lot with tariffs. Is that what he's doing here?
A little bit. I mean, I think this is his way of finding new and creative approaches to go after familiar foes. In the Panama Canal, lawmakers have raised concerns about the outsized influence that Beijing is playing there. The House Select Committee on China heard evidence that it poses a national security risk. And if Trump is trying to say the United States should seize the Panama Canal, essentially that's his way to say, like, I want to kick China out of the canal. It's his way to go after Beijing, sort of using the Panama Canal as a conduit because they do so much of the business and control so much of the traffic within the canal. When it comes to Greenland, I think it's less about necessarily wanting to buy Greenland, although it's a funny thing to say, and more as an indirect way to go after Denmark, which is one of the very few NATO allies that is still not meeting that 2% defense spending target, that has been one of the most familiar scratching posts for Donald Trump, going after allies who are not meeting that share of defense spending. And President Biden and the alliance for the last 4 years went to great lengths to get as many of those countries as possible to either meet that target or lay out a roadmap for a time frame in which they could meet that target. Denmark is still about 5 years away from that. And this is Trump, I think, saying, Denmark, you need to step up to the table here.
It's a fascinating point, particularly because there's an underpinning here of strategic interest in Greenland that I think, and I want to ask you about this because you're one of the few people I think Tom Cotton talks to every once in a while on Capitol Hill of our ilk.
He says no comment.
He says no comment to you, but it's on the record, so I appreciate that. The strategic interest of which Tom Cotton in the first term was somebody who would detail when this first came out is, from a foreign policy piece on Greenland, the three main reasons for the interest: the melting ice will create a new commercially valuable sailing routes from the east. Greenland maintains security importance to the United States as the site of its northernmost military base. And finally, Greenland could become a crucial rare earth mineral source. When you talk to folks on Capitol Hill, are they trying to think through how to make this possible, or are they just kind of batting around a little bit?
I mean, to me, it plays off as a totally political issue, and it's part of a throwback. Trump likes to talk about presidents that expanded the United States' map and made it a bigger country. It's all about American exceptionalism, right? And what could be better than adding more land to the United States? We haven't done that for a really long time. I don't hear people on Capitol Hill talking about this because they're worried about not tripping over their shoelaces in January. I mean, there's going to be so much to take care of with those small majorities. We haven't even gotten into what it's going to take to get his cabinet confirmed to enact the agenda that he's talking about. It's going to take a ton of coordination and synchronization. And so if there's time for them to get to Greenland in the Senate and House, it may be waiting until 2026 because I think 2025 is pretty booked up at this point.
Is it trolling?
I don't think so. Sometimes Trump makes very important points in the most unorthodox ways. There is a big debate about China's influence in Latin America. Greenland is a hugely important strategic issue, especially as the ice melts, and the thought that Russia or China could get a foothold there is strategically very dangerous to the United States and Europe. Why shouldn't Europe spend more money on its defense, 80 years after the end of the Second World War? These are important questions. The problem is, does Trump make it worse? Does his style backfire? Because in Panama, you have a president that's quite sympathetic towards the United States. Could you push him towards China? And to your point about Trump's expansionism, he has this almost neo-colonialist view of international relations. And I think that's going to be important when we come to the issue of Ukraine. He wants to end the war. The big question is, how much of the land does Putin get to keep if he's rewarded for the invasion?
Yeah.
Trump doesn't necessarily see the seizure of land by a big country in the same way as many other Western leaders.
Also, something else he has to deal with in the first 100 days, or the first day, as he pledged during the campaign. All right, stay with me.
President-elect Trump also continuing to push this idea of taking control of the Panama Canal. He's also talking about taking over Greenland, teasing this idea of annexing Canada. That seems more like a joke. But what's the bigger picture here? Why, in your view, is he talking about all this?
Yeah, well, in short, it's actually good policy. And we've been pretty formulaic in U.S. foreign policy over the last 30 plus years, but for the majority of our history, things like this were not out of the realm of possibility. In fact, it was just good foreign policy business. Look at how we got the Panama Canal in the first place. And right now, the Panamanians are showing a very bad judgment in terms of allowing Chinese corporations to take over strategic locations along the canal. It's one of the wonders of the world. It is critical to global trade. And if China decides with their finger on that pressure point to put pain on America and its allies, we will suffer tremendously. So trying to get back to the negotiating table of providing security for the Panama Canal is really, really sensible. And obviously Trump's going to put it in his own phraseology, and people are going to jump, and it's, you know, almost exciting in a way to hear how he talks, or horrifying depending on your point of view. But it's good business. And the second is Greenland. Look, people would be shocked to learn that only 56,000 people live in Greenland. Greenland has a strategic location on the Arctic Circle. Russia is really playing a lot of funny games in the Arctic to get more control. That is a strategic place with tons of natural resources, with military capabilities. Our access to the Arctic Circle is really small over Alaska. Greenland, who really doesn't have any military, so to speak, and relies on Denmark in a little way, it's really wise for our allies and ourselves to have the protection of the United States on a broader swath of the Arctic Circle. It makes a lot of sense. And as Teddy
Finally, someone who is speaking wisdom.
Roosevelt once said, when dealing with the Panama Canal the first time, while Congress deliberates, the canal gets built. So I think that's sort of where we're at right now. There'll be a lot of chatter, but it's a good negotiating starting point.
All right, Julie, do you agree with TW that it makes a lot of sense?
I didn't think we were going to be bringing up the Roosevelt corollary to the Monroe Doctrine today, but what the hell? Listen, you said there's 56,000 people.
We got to talk about it.
It's Christmas Eve. Why not go down memory lane as to what was happening over 100 years ago? But look, at the end of the day, we have 56,000 people, as you point out, who live in Greenland who just don't want to be part of the United States. Believe it or not, the same way the Ukrainians miraculously don't want to be part of Russia. I mean, there are people who don't want to join other countries, no matter how much those countries want to annex them. And yes, you're right. The Russians have access to the Arctic. That's because their country borders the Arctic. We don't, for the most part, because our country doesn't, for the most part. And so we can't force somebody to annex themselves to us just because we want more access. The way to do it is to work with the Danes, our allies, cooperatively for mineral rights, for access to the Arctic, for national security. But it's not by saying that we're somehow going to just grab Greenland and just annex it any more than we're going to annex the Panama Canal, which you may disagree or agree with, Jimmy Carter, and relinquishing back to the Panamanians. But nevertheless, here we are. The Panamanians own it, and we can't get it back, short of what? A military strike? I don't know what the proposal here is. So, look, there's a way to do this diplomatically, and there's a way to have access.
Let them join United States. Okay. Did they call you on the phone and say they don't want to join the United States? That's the thing about people. Did they call you on the phone and say, yo, we don't want to join the United States? Nope. Nobody called you on the phone. And look, I know Greenland, let Greenland stay Greenland. Oh, yeah, I get it. But when she happens and, when she hit the fan, everybody going to turn to the United States for help. By the time shit happened to Greenland, then United States is going to send billions of munitions to Greenland, and that's when everybody's going to be like, oh, shoot. No. Let them join let Greenland join the United States now so they can be protected. Jesus. Easy.
Access to both the canal and to Greenland without suggesting, as Donald Trump is, that we are going to just go and grab it. And that's the difference between a president that knows how to do diplomacy, especially engage in diplomacy with our allies, and a president who just wants to stomp all over our own allies to get to a point that he's never going to get to, because short of us sending the United States military to nationalize the Panama Canal again, or to annex Greenland by force, I don't know what his plan here is with the way he's conducting himself.
That's why you're not the commander-in-chief. Let the commander-in-chief conduct himself the way he wants to conduct himself. Look, everybody has different perspective, opinions, and stuff about these types of issue. Unfortunately, I support Trump. Okay, I support this. I ain't gonna cap. I support this. Okay, I support this. Yeah, I support this. I support this. All right. Did you guys hear about this plane crash?
New this morning, at least 29 people have survived a fiery crash of a passenger plane in Central Asia. At least 2 of those survivors are children, but dozens of other people who are also on board are feared dead. And we do want to warn you, this next video you may find disturbing. In it, you can see first responders and civilians rushing to help at the crash scene. Bloodied passengers emerging from the wreckage and the front portion of the plane missing. CNN's Nada Bashir is in London with the latest.
Well, Kate, the Azerbaijan Airlines flight was traveling from the Azerbaijani capital, Baku, to Grozny in the Russian region of Chechnya. But it was forced to make an emergency landing around 2 miles from the Kazakh city of Aktau. Now, video circulating from eyewitnesses and those nearby the crash site shows that the plane was circling the airfield somewhat erratically before the crash, then bursting into flames as it hit the ground. Now, emergency response teams were quickly at the scene, and remarkably, there were a number of survivors, including at least 2 children, according to authorities, with video showing some of those injured emerging from the wreckage. But this is a moment of huge tragedy for those that did not survive. According to authorities, there were 67 people on board the flight, including 5 crew members. Preliminary reports, according to Russian aviation authorities, suggest that the pilot was forced to attempt an emergency landing following a bird strike. However, investigations are still ongoing. Kate.
We're beginning this hour in Kazakhstan, where authorities now say at least 38 people are dead after an Azerbaijan Airlines plane crashed and burst into flames. Though there were 29 survivors, including 2 children. 11 are currently in critical condition. Now, we have to warn you, this next video showing dazed survivors pulled from the wreckage may be disturbing for some to watch.
Самолет упал. Куда это? Туда оттащим подальше. Ноги. Нет, не смотри. Подожди, сиди. Сиди, пусть сидит. Тут люди упали. Самолет разбился. Прикинь, как этим.
And in this video right here posted to social media, you can actually see the plane descending to the ground and what appears to be the moment of impact. A Russian aviation watchdog says preliminary information suggests the pilot tried to make an emergency landing after a bird strike. Last hour, I spoke with CNN transportation analyst Mary Schiavo about the new developments. Here's some of that conversation.
Well, what I'm seeing is it has to be more than a bird strike because the plane did not have what's called pitch control. In other words, how many degrees up or down the nose is. How much is the nose pointed up or how much is it pointed down? So it obviously had some damage to the pitch control, which could be from the trim system, which helps the pilot keep the nose in the right place up or down, or the elevator, which is in the back of the plane. So there had to be something additional going on. Also, there's unconfirmed reports that the pilot had done what's called squawking. In other words, you put your radio, or you put your equipment on, and it sends a certain signal, which is 7700, which says you've got a serious onboard problem. And then also when looking at a publicly available flight radar system online, you can see that the pilot fought with this plane for some time before choosing to land it at another airport. And so this wasn't something that happened and then the plane was brought down. For example, on landing, you hit a flock of birds. And the altitude makes me wonder, would the birds been at that altitude? But the pilots really fought with this plane for some time, and then did a figure 8 before landing. They did 2 circles and then tried to land. So it appeared that they were trying to gain control of this aircraft and really put quite a fight up on this Embraer 190.
That's remarkable that you can, just by looking at some of that publicly available flight data, tell what that story may have been as it was playing out. Mary, though, at least 29 people, as far as we understand, survived this crash, though. That seems truly extraordinary.
Well, and it's reminiscent of other, accidents that we talked about here on CNN, or that I've worked as an aviation lawyer and doing investigations, and we see crashes, more and more crashes where people survive because of the safety features built into aircraft. They're less, there's more survivability, there's less flammability, the ability to get out. And we have actually seen many crashes where the plane was completely destroyed, and in several cases, everyone got off, or in some cases, there were just a few deaths, including cartwheeling like this as the plane did when it came in. And there are pictures circulating showing holes punctured in the fuselage, and some people are saying, well, that looks like bullet holes. Actually, in doing accident investigations, I can tell you that looks like damage from the explosion of the aircraft when it exploded on the ground. So those don't look like bullet holes to me on the pictures that are circulating around. And, you know, clearly these pilots, there are two of them on this plane, could not get this nose up, which suggests you don't have pitch control, which is reminiscent of other accidents, even the 737 MAX 8 crashes in Indonesia and in Ethiopia. The final sequence looked very much like this, a dive into the ground. So because there are several, many survivors, which is fortunate, and because of the newer plane, that'll have newer black boxes, flight data recorder and cockpit voice recorder, it'll have all the parameters. And I think they will have their answer of what happened.
My mother-in-law's mom says she doesn't want to get into a plane. She's like 65 right now, probably 67. She's like, I don't want to travel. I'm like, let's drive. It's like, no, I don't want to travel. I guess she's seen too many of this stuff and she doesn't want to get into a plane ever. Life is just wild. I mean, it's Christmas yesterday. These folks, so you mean like they died on Christmas Day? God. Sometimes this word, you just look at this word and you just shake your head. It's like, what is this all for, man? What is this all for? Yeah, I'm just gonna go ahead and eat my chicken.
Fairly soon. However, they may not have their answer very soon as to whether it was a bird strike or something else. There's lots of speculation. It might have been a drone, but they will have to carefully examine the plane, the engines, the windscreen. Ordinarily, birds take out your engines or engine, and you have time to tell air traffic control. You have time to get a Mayday call in. You have time to communicate and tell what happened.
And thanks again to Mary Schiavo for that analysis.
We are tracking the aftermath of a fiery plane crash in Kazakhstan. Miraculously, authorities say 29 people, including 2 children, survived the disaster, but at least 38 others were killed. The flight was traveling from the capital of Baku to southern Russia when it crashed near the city of Aktau. One witness said bloodied survivors emerged from the wreckage of the plane, which burst into flames as it hit the ground. An aviation watchdog says a bird strike may be to blame for the emergency, but the cause of the crash is still unknown. Former FAA safety inspector and CNN safety analyst David Susi joins us now from Denver, Colorado. David, happy holidays to you. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us. Obviously, a tragedy here in this crash. Much is still unknown as the investigation has begun. But what do you make of what we do know? And do you think that a flock of birds could have been the factor here for the plane crash?
Well, I think it's way too early to make that determination as to what caused it or not. But the crash site and the movement of the aircraft does not indicate to me that it was a bird strike set or bird strikes or a flock of birds that caused the problem. The aircraft not only went up and down like with power issues, but it was going left and right. It was pretty much out of control for a good amount of time before the accident. So I'm not there with the bird strike yet, but it certainly is a tragedy, and it's a tragic accident to have had to experience that for these folks to come through that for 20 minutes to wait to see what's going to happen. And then to have survivors is truly a miracle on Christmas Day.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about that. That's, I would imagine, extremely rare for a plane crash to have survivors, much less some 29 people. And looking at video from the site of the crash, some people actually just walking out of the plane. It appeared that the fortunate ones were sitting in the back. What do you make of that?
Well, this particular flight path and the nose down attitude of the aircraft when it hit the ground, it quickly broke in half. And so what happens is the energy, this is much like Like you said, it's very rare, but in the Sioux City accident, which is many years ago, the aircraft did something similar, which is where the tail breaks off of the aircraft. So all the energy from that impact is transferred and absorbed by the front part of the aircraft, wings forward. The tail of the aircraft, you can see in some of these videos, is a long, long distance from where the initial impact site is. And that energy is all dissipated by the time it comes to rest. There are survivors, in this case, 22 survivors that were able to walk away from that tail section.
This is Azerbaijan Airlines. The last major episode that they experienced was in 2005 when an AN-140 plane crashed shortly before takeoff, killing 18 passengers. It's known to have a pretty strong safety record, flying in and out of the EU and meeting their standards there. It's an Embraer 190 plane. What are investigators going to be looking at as they try to put the pieces together with the black box in particular?
Well, as you said, Azerbaijan is one of the top safety airlines in the world, really. They've done a great job of keeping their safety record up. The next steps on this is, because it's a modern aircraft, there will be flight recorders, there will be data recorders. Everything that needs to be recorded from that flight will be on there, and we'll be able to get some information out of there as soon as the investigation is concluded. But that would be the start. Of course, the first thing on any accident site you do is the safety of those survivors and the passengers there. And secondarily, you can see that there's in the videos a lot of people coming up to help and assist. And there are a lot of hazards and dangers there. And you notice a lot of them are not wearing masks or don't have protective gear on. And so the safety of those folks is really important as well. So the managing the site is what they're focused on right now, is to make sure that everyone's safe that is there and clearing that area out. The next steps of this is going to be continuing to make it secure and safe, and then due respect to those folks who have passed or in the accident. Those have to be taken care of as well, respectfully.
Yeah, later today, after the crash, the Azerbaijan Prosecutor General's office said in a statement that it opened a criminal investigation. In terms of investigating how this happened, in addition to the black box, do you expect investigators to be perhaps speaking with surviving passengers, given how rare that was, just to get more insight into what happened, perhaps the moment before the plane actually crashed?
Yeah, the difficult thing about interviewing survivors is that the stories are going to be very, very different, and they can actually dissuade you from a certain investigation. So it's important the investigators look to the facts and keep it that way. With regard to the criminal investigation, Azerbaijan and the folks in that region do see every aircraft accident as a criminal investigation. That's how they start it. In the FAA, we don't do that. We don't bring in the FBI or anybody else until we see other issues that have to do with other than the aircraft operations or the mechanics of it. So over there, that's not uncommon for them to open it as a criminal investigation.
That is an important detail to note. David Soucy, thank you again for joining us. Really appreciate the time.
Of course, thank you.
We begin this hour with that breaking news of a deadly plane crash in Kazakhstan. Authorities say at least 38 people are dead after an Azerbaijani Airlines plane crashed and burst into flames earlier today. Stunningly, nearly half of those people on board, 29 people, survived, including 2 children. 11 are currently in critical condition. Now we have to warn you, this next video showing dazed survivors pulled from the wreckage may be disturbing for some to watch.
Самолет упал. Куда это? Туда оттащим, подальше. Ноги. Нет, не сможешь. Подожди, сиди. Сиди, пусть сидит. Тут люди упали. Самолет разбился. Прикинь, как этим.
Just terrifying. And in this video right here posted to social media, you can see the plane descending to the ground and what appears to be the moment of impact. CNN aviation analyst and former NTSB managing director Peter Goals joins me now. First, Merry Christmas. Thank you for coming on this holiday to discuss this really scary event. Russia's aviation watchdog said that the preliminary information suggested the pilot had decided to make an emergency landing after a bird strike. You've seen the video now. What's your assessment?
Well, these planes, the Embraer, is a excellent aircraft with a strong safety record, and Azerbaijan Airways has a good safety record. if it was a simple bird strike, losing one engine, that's really not a threatening situation. It's a challenging one. But these planes are designed to fly on one engine. Pilots train one engine flight all the time. Something else happened and caused this terrible fatalities and this terrible accident. If it was an uncontained engine failure caused by a bird being ingested, you would see parts of the engine coming apart, perhaps impacting the aircraft, impacting the flight control systems, and that would be a very difficult situation. And I saw some indications of an uncontained failure in the tail's videotape of the tail. There was some impact marks like shrapnel in the tail of the plane, which might have indicated that.
You know, Peter, one of the things that stood out to me was remarkably, at least 29 people actually survived this crash. What does that tell you about what happened here?
Well, first of all, it tells you two things. One is that aviation safety has come a long way. And one of the strongest steps towards surviving these kinds of accidents is the requirement that seats be able to withstand impact of 16 Gs. That means that you're in your seat, you have a terrible wreck like this, you're not being thrown out, and you have the chance to walk away. That's just extraordinary. And I think that's the real message from this kind of accident.
I mean, truly remarkable. And I learned that over the course.
2025 is about to be a year that we would never forget. 2024 has been like a foundation of that, because there's a lot of stuff that has happened this 2024 that you would be like, most people that I talk to, they're like, yo, I never want to live 2024 again. The only thing good that happened to them was probably they had a baby or they got married or, Trump won the election. But most of them are like, I never want to leave 2024 again. It is just wild. But 2025 is going to be that year that you would be like, dear Lord Jesus.
Of course, of speaking with you and other experts, how much progress there has been on aviation safety. Curious your thought on this, though, Peter. Would the U.S. have any role in this crash investigation by any chance? Would it just depend on the nationalities of the victims here?
No, it goes beyond that, and it's a great question to ask. This kind of investigation is guided by the International Civil Aviation Organization, ICAO, and there's a treaty of which Azerbaijan is a signatory, and so is the United States. This aircraft had GE engines on it. The investigator in charge from Azerbaijan could ask for U.S. involvement, and the U.S. could request involvement because of that fact. And there's a cooperative approach to these investigations. The NTSB has a specific designated person who handles international, accidents, and I think the U.S. will be participating.
Peter, one more thing that I wanted to pick your brain on, just because we got some new video that I believe we're about to roll. CNN has learned that oxygen masks were actually released before the crash. Knowing that, does that tell you anything more about what might have happened here?
Well, it may indicate, as I said, that, I'm kind of leaning with just preliminary information towards some sort of uncontained failure in the outboard engine, in which the engines are designed with titanium cowling to try and hold in if a rotor ruptures. These internal fan blades are going at 18,000 revolutions per minute, and if they rupture, these can enter the fuselage and cause a depressurization, which could cause the mast to drop.
Peter Goals, thank you so much for breaking that all down. And again, just stunning video we continue to get in of this really horrific crash. But again, miraculously, many survivors from this crash. Peter, thank you and have a...
It's going wild, guys. This is just amazing. Sad to see. Sad to see people losing their lives. 2024, guys. 2024. I had a video on here that I wanted to play for you guys concerning this crash and how there were bullet holes on there. But we may have to go through. Give me a moment. I really want us to enjoy this live stream. I don't want us to just talk about bad news all day, but seems like that's what we got. So looks like that's what we got, people. Looks like that's what we got. Okay. While I look for that, let me see what we can talk about.
Well, there's a dark mood emerging among Democrats.
Okay, so there's this couple in Georgia that where they're like a gay couple, and it's been reported that they raped their adopted 9 and 11-year-old sons and then handed them to unnamed client, and they got 100 years in prison on the 23rd of December. This has been my fear for this whole situation. When people say they're adopting kids, it's like, are you sure you're not doing some BS to these kids? People need to check you out if you're adopting kids. Like, you need to be properly vetted before handing over a child to anybody. This is my opinion, okay? Shout out to YouTube.
After their November election losses, one strategist telling the New York Times the party's brand is in the toilet, while Politico reports members of Progressive Focus Group feel that the party is, quote, weak and overly focused on diversity and elites. Let's bring in Caroline Downey, National Review staff writer, and Robert Wolf, former economic advisor to President Obama, 32 Advisors founder and CEO, and a Fox News contributor. Caroline, Robert, thank you for being here.
Thank you, Jackie.
Thanks for having me.
Thanks, guys. So building off of Aisha's report, I mean, the government funding debacle was really stunning to me in just noticing sort of the lack of coordination among the Democrats on the messaging. I mean, there were divisions within the Republican ranks exposed, and nobody seized on it like we saw in past times. Robert, what do you think of that?
Well, I probably wouldn't say they're in disarray. I probably see it a little differently. One, the nation spoke. Incoming President Trump won all the swing states. So from a national perspective, there's no question his message on the economy and on immigration resonated. On the flip side, we kept the Senate in Wisconsin, Nevada, Arizona, and Michigan, and we picked up seats in Congress. So I think all these strategists and everyone yelling and screaming before even the inauguration begins, I think everyone should, take a chill pill. I think there are things we can work on with President Trump. I mean, immediately immigration comes to mind. Maybe there's a way to keep dreamers and then also do border security, physical and cyber. So I think this idea that woe is me, I don't think it holds fact.
Well, Caroline, I mean, the party really is without an heir apparent after Biden leaves office. I mean, some could argue that Hakeem Jeffries is the most high-profile Democrat, but do you see him sort of shepherding the party writ large before another leader emerges?
Well, if he does, I think that's a bad sign, Jackie. As my colleague Jim Garrity put it, the Democratic leaders like themselves just the way they are. They knew that voters were worried about the economy and illegal immigration headed into this election. They just didn't care. They were guided by a philosophy of no enemies to the left, which meant insane ideas like open borders, bail reform, defund the police, and no one stopped them to say, that's crazy. And in some cases, their policies have been literally lethal. You mentioned the recent subway murder earlier in your show, but it really shouldn't take a case like that, or Laken Riley, or Daniel Penny, to make Democrats stop prioritizing illegal aliens and criminals over the tax-paying public. So the Democratic brand is broken down to its bones, Jackie. It's not a mere messaging problem.
Well, the focus groups seem to agree with you. I mean, wrote in Politico, when asked to compare the Democratic Party to an animal, one participant compared the party to an ostrich because they've got their heads in the sand and are absolutely committed to their own ideas even when they're failing. Democrats, and others said, are not a friend of the working class anymore. And Donnie Deutsch seems to think it's going to take a transformational figure to come out of this hole.
Ronald Reagan, Bill Clinton, Barack Obama, Donald Trump. They had and have the ability to turn to voters and say, I feel your pain, I'm going to solve your problem. It's the way a person communicates, how they connect. So we can talk all we want about policy, because I guarantee if you look up on the Democratic platform, it was all there. All the message was there. The Democrats need a transformational figure. They need that figure that can connect.
Robert, do the Democrats have a transformational figure right now?
You know, I would say worrying about 2028 is a bit of premature.
For sure.
It's like with so many of these pundits, President Trump lives in their head rent-free. They wake up to him, they go to sleep to him.
It's not just 2028, though, Robert. I mean, there's a lot that's going to happen between now and then. There's got to be a voice to respond to it, right?
No, well, there's two different things. You have the midterms, and I would disagree with Caroline. I think Hakeem Jeffries is going to be able to lead the party in an incredibly positive way. I mean, if you look at what's happened, we've had Pelosi and Hakeem as the leaders. They've gone from Boehner, Ryan, McCarthy, Speaker Johnson, and now they're talking about getting rid of Speaker Johnson. So if there's a party in disarray over the last decade, we could have that debate. With respect to transformational, those are always the people at the top of the ticket. Like Donnie Deutsch said, it was Reagan and Obama and Clinton and Trump. And that happens at the presidential line. I feel pretty good what's going to happen in 26. As I said before, we picked up seats in Congress. We picked up a few of the swing states in the Senate where Trump won. So I'm not as concerned as everyone's yelling and screaming, you know, like I said, 20 days before the inauguration.
Well, I don't know how, because Democrats typically are much more coordinated, right? Like they have, as a party, more of sort of a top-down message that everyone sort of sticks to and echoes. The Republicans, I mean, yes, to your point, there are many figures and they openly fight with each other a lot, but that's sort of what their brand is. And at the end of the day, I mean, you have Trump leading, you know, that side as a pretty strong force. Caroline, do you think that, you know, anyone comes to mind in terms of who could rise up in the Democratic Party? I mean, Kamala Harris seems to be fading into the sunset, but is there anyone else that comes to mind for you?
Well, Jackie, I think you alluded that winning elections is this magical recipe of effective communication and compelling policies. Gavin Newsom, I think, is formidable in his presence, in his communication style. But what's underlying that are deeply problematic policies that are very unpopular with the public. And, you know, Nancy Pelosi was shepherding the old guard, to Robert's point, and that led the Democrats into the mess they're in right now. And everyone in the senior level of the party was complicit in the cover-up of Biden's age, which allowed a very incompetent speaker, Kamala Harris, who's this you know, kind of faulty substitute, to come in. And so, you know, clearly there is a vacuum for a new person. But the problem is that if it's a young person, a lot of them on the Democrat are extremely progressive. And this election was a rejection of the far left. So if there is a young, aspiring leader out there that's going to emerge through the ranks, they can't be as progressive as AOC.
Well, to Robert's earlier point, there's a lot of opportunity to work on those issues, including immigration, including the border. So we'll see how it all plays out. Caroline.
There is a video of the airplane that we just saw that crashed. This is some of like blood holes. This is wild. This is absolutely wild, everybody. It looks like blood holes, though. On a plane. Or is it part of the crash? So there's also a video that's showing a woman was actually injured in the leg while the plane was still in the sky. This is not like 100% true. This is just information that I'm getting on X, and it looks like, what is this? Check this out, guys. Come on. Okay. Yeah, is that blood? I mean, shoot. At this point. Luigi Mangione. What is going on with Luigi Mangione, everybody? This guy has become a hero to a lot of people. Weird times. That's what we're living in. We're living in weird times, guys. People have tattoos of this guy. What? Tattoos of Luigi? Yeah.
The lawyer for the accused killer of the United Healthcare CEO, Brian Thompson, says she's worried about Luigi Mangione getting a fair trial after what she calls the biggest perp walk ever seen. She says Mangione is being treated like political fodder.
There was no reason for the NYPD and everybody to have these big assault rifles that, frankly, I had no idea it was in their arsenal. And to have all of these, the press there, the media there, it was like perfectly choreographed. And what was the New York City mayor doing at this press conference, Your Honor? That just made it utterly political.
A spokesperson for the mayor says, quote, showing up to support our law enforcement and sending the message to New Yorkers that violence and vitriol have no place in our city is who Mayor Eric Adams is to his core. Let's bring in criminal defense attorney Mark Eiglarsh. Thanks, Mark, for being here. Appreciate your time.
My pleasure. Yep.
What do you make of this argument that Mangione might not be able to get a fair trial? Is there anything to that? I mean, there's support for this man. I mean, people have donated to his public defense, or to his defense fund, rather. There's obviously division in the public about how people feel about him. What do you make of her assertion there?
Okay, so some of her arguments are valid. She starts off, and I was with her, and I wanted to be with her because she's got a tough case. Number one, he deserves a fair trial. Well, of course, the Constitution requires that. I'm with you. Secondly, he deserves a presumption of innocence. Well, yeah, in a court of law, not necessarily the court of public opinion. I'm with you. And then she brings up, but they have no reason to have those big assault weapons around him. What? You'd prefer what? Slingshots and pepper spray? Stay in your lane. That has nothing to do with you. We didn't take a course in law school that has to deal with how to protect an inmate and how to stop bullets from hitting him. That's on law enforcement. So some of the things she said was valid. They did do a big perp walk that they don't always do. It's a bit over the top, but I believe ultimately she'll get a fair trial if this ever really does go, and I don't think it's going to go, by simply asking jurors, regardless of what you've seen, can you focus on the evidence and the law provided and make a decision based upon that?
Yeah, she also kind of poked at Eric Adams, the bribery and fraud charges that he faces, saying that he should know more than anyone about the presumption of innocence. But I want to follow up on one thing you just said. You don't think this is going to trial. What do you think happens?
Okay, so here's what's going to happen. It's like a chess game. The state charged him with a crime that could require a mandatory life sentence. And maybe that's enough to get him to go to trial. But then the feds say, aha, don't even think about it. You may get death if you want to go a couple rounds with us. And so he'll sit with his lawyer. She'll talk about his chances are so low, so remote, they approach almost no real value of actually winning on an insanity defense, which is the only thing that they could possibly argue. And he's going to say, well, do I want to spend my life in prison or do I want to go spend it on death row before maybe I'm executed, maybe not? I think he'll go with life.
Here's what a CNN legal analyst said about Mangioni's attorney and the argument that he can't get a fair trial because of the factor of social media in this case. I want to get your reaction real quick.
The defense and all of the social media thing that's coming onto, it looks as the prosecutor might have an issue as it relates to a fair trial. People love this guy, and we could debate whether it's appropriate, it's not appropriate. I've never seen anything like this, and so she was right, his attorney, that is, Ms. Agnifilo, to make that record, but I just don't know you can argue the lack of a fair trial when the social media has been so kind to him.
Given your expertise, I mean, how do you tackle the challenge of social media in this particular case?
You can't stop it because we have this wonderful thing called the First Amendment. The concern I have is for the prosecutors because we have very disturbed people who somehow think that eliminating a father who has 2 young children over some cause is somehow justified.
Yeah, that was where I was like, come on, man. This guy had children, still has children, but he's gone now. Like, no matter what you think, these people are just hustling like every other American trying to pay their bills. Everybody's doing something to pay their bills. He just happened to be the CEO of United Healthcare. And it's like, so he deserved to pass away just because he's the CEO of United Healthcare. Most people say, yeah, but he's just trying to put food on the table of his family. Put food on the table, protect, secure, and all that. Like all men want to do for their family. But you know what people say, you have to take accountability, take responsibility for whatever you attach yourself to. However, what I see is a man just hustling for his daily bread. He just happened to be the United Healthcare CEO. And Luigi Mangione, if he already pleaded not guilty, but if eventually everything comes down to he's the person, then, I think the law should take its due course.
Worried about stealth jurors, people who claim they could be fair but have an agenda that they want to go and acquit this guy who's got abs and looks handsome to some. That repulses me.
That's an important point, stealth jurors. All right, Mark Eiglarz, thank you so much for being here. Appreciate it.
Yeah, and concerning the lawyer, she happens to be the Didi's lawyer's spouse. So it's like they both have the biggest case of the year. She has Luigi, he has Didi. How does that even happen? How do they get home at night or whenever they get home? They're like, hey, baby, how was your day? And they say, oh, how was your day? Didi said, Luigi said, what? You have the biggest case in your household? Both of you, husband and wife? That's like a movie. Look, sometimes I think we are in a simulation. I feel like we're in a movie sometimes because out of all the lawyers in New York, the lawyers that got this biggest case, basically, I would say in the United States, I don't want to say in the world, but in the United States, Luigi and Didi's case, they're couples. Like what? That's just too wild.
A new viral video showing an accused shoplifter shocked to learn that she may face a felony charge for theft. The Southern California Police Department is now reminding folks about the new Prop 36 law that.
Oh my God. Like she was just gonna take the stuff and just walk out. Because that's what they do in California. Now it's like, nope, it's about to be a felony. Like in California, it's like if you steal stuff that is lesser than $900 or $950 back in them Kamala days, now it's not. Okay, because everybody knows the OG, the legendary, the adults is going back to the White House. So everybody's like, you know what? We ain't finna do all that. Everybody wants to put law and order in the front seat. So it's like, if you shoplift, you finna get it.
Cracks down on low-level theft. Matt Finn live in Los Angeles to explain all.
Like they just walk out. They're not even like, look at her. They ain't even like trying to like look. She's like, look, it's not up to $950.
California Police Department is now reminding folks about the new Prop 36 law that cracks down on low-level theft. Matt Finn live in Los Angeles to explain all of this. Memo to shoplifters. You can now be prosecuted.
That's right, John. And you know, here in California, we've reported on countless cases of brazen theft, shoplifting with no significant consequences. But last month, California voters overwhelmingly approved the new law, Prop 36, which rolls back criminal justice reform policies that critics say led to overwhelming crime. Police and prosecutors now have more leeway to charge crimes as felonies. Like this video from Seal Beach in Orange County. 3 women walk into an Ulta beauty store and then a Kohl's, casually stealing whatever they want, not even trying to conceal some of their stolen goods. Even after leaving the stores, the women, they're in no rush, but are surprised when Seal Beach police run up on them, and after a short chase, they arrest the thieves. Take a listen here as a police camera captures.
Whoa. Like they're just casually chilling. Like, come on, man. We're going to take Becky. Okay. Kayla. Okay. I'm just making names up. Okay. So it's like Shanice, Becky, and Kayla, whatever. It's like, you guys just make sure it's not up to $950. Okay. You can take whatever you want. You can wave it at the attendants. Don't do nothing as long as it's not up to $950. Okay. This is California, everybody. Okay. And they're like, go, girl. You better go, girl. And there you have it. Look at her casually strolling.
Whatever they want, not even trying to conceal some of their stolen goods. Even after leaving the stores, the women, they're in no rush, but are surprised when Seal Beach police run up on them, and after a short chase, they arrest the thieves. Take a listen here as a police camera captures 2 of these young women talking about their shock that they were arrested for a felony.
It's a felony? New laws. Stealing is a felony. And this is Orange County. They don't play.
Talking about their shock that they were arrested for a felony.
It's a felony? New laws.
Beat new laws. Oh, man. Sisters. Come on, sisters. Come on, sisters. I got love for you, sisters, but come on, man. Come on.
New laws. Stealing is a felony. And this is Orange County. They don't play.
The 3 women were booked into an Orange County jail on charges of grand theft, conspiracy to commit a crime and resisting arrest.
$648.
Now, yesterday in Bakersfield, California, Dustin Towery pleaded not guilty to stealing 2 scooters from a Target store. Before Prop 36, Towery could only be charged with a misdemeanor, but now the DA can and did charge this man with a felony, in part because he had 6 prior convictions for stealing and a history of skipping out on court appearances.
Had it been before the passage of Prop 36, he would have been given, if caught, which he resisted arrest, but if caught, he would have been given a citation and a promise to appear. Now, because of the voters, this man is in custody and can't steal again, at least for a while.
And because of that man's criminal past, the judge ordered him held in jail without bail. Again, something that would not have been possible just a few weeks ago here in California.
Oh. What is going on in California, everybody? What is going on in California? Is law and order coming back to California? Man. Gavin Newsom is definitely doing his job now.
Senator Rand Paul is out with his annual Festivus report on outrageous government waste. This year, the report lists $1 trillion of taxpayer money spent on some truly bizarre pet projects.
Ladies and gentlemen, if I ever come back to this world, or like in this world, the goal is to be this. Like, think about this. The 2024 Festivus report, federal waste uncovered this year. Just this year. This ain't just this year, guys. This is just 2024. Over $1 trillion. And I'm trying to pay my rent. Trying to pay my electricity bill. I'm trying to pay for goddamn Verizon. I'm trying to pay for my insurance policy. Like, these folks, over $1 trillion just wasting and I'm like, oh, it's about to be the end of the month. My rent is coming up. Oh shit, I gotta see what's going. Oh, let me scrabble. These people wasting $1 trillion. Man, I don't even need much. I just need the 329,626 behind that. There's a lot. I don't need. Matter of fact, 29,626 at the back. What you mean you wasting $1 trillion? I'm here trying to squeeze out, work my butt off, trying to pay my rent, trying to make sure my family's Gucci, trying to pay for water, waste, trash, everything. And y'all wasting $1 trillion? Yeah, that's it.
Like $10,000 that was given to the Bearded Ladies Cabaret to fund ice skating shows about climate change. $32,000 was spent on breakdancing. Nearly $500,000 was spent to determine if lonely rats seek out cocaine more than happy rats. Another $2 million was paid for Paraguayan border security, because who needs a secure U.S. border anyway? $12 million to fund a pickleball complex in Las Vegas. $20 million to air a Sesame Street spinoff about inclusion and mutual respect, not here in the U.S., but in Iraq. And $10 billion on maintaining, leasing, and furnishing almost entirely empty buildings. Ghost towns on your dime. And all of this wasteful spending brings to mind this Trump tweet from 2014. He wrote, quote, "I hope we never find life on another planet, because if we do, there's no doubt that the United States will start sending them money." Hilarious tweet. Kennedy, I rarely give myself this much credit, but I am going to blow your mind away with this fact, courtesy of Google. We're talking about $1 trillion in government waste. If you were to spend $1 million every day, it would take you over 2,700 years to spend $1 trillion. That is how bloated government spending has become.
It is, but I would love to try.
Man, I got to be rich, man. I have to be like, come on, man. When you hear some amounts and you're just wondering that, and you're like scraping at the bottom of the barrel, it's like, what am I doing at the bottom of the barrel when these folks are like spending in trillions? Okay, look, we're gonna look, you gonna have to be rich because I have to be rich, okay? Because listen, we ain't gonna take this. What? I'm here trying to survive. This folks is spending on nothing, on rats, on just surveys, billions of dollars. Come on.
I know, how fun.
How much fun would
Can I
that
be a
be?
part of that with
Yes.
you?
We can get our G7 and fly to Paris and just start shopping. This is awful, but it's very important. So the reason Senator Paul does this, and it's, there have been a long line of cost-cutting senators like Tom Coburn, who is no longer with us, who highlight the absurd things that the government spends money on. That means that someone somewhere looks at these things, thinks about it, and just approves it. Like the lonely cocaine rats?
Yes.
It's like, do happy rats like to get into Hunter's stash?
Jamal with no profile picture. Jamal Warsame or whatever. No profile picture say, go to work. That's how you earn a living. So you mean everybody working in the United States at the bottom of the barrel, they're not working hard enough. You think it's by working hard to actually make a lot of money? That's why you don't have a profile picture. Because if you had a profile picture, you would have some sense that working hard, okay, it ain't the pathway to success in America. Okay, working hard, a lot of people work hard, but being successful it's not the same as working hard. Working hard doesn't propel you to success, okay? Go ask billionaires and millionaires. Actually putting your energy, resources, and time and money into a vehicle that is actually known to produce millionaires and to produce a lot of wealth. But you wouldn't know that because you don't have a profile picture.
Well, no, they prefer an Aperol Spritz this time of year, but it's, and there were other things about animals and bearded ladies and nonsense. And there are massive government depots where billions and billions of dollars go that never see the light of day because we don't talk about it. But this is a perfect tee-up for Doge. And I hope they're working hand in glove with Senator Paul.
Totally. And maybe the rats were the culprits that left the cocaine in the White House.
Could be.
And we're just learning this now.
I think I know
Come
who
full
it is.
circle on this.
And this is how poor folks stuck. YouTube isn't a real job. YouTube is not a real job, guys. YouTube is tell that to all the YouTubers that make thousands, hundreds of thousands of dollars on YouTube. Matter of fact, millions of dollars. Would you tell Mr. Beast, YouTube is not a real job? Would you tell Jake Paul, YouTube is not a real job? Would you tell, Logan Paul, YouTube is a real job. You just live in a stone age. You haven't understood that the world has changed. You're still living in 10 years ago. Matter of fact, YouTube was a real job 10 years ago. You're living in 20 years ago. It's just like how people like you don't believe artificial intelligence is actually real and it's going to take over a lot of jobs. You're still going to argue about it. Okay? YouTube is producing millionaires every single month. You can argue about it and keep doing your whatever work you're doing. It is what it is. Okay? It is what it is. Okay? I've probably done a lot of jobs, including driving Uber. Okay, a lot. But I'll let you get there.
Administration. So, Kaylee, Republicans are going to control the House, the Senate, and the White House come January. So do you think anything will change when it comes to government spending?
This is the problem. I think that Doge has a very important task ahead of it, but the Biden administration isn't pulling this money out of thin air. It is being funded and approved.
Jamal, you're not even what are you spelling? Get real chip. Go to work 9 to 5. Okay. I'm not going to say you're from Pakistan.
By the people who sit in Congress, our lawmakers. And many of these are personal pork projects that they take back to their constituents and claim that they're doing things with. So if there's going to be real reform, it has to start there. And it actually has to start with us, the United States taxpayers, holding their feet to the fire and demanding some more fiscal responsibility from the people in charge.
Totally. And actually, Rand Paul, Lisa, was on Fox and Friends this morning, and he said that. He says, I'm going to call out my own party as well. I don't like big spenders on both sides of the aisle. What we need to do is stop giving these government entities so much money. It sounds so simple, and yet it never changes.
Also, what government employee is
ice skating drag queens. That's what we need.
On climate change. It's like woke
there's drag
madness.
queen. Yeah, like what? Like the taxpayers will love this. This is exactly what we should do. It's golden.
This will get me reelected.
But if you so cutting $2 trillion of spending, which is what Doge wants to do, it is noble what Elon and Vivek want to do. But we're just talking about just covering the interest on the debt alone. That's how bad it has gone. And if you're an American citizen and your credit cards are maxed out, you're in a state of panic. Why doesn't our government have that same state of panic for where we are right now? So, things have gotten that
because
bad
they
at
are
this
the
point.
government.
And,
they can make this happen
thankfully, Rand
anytime,
Paul just
any
laid
day.
out $1 trillion. Elon and Vivek, there's your trillion. Now you just need to find $1 trillion more.
Yeah, cut
There's
that.
Ample opportunities,
Cut
my
that
friends.
spending bill down from 1,500 pages to 118. So here are a couple more, Griff, from the Festivus report. Over $7 million of taxpayer funds are being spent on, quote, various magical projects. I mean, it sounds cartoonish.
Shout out to Amanda. Amanda says, why are these stupid grants given? The truth is, small businesses actually get grants. Small businesses get grants that some of them don't have to pay back. Even private citizens, like you could get a grant if you are, I don't know, maybe started a journey to, I don't know, doing something that helps the environment. But most of the times when you start at LLC, those things are way easier. And then if you have good credit, you can always apply for grants, SBA loans, and some of them you don't have to pay back. Some of them you don't have to pay back. This is why most people tell you in the United States you have to start a business. Okay, this isn't like a professional advice, but one thing that I've noticed in the United States is get a good credit. Make sure this is your wealth actually depends on this, in my opinion. Get a good credit. Okay, work as hard as you can, smart as you can, work as smart as you can. Okay, and repair your credit or get a good credit, and then start a business. That way, you can have two credit. Okay, you can have personal credit, you can have business credit, and you can use both of them to propel your life and your family's life. But it's harder if you don't have, like a backbone supporter who tells you things to do. Because the United States is like I don't want to say it's like a game, but it's a capitalist society. If you know how to play the game, you would probably not break your back to make a lot of money. But that doesn't mean you're not gonna like work your butt off. But you're just, when you work, you would see a lot of results rather than just, waking up so early to go to work 9 to 5. Or some people work 16 hours a day and they just get $2,000 on their 2 weeks check. It is what it is. It ain't fair, but if you don't know how to play the game, you can't win.
It's like too unbelievable to be true, but it is. And then there's also around $3 million.
Shout out to Cooper. Cooper says, I don't use credit. I get it. You don't use credit. But if you're trying to get the type of wealth Amazon, Tesla, notice I'm not calling these people's name. I'm not saying Jeff Bezos. I'm not saying Elon Musk. I'm not saying, what's his name? Mark Zuckerberg, Meta. They use their businesses to become so wealthy. They don't even get paid. Like, they get paid in shares. So like Elon Musk says, I want to get paid $50 billion in shares because he knows in like a year, his shares will be worth like $150 billion. That's why he keeps getting richer and richer and richer and richer and richer, because they don't take cash and they don't use their cash. They just like, these people borrow money every single time. Apple is known as one of the companies that has the highest reserve in cash. Okay. Apple has one of the highest reserve in cash when it comes to like liquidity, profits. Apple has that. And they still don't use their profits to buy stuff, to manufacture stuff. They take loans from banks. Why? Because it's better to have your cash breathing fresh. Okay. Fresh. Okay. It's better to have cash fresh and use borrowed money. You know why? Because these companies have great credit and they get that cash from, financial industries at a very low interest rate because it's Apple. Okay, they get very low interest rate, and that's why they have a lot of money to produce great product that people want to buy around the world because they have a lot of income and then they still use loans. And it's like, I don't want to take loans, but if you're trying to build mega wealth, you have to take loans. It's like that's how the United States works. People are going to tell you, well, don't owe, rich dad, poor dad. Robert Kiyosaki was like, you should pay off your loans and stuff. But then at the end of the day, it's like, use debt to buy asset so you can pay off your debt. But it is what it is. It's not for everybody. It's not for everybody. Okay, people get into debt and just get stuck. But it's definitely not for everybody. And this is not like a financial advice. This is just something that I've studied in the United States. If you're trying to get mega wealth, mega rich, you need to use debt. Of course, make sure you're using that debt to buy asset that produces income. It's just what it is. Like most people get money and go buy a house. I would never get money and go buy a house because it's like, for me, it's a waste of energy and time because in the next 5 to 10 years, my roof is going to get bad. And I'm in the house with my daughter and my whoever, and I have to repair the roof. So the house is an asset in the long run, but it's also a liability for me. So I would rather buy like a duplex where, I could rent out the other space or buy like a 3-door or a 4-plex or, whatever. Just buy something that has 4 doors, 3 doors, 2 doors. Never buy 1 door because it's like you're just going to die and work your butt off. Because that's how the United States is made, to work and work and work and work and work. And you never get out of the rat race. So you take a loan out to buy a house and you're paying for the house for 30 years. You never get to experience something else. You never get to experience another city, another state, another like lifestyle. It's like, except you sell your house, but if you buy like 2, 3 doors, you can get out of that after 2 years if you use, age, like there's some, look, I don't want to go into all of this, but this is not like a financial advice. Okay. I'm not qualified to be giving you financial advice, but yeah.
Dollars of taxpayer money used to empower little girls in Brazil to become climate leaders. It's almost like they think it's monopoly money.
Yeah, shout out to Big AI, Big R. Big R says Google has a big stash of cash too. Of course, like companies like that, Google, Apple, Meta. Meta is like another cash cow. They have a lot of cash. Meta sort of kind of use their cash once in a while, but they still take billions of dollars in loans from these financial industries because they have to. That's how you need cash. You make $10,000 and you use your $10,000 to do something. Now you have zero. But if you make $10,000 and you take a loan for $5,000, you still have your $10,000 and you can use that $5,000 to make more money and you can pay back whatever. If you have low interest rate, that's the key. Low interest rate is the key. That's why a lot of people were like, oh, why didn't I buy a house in 2020? Why did I not buy a house in 2020 when my interest rate was like 2.9%, 2.8%, 2.4%? Because interest rate matters when you're like paying back loans. Okay? So it is what it is. It is what it is.
But it's our taxpayer dollars.
Well, Greta Thunberg can't be happy about that. But can I just have a differing opinion on the rats and cocaine?
Shout out to Cooper. Cooper says if you pay a mortgage, you can reduce the years by adding more principal to the bill every month. It knocks down the interest. Yes, that means pay more. Okay, pay more. And I've also, like, this is when I bought a car with a loan, which I never will do anymore in my entire life. I would always pay cash for my cars. But yeah, the car I have downstairs, I paid cash for it. But moving forward, people that buy a car with a loan pay more than you should pay. And if you could pay every 2 weeks, that would be better. So let's say your monthly bill for your car is like $450. You could pay like $300 every 2 weeks. So that way, instead of waiting for 6-7 years to pay off your loans, you can pay it off in like 2 years. And that's the same thing Cooper is saying right here. If you pay more and make sure you say you're paying, like sometimes you pay more and it still goes towards your interest. Make sure you pay more towards your principal instead of your interest. But yeah, conduct with your whoever, your FHA advisor or whatever that, signed your list or whatever. But I'm just saying, these are things that I've noticed in the United States. You have to be smart. If you're trying to make money, like real money, you're going to have to be smart in the United States. This is why I love the United States. It's a land of the brave. Like, it's a land filled with milk and honey, but you have to study. Okay, you have to study. You have to open your eyes and see what actually works, or else you would be here working your butt off for years, and you would have nothing to show for it. So plug yourself in an industry that is booming, that will boom, or that is already booming, and get your share and ride to the sunset.
If you watch
Excuse me, wait a
Cocaine
minute.
Bear, we know what happens when bears get into cocaine. There was a story about sharks. And I wouldn't mind knowing how rats behave after like a really bad break, just to know how dangerous that might be. But on a serious note, I remember for Hannity years ago, he sent me to Johnstown, Pennsylvania, to the just created by the late Democrat Congressman John Murtha, created an airport. The now named John Murtha Johnstown, Pennsylvania airport, literally for one flight a day to Washington and Johnstown, his district. He created an entire airport. And I think it's still in existence today with minimal flights, but it just shows you, before that, there was the bridge to nowhere in Alaska, and no one ever reined in lawmakers' ability to tap these people. And in many cases, like with these projects, it's a nameless, unelected bureaucrats that are like, what might be a good idea? Let's test rats on cocaine. Give us $1 million. No one reined it in.
They also had
This guy said, let's test rats on cocaine or cocaine on rats.
the kittens on the merry-go-round to see if
those
young
are
female
shrimp.
kittens.
The shrimp on the
No,
treadmill.
that was a treadmill. But this also, Senator Paul had kittens, like female kittens, on a merry-go-round to see if they got dizzy.
But there's consequences to this spending. Americans have just gone through this.
Yeah. Most people say, America is not. Some people say, not most people. Some people say America isn't like the greatest nation or whatever. But really, if you were born in the United States, you are absolutely allowed to talk or think that way. But if you were born anywhere else, Canadians want to be Americans. Australians want to be American. People that were born in Switzerland, they want to come to the United States. So it's like, these are supposed to be like one of the greats, okay? Australia, Switzerland, everybody loves those countries. I want to go on a trip. But if you go there and talk to these people, they like their lifestyle, but they still want the culture of the United States, because the United States has the media around the world. They show the media that if you come to New York, your dreams can come true. Everybody is a dreamer in the world. Everybody wants that dream, something that you thought about in your heart and you want to achieve it. Why do you think people come to the United States? Why do you think I came to the United States? Okay. Everybody comes to the United States because there is a dream they have in their heart, and they believe that regardless of how hard it is, it could never be as hard as my country. And I love the United States. But if you were born here and you've never really experienced life outside of the United States, your brain is like, well, the United States ain't all that, okay? They ain't all that. But if you were not born here and you grew up like 10, 20 years in another country and you come to the United States, you would tell people that the United States is the greatest nation in the world.
This election cycle with inflation. That's why they've been feeling this kind of pain, because of this kind of spending.
Bingo.
So
And I like Donald Trump's tweet, the one that I read at the top. And maybe he needs to talk to Elon Musk about like cutting back on that plan to go to Mars, because if he does find green people, we're going to be sending them our
Elon Musk.
Cooper, it's the same. You want to make money in America and you want to be American? I promise you, anybody who says, I want to be American, no, I want to make money in America, it's the same thing as saying, I want to be American. Because how do you make money in America? Yeah, you could invest in the stock market. Like, if you come here and maybe make a deal, whatever, with any bank, if you have a lot of money and you can invest substantial amount of money, there's a way you could invest in the United States without being American, I guess. But if you invest in the United States, you like 85% want to be American because everybody, this is just the truth, okay? If the world is 100, okay? 85% of the world wants to be American. And this is just the facts, okay? People who argue and say, no, I don't want to be American. No, you want to be American, bro. Don't even cap. Bro, you want to be American. Don't even cap.
Green dollars.
Yes.
Oh my gosh.
It says the
Harley,
buck
I am
stop.
brilliant.
Like dollars. And people don't get it like pounds. Like pounds and euros are like worth more than the dollar. Like in the market, if you have £1 and you have $1, it's not the same. Pound weighs more, like in the commercial market. However, people would still prefer to be paid in dollars. It's like, look, it's just unexplainable.
Let's get reaction now from former NYPD Lieutenant Darren Porcher. Lieutenant, this infuriates me. Nothing more, though, than the words of Hochul, governor of this state of New York, before and after actually.
This man in his mama's basement says, this dude, oh my God, this man is drunk or something, working hard for a green card. Like, please, I need a green card. Please, save me. Save me, Zubir. Zubir Frozy. I need a green card, bro. Please give me a green card.
Actually bragging about safety in the subways. And I'm going to read after the attack and after they arrested this perp. Here's what she said. A suspect is now in custody for the horrific incident on the F train. Our brand new security cameras helped law enforcement find the suspect and arrest him. Well, it didn't stop this woman from being killed. Everything she...
Shout out to Cooper one more time. Yes, I am attached. I will forever be attached to my... I mean, I spent 21 years where I'm from. I've only spent like 7 years here. I love the United States. Like, that's like, no question. But do I miss the food, the culture, parties, just the family love, all that stuff? Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. Of course. I'm still going to be attached to where I'm from. Okay, to where I was actually born, because that's the culture that I was like thought when I was growing up. That's what I was taught. That was what I was like. That's like the program that I had when I was growing up, until I was like, you know what? I want something more. I want to see what's on the other side. And I come to the United States. But when they do go back to their hometown, they want to come back to the United States. It's just the facts. Okay. I mean, we could go back and forth. But the truth is, if you came to the United States and you had a dream or you have a goal, the United States just, it's like, grabs you and is like, stay here. Be here. We love you. Don't go.
does everything that's done by her district attorney. A lot of the stuff that's done is just reactive. It's not proactive. It doesn't stop the crimes from being committed. It doesn't stop people.
Look, y'all getting this wrong. I'm not saying don't take trips, don't live your life. Go spend a year, go spend 6 months, go do things in Dubai, go to Nigeria, go to Ghana, go to St. Vincent, go to Jamaica, go to the Caribbeans, go to Australia, go to Switzerland, spend months, go to Greece, okay? Enjoy life, go to Europe, like enjoy your life, take trips, take your family on a trip, do things. But what I'm telling you is, you would go everywhere and you would want to come back to the United States. It's just the facts. You would miss New York one day and be like, I miss New York. Maybe some people don't, but look, a lot of people will.
From getting killed.
David, you're absolutely right. You're closing the gate after the horse has escaped. We don't want to arrest anyone. The base case scenario is us to be preemptive in law enforcement and prevent an attack from occurring. A lot of that evolves around omnipresence, meaning having uniformed officers on these platforms in these train cars so they can set forth a precedent that there's a level of safety in that subway. That's not happening. Unfortunately, the governor is not reading the room, and she's tone deaf when you speak to the testaments, the comments that she's making in terms of crime being down than the subways being safe. There's a lot more that needs to be done. And fortunately, Tom Homan, who's going to be the incoming border czar, had a sit down
Tom Homan
with
ain't
Eric
playing.
Adams, and it
Yeah,
seems
he
as
ain't
if the
playing.
two will have a cohesive arrangement moving forward as it relates to the deportation of migrants moving forward.
And, you know, there's a
hopefully
lot
this
of,
is something that comes to fruition.
There is a lot of blame to go around. It's not just the governor. There's also DA Alvin Bragg has been so busy dealing with Donald Trump and things and Danny Penny, who was prosecuted by Bragg for trying to save somebody in the subway. I mean, just try to wrap your head around that. While women are being burned to death in the subway, this one guy steps in, tries to prevent violence from being done on fellow passengers, and he's the one who's prosecuted. I mean, this city, and again, it's not just New York. You see similar things in Chicago and L.A., wherever you have these kind of no bail laws and all kinds of rules that make it easier for the criminals to prey on the innocent.
You know, I can't agree with you more, David. When we look at what happened in Manhattan in relation to the Manhattan DA prosecuting Mr. Penny, it was clearly a miscarriage of justice because Daniel Penny was a person that was willing to step in and assist people that didn't have the ability to protect themselves. Daniel Penny stepped up as opposed to stepping down. But it sets forth a bad precedent in that people or common citizens would not be as willing to step in and help the needy because there's a fear of being prosecuted by the DA's office. So as we move forward, we need to uphold the social contract, but we have a radical district attorney in Manhattan that doesn't see it that way.
One other thing that's breaking the social contract is the opinion of a lot of the people on the left coming out in support of the accuser of murdering this United Health CEO. And they're even lionizing him on television shows. I want to play a couple of sound bites, one from Jimmy Fallon, the other from Saturday Night Live, mentioning the accused killer, and then you hear the audience reaction. Roll it.
How are you? Welcome back. Thank you so much for coming on the show. I love this show so much. Thank you. Let me say, James Luigi Mangione Fallon, you are... Thank you.
Luigi Mangione dropped.
I'm telling y'all, man, look, Luigi Mangione has become something wild.
Thank you.
Luigi Mangione dropped. Yeah, definitely woo. You're wooing for justice, right?
What do you make of them all making fun, them and the audience making fun of a guy who was murdered in the back, shot in the back and murdered?
I think this is really unfortunate, and we're driving forth a bad precedent when we look at shows like Saturday Night Live or Jimmy Fallon. This was a cold-blooded killer that assassinated a person on the streets of New York, and he needs to be treated accordingly within the criminal justice system. And when I look to these sympathizers, it begs the question of what is your agenda? We need to present a safer environment as opposed to an environment that allows people to act with raucous activity, killing the CEO of U.S. Healthcare. It needs to be recourse, and this is just something that's a clear abomination to what we should be on par with socially.
Yeah, as you put it, the social contract has to be repaired immediately if we're going to get anywhere in solving these problems. Lieutenant, great to see you. Thank you so much for coming in.
Thank you for tuning into the live show. You know what time it is. It is your boy Genesis. Double tap your screen, subscribe to the channel. Look, there's a lot going on in the United States, man. Luigi Mangione, just a lot going on. It's a lot going on. Did you see this guy, this undocumented guy that actually set someone ablaze? Oh, man, it's a lot.
Laws made the cut. Fox and Friends starts now.
And we begin with a Fox News alert. A man is arrested after allegedly setting fire to a sleeping subway passenger in New York City, killing the innocent women. And sources tell us the suspect is in the country illegally.
Madeline Rivera joins us now with the details on this horrible story. Maddie?
Yeah, the details are certainly disturbing, guys. We do want to warn viewers the video you're about to watch
is graphic. This happened Sunday morning. The NYPD says a person of interest whom they now have in custody and the victim were both riding the F subway train bound for Stillway Avenue in Brooklyn. As the train pulled into the station, the suspect walked up to the victim and lit her on fire. Flames quickly overcame the woman, and in one of the most chilling, perhaps, of this incident, police say the suspect did not leave. Instead, he sat on a bench on the platform.
This is the thing about everybody. Like, everybody, and look, everybody's a hero, okay? Everybody's a hero. Something happens, oh, it's such a big, huge hero. So now, is this guy a hero too? He was tired of the subway system. Now he's a hero. Setting somebody ablaze. He's a hero too. Because everybody's a hero now in the United States. Okay, Luigi's a hero. Daniel Penny's a hero. This guy has to be a hero too, right? Chat, am I right? Is he a hero too? Because we all heroes at this point. Do something stupid, then you're a hero.
Just outside the train car. Video appears to show the suspect watching the victim burn. Because he did not leave, the police officers, through their body cameras, were able to get images of the suspect. They distributed those, and the NYPD says 3 high schoolers recognized the suspect. Sources tell Fox News Digital the suspect is 33-year-old Sebastian Zapata. While police did not identify the person of interest, a high-level NYPD source told Fox News Digital the individual entered the U.S. illegally from Guatemala in 2018 when President-elect Trump was president during his first term. The person of interest has no prior arrests in New York City and 1 prior arrest in Arizona, the source said, though details about the arrest were not available.
At this hour, I am pleased to announce that a short time ago, alert NYPD transit officers took a person of interest into custody. I want you to know that this apprehension was another in what has become a series of joint efforts involving different crimes between the police and the public we serve.
So now this is the post that New York Governor Kathy Hochul is being criticized for. She said on X, "In March, I took action to make our subway safer for the millions of people who take the trains each day. Since deploying the National Guard of New York to support the NYPD and the MTA safety efforts and adding cameras to all subway cars, crime is going down and ridership is going up." New York Democratic Congressman Richie Torres called her post tone deaf. Guy, Carly, and Brian.
All right, Maddie, thanks so much. Tone deaf, yeah, to say the least. I mean, you're sitting there touting the safety of the subways, and this is hours after someone was lit up on live because she nodded off on a subway train. Can you imagine? Is there a more horrific way to die?
It's almost too horrible to fathom or even discuss. And unfortunately, we're put in this position because of allegedly what that man that you see on your screen did. And to make matters worse, this surveillance video appears to show that the suspect sat on a bench and watched this woman burn to death as police were already starting to respond to the scene. He stayed at the scene of the crime. And going back to Kathy Hochul's tweet and her touting that the subway system has become safer under her leadership, it wasn't only this that happened. Yesterday on a Queens subway, 2 people were stabbed and a 37-year-old died.
Yeah, so 2 killings in the subways, and you can say this is, bad timing for Governor Hochul to have put out this self-congratulatory tweet on subway safety. Yes, it's bad timing. It's also bad policy. That's why we're getting this problem. And it's been an issue now for years. I think Hochul very belatedly is catching up to the political reality. But the mess has already been made, and it's going to take a long time and quite possibly completely new leadership to change anything, because the current constellation of New York leadership has been a disgrace on this issue. We're just learning a few things about this suspect, including that he's in the country illegally, allegedly from Guatemala, with a criminal record in another state. It would make sense for someone like that to come to New York, a sanctuary jurisdiction where he could just hang out until he decides to burn someone to death.
So, Guy, my sense is that we're going to find out this guy's got much more of a criminal history. I don't think you indiscriminately burn somebody alive and think to yourself, I've never done anything like this before.
Right, you don't jump to that.
Yeah, that's my sense. But the other thing to keep in mind, too, is that the cover of the New York Post, I'm watching local coverage just to see how local coverage is. They never bring up his legal status. They say a New York. It's a main part of the story. We know people commit crimes, but when illegal immigrants come here, many as criminals, to commit more crimes, you say to yourself, if the government does its job, we would not be in this type of danger. And I also think that this all plays into the bigger picture of why you need massive deportation and begins with criminals.
Yeah, no, that's right. And Eric Adams, and he recognizes that. And that's why he sat down and spoke to Tom Homan and says, you got to get the criminal migrants out of the city. But his hands are tied because not only is New York City a sanctuary city, it's also in a sanctuary state, which goes to the point of Kathy Hochul and policy change that she needs to take leadership under. I mentioned Tom Homan because yesterday he was in Arizona and he introduced Donald Trump, who was speaking at America Fest. And Donald Trump laid out his day one priorities, and you better believe the border control and getting criminal illegal immigrants.
And look, shout out to Cooper, okay? Cooper said, look, New York politicians have been lying about crime in New York since I was born. They just want tourism to continue. And you're right. Look, I mean, look, it's true, okay? Because I was in New York for about a year, lived in New York, schooled in New York, film school, and it's like, people are like, be careful in Queens, be careful in like Brooklyn, be careful in the Bronx. But really, you need to be careful in Manhattan, okay? In the city, you have to be careful in the city because it's this city that actually has every bad thing you can think about. In Queens, it's like Far Rockaway. What is going on in Far Rockaway? Everybody's chilling. It's like you go to the fish market, you just have a good time. Like, look, but when you get to the city, bro, they're selling any type of drug that you want. Like, the cops are literally right there, okay? Right here. And they're telling you, what's up, bro? What's up, bro? You want some of this? Yo, what's up, bro? Yeah, what's up, dog? Yeah, what's up, big dog? I'm like, bro, the cops is literally right there. Are you a cop or something, bro? But that's New York for you, man. But I really enjoyed taking the subway. I'm not even gonna cap. Okay, I'm not gonna cap. I enjoyed taking the subway. I had a blast. Okay. But I guess, things change. Okay, things change, especially now, like people are getting off in New York in the subway. So it's like, golly. Like I used to be in the subway with big headphones, just closing my eyes and just vibing, like in the subway. Like I would, because I know people do a lot in the subway. Most homeless people stay in the subway to get shelter. But it's like, I don't think I would be in the subway now with my big headphones with my eyes closed. I'll probably be like, you better don't come close.
Out of this country is among them.
On my first day back in the Oval Office, I will sign a historic slate of executive orders to close our border to illegal aliens and stop the invasion of our country. And on that same day, we will begin the largest deportation operation in American history, larger even than that of President Dwight D. Eisenhower. The DEA, the FBI, the intelligence community, and financial sanctions to remove the migrant gangs and criminals that are killing and raping and maiming our citizens. We're going to get them out. We're going to get them out. We're going to get them out fast. We have no choice.
I think like the issue with New York is everybody living in New York do not want to leave New York. It's so hard to leave New York, especially if like you were born in New York. Like New Yorkers do not want to leave New York. It was hard for me to leave New York, but because I wasn't from New York anyway, I was happy to see other places. Like I lived in North Carolina, then I moved to Georgia. Like I wanted to see everywhere. Like now, next year, I want to move to somewhere like maybe Texas or Tennessee or Virginia. Like I want to see everywhere. I want to experience everywhere. Like because I'm not tied to a place. Okay, it's not like I have a home where I like, oh shoot, I gotta pay the mortgage. Oh shoot, I can't live here. No, like I can do what I want as long as I apply myself. But if you were born in New York, you never want to leave New York. It's like people living in California. New York and California has that effect on you. Once you get a New York or you get a California and you experience the culture, you see how beautiful everything is. I get it. You have rats on the subway, and there are actually rats on the subway. Okay, for people who don't know, they actually have rats on the subway. Facts. Okay, facts. I ain't gonna cap. Facts. Even in the city, bunch of rats, huge rats. Like New York has a lot of huge rats that the government, the city of New York, said they had to administer birth control. They had to administer birth control to the rats in New York. Bro, do you know the amount of rats you would have in a city for them to say, we want to administer birth control? For the city to say, we're giving our rats, our beloved rats, birth control. But you know what? I still love New York. New York is just, I ain't gonna cap. New York has a special place in my heart. I'm not even gonna lie. New York has that special place in my heart because, you know, I met the mother of my child in New York. She wasn't even from New York. She came to see me in New York. Look, like New York is just special to me. Okay, like, no matter what anybody say, okay, New York is special to me. They have their own vices, like every other state, but New York is just always going to be special to me. The food they have, like one of the best food, pizza, like Jesus, and chicken, like so, and even like my people's food, like Nigerian food. It's a lot of Nigerian restaurants, awesome food. But I might just have found a better one in South Carolina, close to me here. But yeah, I'm just telling you, there's a lot of good food in New York. Culture is crazy. There's a lot of good things in New York, okay? It's just if you were born in New York, it's hard for you to leave New York. It's just like, it's hard. And there's no space. They don't have gated communities. This is why, because I have a child, I wouldn't want to live in a space where there's no gates. They don't have gated communities. There's no like apartment complex where you have gates and, you know, you can see where your child is. In New York, it's like people park in front of your house. Like there's no gates. It's jam-packed. I get it. It is jam-packed, but it's just way too much fun in New York. If you're a young man, a young woman, like you're chasing your career, your life, you're just, New York is it's cool to be in New York. I ain't gonna cap. And you can make a lot of money, but you're gonna have to pay a lot in rents as well. But come on, man. New York is cool.
So he's going to get him out. That isn't a big surprise. The way we do it, know that it's just weeks away, people should be ready for it. And I thought one thing the president did yesterday, did a lot. I thought the speech was fantastic. Number one, he's got a real sense of history. He's always bringing up Eisenhower. He's bringing up McKinley yesterday. Yeah. And he's bringing it because Eisenhower did it. And he also knows that Eisenhower is considered relatively a top president, respected. And he's like, what I'm trying to do is nothing that other past presidents haven't done. And by the way, Charlie Kirk, a fantastic job for what he did on the ground with Turning Point, because he was the ground game in many situations. And then yesterday with that many 20,000 to show up to see him. So President, just on the illegal immigration, he knows he's going criminal first, and then he's going to go people overstayed their visas, and then he's going to get to the next wave. It'll take about a year and a half just to get the criminals out.
There are so many people in this country illegally who have subsequently not just been accused of additional crimes, convicted of additional crimes. That is the easiest low-hanging fruit to start with. And there's also over 1 million people in this country illegally with active deportation orders already against them. Right, so you put that group together, we're talking about millions of people. And if you want to look at the polling, Brian and Carly, through the years, these deportation ideas have been unpopular until very recently. And I think the reason is the type of story that we led with. In the subways of New York, people say, get that type of person who has no right to be here, harming our folks, out of the country. And now it's majority supported. People are sick of this.
And you better believe that a majority of these people are in sanctuary cities and states for obvious reasons. And the Wall Street Journal has an interesting piece that was just released. The editorial board asked, are Democrats in sanctuary states trying to attract illegal immigrants to compensate all the people that are leaving, the legal people leaving their
Method
country?
to the madness?
Yeah, voting with their feet. Look at these numbers. So in California, 361,057 migrants moved in
about 40,000 residents moved out. New York, 200,000 migrants moved in, 120,000 residents moved out. Illinois,
they're moving out.
112,000 migrants
According to
moved
y'all.
in, 56,000 residents moved out. New Jersey, similar trend, 130 migrants moved in, 35,000 residents moved out. So one of the things that they bring up is the census and illegal.
And this is the thing, right? Like, I'm not gonna take what I said back. New York would always have a special place in my heart, regardless. Like, yeah. However, it's like, if you're gonna say New York is a sanctuary city, same as California, as much as they're fun to live in, so many things historically to enjoy in New York and California, but it's still like, if you make it a sanctuary city, a lot of people will just keep running to New York, and they know they could get paid a high salary or wage or whatever per hour, and they're like, these folks don't care living 10 of them in a 1-bedroom apartment. They don't care because where they came from is much worse. But it's like, it's gonna get overcrowded, okay, overpopulated, and that's why when people say the United States is overpopulated, no, some parts of the United States are just overpopulated, like New York, because everybody wanted to go to New York. But I promise you, if you go to Alaska, go to Texas, come to Georgia, you see land, you drive for miles, there will be nothing. Okay, not in New York.
Immigrants are counted in the census. So if you have migrants moving into the country, then the representation stays or increases. If more migrants move in, then people are moving out. I think it's a fair question to ask.
They want those residents to count for their numbers. And by the way, the stats that we just put up on the screen there, that's what we know, right? Because a lot of these people are living in the shadows. So they're very specific looking numbers, but I guarantee you those stats undercount the actual influx of illegal immigrants, especially into places like California.
And just by the way, they follow our news, illegal immigrants, potential illegal immigrants, coyotes, better than we do. Right?
Coyotes.
How many moves to the border are not happening now because they know who's president, who's coming in? So how many people are going to go, it's not worth it to sacrifice my house and my family to get those $25,000 to give to somebody who's going to bring me to the border and then get me through and find those holes in the border.
Strong messaging.
Yeah.
Like,
I mean, think about it. Like, if you have $25,000, why are you paying people to come to the United States? You wouldn't spend more than $10,000 to come to the United States. Like $25,000.
And find those holes in the border.
Strong messaging might already be helping the
You said
situation.
$2,500 or $25,000.
Sacrifice my house and my family to get those $25,000 to give to somebody who's going to bring me to the border and then get me through and find those holes in the border.
Strong messaging might already be helping the situation.
Tom Homan in 15 minutes will be here because they know the flip side of this and the reason back.
Yeah, that ain't 25,000. Like, why do you even need that much money? You could just go through the proper channel. That's what you're going to do.
Well, Democratic strategists admit that the party brand is, quote, in the toilet. That came out in a New York Times written online conversation yesterday. Communications strategist Liz Smith said many of the Democrats who succeeded this cycle ran against the Democratic Party brand. Former Democratic Congressman Tim Ryan of Ohio with this: the Dems got pinned as the status quo party. They failed to redefine themselves on the culture issues. Here's what the former Democratic leader of the California State Senate has to say about it.
I believe that in history, we are seeing a major inflection point, the complete collapsing of the Democratic Party. This party refuses to recognize that it has lost its way. It's a chapter. It's, gone with the wind. And basically, we are seeing the end of this. Whether a new party emerges, that will wait to be seen.
Well, that's not good. Politico with this headline: new research shows the massive hole that the Dems are in. Even voters who previously backed Democrats cast the party as weak and overly focused on diversity and elites. Our power panel now: Gabriela Baraspi, Latino Wall Street founder and CEO, and Doug Schoen, former Clinton advisor. We're happy to hear that the former president is feeling better and is going home, but the party still seems to be ailing. Is this just a temporary setback, Doug, or is something really rotten in Denmark?
Well, I think, first of all, we're all happy that President Clinton, who I worked for, as you said, John, is going home. But this is a systemic problem, as the interviews you reported suggest. And it's greater than just woke or DEI. It goes to the economy.
Thank you for tuning into the live stream. You know what time it is. It is your boy, Genesis. I just want to remind people, also, Amanda, thank you for tuning in. Have a wonderful night's rest. Okay, so this is just a reminder, right? Did you know that in 2010, just 14, what? Is it 14 years? Yeah, 14 years ago. Okay. In 2010, Bitcoin was 25 cents. In 2010, okay. Bitcoin was 25 cents. In 2011, Bitcoin was $4. $4. Dude, I could have bought 100 Bitcoin. That would have been $400. And that'd probably be what? Tens of billions, millions of dollars. 2012, Bitcoin was $13. 2013, Bitcoin went up to $682. In 2014, it came down to $319. In 2015, $456. In 2016, Bitcoin went up to $896. In 2017, Bitcoin went up to $14,027. And in 2018, it came down to $3,815. Today, from $3,000 in 2018, Bitcoin today, as of now, as I talk to you, as you hear my voice, Bitcoin is $95,660.
The cost of living, inflation, the budget. When Bill Clinton was president, I was working for him. We cut spending, we balanced the budget, we ran a surplus. Now the Democrats have created the greatest deficit in history, and it's ultimately what cost Kamala Harris and the Democrats control of the White House and the Congress. We need a fiscally prudent Democratic Party that focuses on people's economic concerns, does a bipartisan deal on the border and immigration, gets tough on crime, and makes it clear that we stand for traditional cultural values. Unless we do that, the party's history is limited.
I remember the end of the Clinton administration when the big discussion is we're going to pay off the debt. We have a plan to pay off the debt, but what are we going to do when we stop issuing T-bills? They don't have to worry about that anymore. We got lots of T-bills out there. Gabrielle,
Yes,
I want to talk to you about this. This is another excerpt from that Politico piece. When asked to compare the Democratic Party to an animal, one participant compared the party to an ostrich because, quote, they've got their heads in the sand and are absolutely committed to their own ideas, even when they're failing. Another likened them to koalas, who are complacent and lazy about getting policy wins that we really need. So if they were an animal, what animal would they be, Gabrielle?
Wow, that's a really good question. I'll tell you this. The Democrat Party, I cannot recognize it. I'm a former Democrat. I voted for Hillary Clinton. I was all about women empowerment and what she stood for. And all of a sudden, I cannot recognize what this party has become. Latinos voted in this election with their wallets. We didn't vote for pronouns. We voted for our paychecks. We voted for safety. We voted with our Catholic values. And the Democrat Party does not represent that. So it's become something we don't recognize, we don't identify with, and they've really lost us. Like Kennedy says, the party left us.
Yeah. Well, Democratic Congressional Campaign Committee Chairwoman Representative Susan DelBene laid out where she thinks Democrats need to focus looking ahead to 2026. Listen to what she said.
I think there are a lot of things we did right that we're going to continue to build on. If Republicans aren't willing to focus on the needs of communities, that they aren't working to move policies forward that will help our communities and our country, our candidates are going to speak out and hold them accountable for that. And so that gives us opportunities across the country. We want to reach voters where they are, make sure they're getting accurate information about where our candidates stand.
So she believes that there's lots of opportunities for the Democratic Party in 2026. And let's preface this by saying never underestimate the party in power's ability to screw up And then, of course, there's the idea of midterm election losses in a presidency. But unless they rebuild from the top on down, do Democrats really have any hope of winning things back?
Well, with what the head of the DCCC said, no, they don't. The Republicans and Trump, like it or not, are focusing on people's concerns about issues like crime, the border, deportations. And to just say we're going to listen to people, well, that's not enough. Look, John, you made it very clear. The Democrats' best asset is Trump and the Republicans overreaching or getting into an intramural squabble. Based on the budget and continuing resolution last week, that's certainly possible. But basically, my party needs a new agenda, as I was saying, and we need people to not leave the party, particularly Latinos and African Americans, because we need an agenda that speaks to their real needs, not generic concerns. And I hope my party remembers Bill Clinton and remembers what needs to get done.
All right, so in terms of what voters are looking for, Fox also asked some Americans in New York City, Houston, Michigan, Oregon, and Tennessee what is on their Christmas wish list for the country. Here's some of what they said.
What is on your Christmas wish list for America?
For America? Peace.
Get the economy going, get rid of the crime, and stop the open borders.
Hopefully the cost of groceries will come down.
To be able to walk out like how we're doing now and not have to worry about anything happening to us.
It would be nice to quit being so divided.
Affordable rent.
I want us to be healthy again.
Donald Trump to have a successful presidency, to make America great again.
All right, Gabriella, that's a big to-do.
I mean, that's facts. Like, the first guy said peace. Peace is, like, underrated. Everybody really doesn't, a lot of people really doesn't talk about peace. But peace is very underrated in our society today. Like, you never know. You just never know with all of this BS going on. Peace is like the first thing I would say. Peace, just peace of mind, man. Well, peace of mind is different from the peace in the country. So peace of mind is only given to you by God, okay? Look, some people have a lot of money, a lot of resources, and family, and there's still no peace, okay? But if you have peace of mind, you can deal with anything that comes your way. And that peace is only given to people, to man, to woman, by God, in my opinion. This is what I've come to understand, that you can never truly be at peace with yourself where you don't need alcohol or substances or, smoke or whatever to really just calm yourself and enjoy life as it comes. A lot of people are on medications just because they cannot take it. But peace comes from God. This is something that I've noticed in my life personally. And but the peace in the country depends on God, definitely, and also the commander-in-chief.
New list for the incoming president, but he is calibrated in that direction.
So, look, we need to fix the Democrat cities are quite the nightmare. Women was just burned alive in New York City. I lived in New York City most of my life. I cannot believe what's happening right now and what it has become. So we need a transformation. We need safety. One of the
Cooper, this is your people right here. She's saying, look, she grew up in New York, and now she doesn't know what New York has become. Cooper, shout out to Cooper. This is your friend right here.
reasons why we move here is for safety, right?
Yeah, well, we'll see if we can get it.
It's quite the irony what has happened in the country.
We got to jump. We're out of time. Thanks for joining us. Merry Christmas.
It is what it is, guys. Thank you for tuning in. Double tap your screen, subscribe to the channel, and let's go. Let's go. Let's roll. Let's flow.
That initially investigated this incident.
Disturbing details about the brutal burning death of a woman on a New York subway. A short time ago, the suspect was arraigned in court, and according to testimony from police officers,
this guy
on the
right
scene,
here just
he allegedly set
Jesus.
fire to the sleeping woman's clothing and, quote, fanned the flames by waving a shirt around her.
CNN's Gloria Pazmino joins us now from New York. Gloria, what more are you learning?
Yeah, Danny, Erica, we're getting more details because just a short while ago, the suspect in this case was actually arraigned. He appeared in front of a judge in Brooklyn Criminal Court, and it was there that we got an opportunity to learn some of the details that were reported by the detective that initially investigated this incident. It happened early on Sunday morning, and as we've been reporting, there was a man who now stands accused of murder in the first degree who approached a woman who was asleep inside of a subway car. He pulled a lighter out of his jacket pocket and lit her on fire. That woman died. Now, the suspect was in court just a few hours ago, and we got some additional detail, including what you mentioned at the beginning, that at one point they'd have video evidence showing that the suspect actually was fanning the flames by using a T-shirt to fan the flames as the woman was becoming engulfed in.
This man right here is sick. Fully sick. He needs psychiatrist help. This right here is not a common, normal human being thought process. I mean, what is this? You set someone ablaze in the subway, and then you sat down. Matter of fact, you didn't even sit down. You were fanning the flame to make sure it burns. And then when she fully is engulfed in fire or flames or whatever, you go outside and you sit down and watch her burn. And you are an illegal immigrant? This isn't... They shouldn't really say illegal immigrant. I mean, they should say illegal immigrant, but this is a sick human being. This person is actually truly sick, okay?
In fire. We've also learned that the victim's cause of death has been determined by the city's medical examiner. She died of smoke inhalation and thermal injuries. The woman who died in this incident has not yet been identified. Now, the suspect, Sebastian Zapeta Khalil, is 33 years old. He's originally from Guatemala, and he is facing murder in the first and second degrees. And arson charges. He was remanded back into custody, and he is expected to appear back in court next Friday. We have heard from the Brooklyn District Attorney Eric Gonzalez in this case. He has said that he expects to prosecute the case to the full extent of the law, and it is a case that has just really put a focus on a big issue here in New York City, and that is the safety of the public transit system, as well as public safety in general, mental illness, as well as homelessness. Both the suspect and the victim in this case are believed to have been homeless. The suspect has spent the last few months checking in and out of homeless shelters, and the woman, who has yet to be identified, also believed to be homeless by law enforcement officials. We have reached out to the lawyer who is representing the suspect in this case, but have not heard back, but just learning some really horribly graphic details in the last few hours about how this incident unfolded.
Yeah, it is so disturbing. And Gloria, just to follow up, you said the woman the victim there believed to have been homeless, but she hasn't been identified. Is there anything that has been learned about her at this point?
Yeah, the woman has not been identified, and without getting too graphic, the reason they have not been able to identify her is because the medical examiner is essentially having to go through dental records in an effort to figure out who she is. That is part of the reason we do not know who she was. The fact that her body was left in a condition where she was not able to be recognized or anything in her belongings to figure out who she was. So hopefully we will learn her identity soon. It's something that we know the medical examiner's office is working on. In fact, it was part of the reason why the arraignment was so delayed. They were waiting on the autopsy to be completed so that could be included in the testimony that was used in the arraignment.
Gloria Pasmino, thank you for staying on this very, very sad and scary story. Appreciate it. All right, for more on this, let's talk more with former NYPD Detective Sergeant Felipe Rodriguez. He's now an adjunct professor at John Jay College of Criminal Justice. Thank you, Felipe, for being with us on this Christmas Eve. First, I just want to get your reaction to this new information that is just so troubling, that this suspect allegedly fanned the flames after setting fire to this victim.
It's one of the most heinous things I've ever seen in 31 years of law enforcement. the fact that he's actually, fanning the flames like that, it's almost the point of being almost torture. Because here we are, you're actually increasing, right, the temperature of the flames and fueling them. So it's something unimaginable. It's something almost out of a horror movie that we're seeing in the New York City subway system at this time.
Felipe, can you explain to me, from your perspective, how important it is to actually learn the suspect's motive in this case? Why would that be helpful at this point?
Well, it is. It goes towards, the charging offenses that we're going to have, the indictment that's going to be brought forth, just for the fact of, was it premeditated? Was it something out of, did they know each other? And it all goes to the level of being between a second-degree murder, first-degree murder. And this is one of the few times you might get that first-degree murder indictment, because if you cause the death of a person and you're actually through torture, it definitely elevates the charges. So we always try to make sure that, motive is a key thing when it comes to charging any criminal charge. So that's what basically the detectives are trying to piece together at this time.
Felipe, New York Governor Kathy Hochul's office said in a statement that crime rates have decreased by 10% since the governor introduced a subway safety initiative back in May, and are down 42% since January of 2021. What's your perspective on that as a New Yorker?
As a New Yorker and as a professor, I always tell my students, let's look at the evidence, correct? And while she is saying some truthful information, it's all how we kind of skew things at times. What the governor's leaving out is, major felonies are down, that's correct. But so far, we've had 9 murders this year in the subway system at this same time. So that gives you an increase of over 60%. At this time last year, we only had 5. So, there's certain felonies that we could say, it wasn't really a larceny, it might have been a robbery, and we could kind of change things around on paper. But murders are still murders, and that's kind of hard to make a way that the governor, make that disappear in any which way.
And do you feel safe riding the subway these days?
You know what? It's almost like, it's heightened alert. You can't fall asleep on the trains, unfortunately. I wouldn't recommend any family member to do that. I would constantly recommend to them, ride where the motorman is or the conductor, which is one of the more safe areas. And if you get that New Yorker feeling, right, you get that tingling type thing that something's going wrong, follow it, go with it, go with your hunch and move to another car. Or you know what? Just get off the next station, wait for a following train. We have to be hyper vigilant, unfortunately. That's the way the transit system has become.
Oh. Felipe Rodriguez, thank you as always for your...
Whoa. It's become like that where you have to be very vigilant. I used to sleep on the subway in New York. Could never do that now. Never. Ever in this lifetime.
She was shown no mercy at all. This man walked into the bank, never said 2 words to her, shot her 3 times.
12 jurors unanimously voted for the death penalty. That is what was fair, and Biden took that away from us.
I am upset that this is even happening, that one man can make this decision without even talking to the victims, without any regard for what we've been through, what we're going through.
Well, now Trump is speaking out, saying, quote, as soon as I am inaugurated, I will direct the Justice Department to vigorously pursue the death penalty to protect American families and children from violent rapists, murderers, and monsters. We will be a nation of law and order again. Here to react is Jason Chaffetz. Jason, Merry Christmas. Thank you for...
And that family that you just heard, Biden pardoned the person that ended their family's life. And like you heard, the jury said the death penalty for the guy. But, Biden said, you know what? I'm going to pardon this person. I don't know why Biden is doing all of this now, but I guess he's just trying to make up for Hunter Biden's pardon. He's trying to make up for Hunter Biden's pardon. But you already pardoned Hunter Biden. Okay, just let it slide. Okay, stop trying to pardon hundreds of people that maybe don't deserve pardon. I don't know. But he, in my opinion, he's trying to make up for Hunter Biden's pardon.
Getting up early and taking time to join us. And, you know, when that family was talking about a jury came to that decision, and you look at the 37 commutations that Biden gave, but then didn't decide to include the Boston bomber, the murderer at the Charleston Church, or the Tree of Life Synagogue, he just sort of decided, well, I know better. My conscience is somehow superior to that of a jury. What's your reaction?
A total slap in the face. It's embarrassing what President Biden did. It doesn't seem to be done on principle, because he did have some exceptions out there. And of course, those are some of the most high profile cases. And it really, at this point, Griff, it's all about the victims. And it's a total slap in the face to the victims. Here it is just before Christmas when this decision was made. And now they're going to pull this back as if they were giving some sort of Christmas gift to the people on death row. What about the victims? You know, that family you just showed has to relive this again. They're out there in the spotlight. Now they have another change. And it's just disgusting. And why do this? Why not talk to the victims? Why not prioritize them? But, you know, Joe Biden just is totally asleep at the wheel. And it's an embarrassment. I feel for these families.
You mentioned asleep at the wheel, and how could you not have compassion and feel for these families? It's unique that it happened right before Christmas. I think presumably he could have, if he was going to make this decision, to do it after Christmas, because you're right. In the case of the Snell family, Amanda Snell, that was murdered by Jorge Avila Torres, his sentence commutated, and of course for that family, it's a dagger of grief thrust again into their family. This individual, by the way, Jorge Avila Torres, before killing Marine Amanda Snell, murdered and raped an 8- and 9-year-old. Their names were Crystal Tobias and Laura Hobbs. And it just begs the question, Jason, do you think Joe Biden knows Laura Hobbs and Crystal Tobias's name and even knows who these people are?
I think the President Biden, owes these families and owes the nation an explanation of why he did each and every one of these. I don't see any other scenario other than talking to the families and explaining to them and to the country. Why can't he go out there on his perpetual vacation and actually explain why he did this? Because there's no explanation in terms of principle. Otherwise, they wouldn't have the exceptions. And why not go out there and explain that to the American people? And I don't think he can. I'm shocked that he did this. He cannot leave soon enough. We can't have Donald Trump in there fast enough. I can tell you that.
Well, and with
just say, like, chat, let me know. Do you guys think this guy just wants to wreck the Democrat Party before he finally leaves the White House? I think that's what he's trying to do, because they sort of stopped him from running for the presidential seat in the summer this year, and he had to put Kamala forward because they were going to do another primary, of course. But he definitely said, you know what, Kamala should do it, and everybody was like, oh. Then everybody supported Kamala, so he definitely gifted us Kamala because he sort of kind of knew she wasn't going to win in the first place. He definitely knew Kamala was never going to win. And that's why I think he wants to sort of wreck the Democrat Party. He's doing a lot of stuff that would go down as a Democrat president did all of this stuff.
The incoming administration, there seems to be some hope, from tariffs to the Panama Canal to border security and more. It feels like America is back, baby, as Americans say they're more hopeful about 2025 than they were. Here, take a quick look at this poll we've got here. Outlook on Trump's second term, 52% positive, 48% negative. What do you make of it, Jason?
Oh, I think the numbers are even higher than that. Look, going into the election, 2/3 of Americans were telling us that the country is off track. And Donald Trump hasn't even taken office yet, and everybody's feeling more optimistic. Why? Because he's going to actually do what he said he's going to do. He's actually going to play offense. He's going to put America first. He's going to lock down those borders, take care of us overseas, tackle inflation, get the economy humming again. And it's amazing what the guy's been able to do. And he's still about 30 days out from being sworn in as the president. So I think there's an air of optimism. And it's also coupled with this air of patriotism.
Yeah.
I haven't felt this surge of patriotism in this country like this in a long, long time. And it is so welcome because Donald Trump actually loves the United States of America. And I think the majority of Americans, they love this country. They don't want to be pushed around anymore. They don't want to be told that they're politically incorrect. They love the country, they love the flag, and they love Donald Trump because he loves them too.
And I think there's a reason why he plays Lee Greenwood's Proud to be an American at every rally before he comes out. Real quickly, in just the time I've got left, it's fascinating, I think. Not only is the optimism there, but so too is actual hard dollars. All of the Silicon Valley billionaires coming to Mar-a-Lago, giving money to the inauguration. I was covering the Mar-a-Lago beat as a reporter last week. Bezos came down there, the TikTok CEO and others. What do you think that says?
They're paying the jackass tax. That's why. And you know what? They're doing the right thing and they're moving the right direction. But yeah, that's what it takes in order to get going in the right direction. Look, most important, it's great to support the inauguration, but it's most important to put that investment, put America first, put Americans back to work, manufacture your goods and services and do so right here in the United States.
Well,
everybody's trying to kiss the ring right now. Every single person, especially like big tech, they're trying to kiss the ring. It's like, why didn't you try to kiss the ring before now? So, because you see Elon Musk supporting the 45th, now the 47th president-elect. Everybody wants to enjoy the perks that Elon is enjoying. But Elon was there before. Elon literally bought X, well, Twitter, formerly known as Twitter. He bought X because a sitting president, who happens to be the 45th, Donald J. Trump, he basically was not allowed to get on X, on Twitter back then. He was banned on Twitter. He was banned on Facebook. He was banned on Instagram. This was the president of the United States. Isn't that just wild? That there was a time in the United States that these big tech companies like Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, well, Facebook and Instagram, Zuckerberg owns both of them. So it's like, you banned him from all of this social media because he was tweeting a lot. It was saying a lot of stuff a lot, and you banned him. That he had to start his own social media, Truth Social. He literally had to start his own social media. Like, do you know what it takes for you to say, you know what, fuck it, I'm going to start my own social media? Truth Social. Man, you got to give this. Yeah, Trump is an OG. I don't care what nobody says.
So President-elect Donald Trump is now slamming President Biden's 11th hour commutations of nearly all federal death row inmates. Trump posting on Truth Social that once he's in the White House, he will, quote, direct the Justice Department to vigorously pursue the death penalty to protect American families and children from violent rapists. We will be a nation of law and order again.
Meanwhile, an outpouring of outrage and disbelief from relatives of the victims of those death row inmates set free by Biden. One person whose sister was fatally strangled is now speaking out, telling the New York Post, quote, why does he need to get special treatment? He's just going to risk other people. What justification does Biden have for doing this? I want to have him explain to us, to our faces, why he chose to give them mercy when they didn't give other people mercy. Karl Rove is former White House Deputy Chief of Staff and a Fox News contributor. Karl, the outrage is certainly understandable, and it's worth noting that before Jorge Avila Torres murdered naval officer Amanda Snell, he also raped and murdered an 8- and 9-year-old child, 2 girls. You see those girls here. Their names are Laura Hobbs and Crystal Tobias, next to naval officer Amanda Snell. Do you think, Carl, that Joe Biden knows the names Laura Hobbs and Crystal Tobias and even knew this?
No, absolutely not. Look, this is a morally bankrupt act by the outgoing president. Think about this. He takes all but 3 of the people who are on death row for federal crimes involving murder, and all but 3, and says, I'm going to commute your sentences, but I'm going to allow the death penalty to be applied in these 3 other high-profile cases where we might know the names of the victims because they include things such as the guy who bombed the Boston Marathon. I mean, why say the death penalty is wrong in those 37 cases and right in the other 3? At least he would be morally morally consistent if he said, I oppose the death penalty, even though it is a law established on the statute books of the United States by an act of Congress signed by a previous president of the United States. I'm going to ignore that law, but at least it would be consistent. I hate the death penalty. Nobody should have to be dealt with in that way. But no, we're going to have some where the death penalty will apply and others where it won't. And you're right. He cannot mention a single victim, I suspect, of a murder that he has now commuted the sentence to life in prison. I mean, this is astonishing. And to do it on the eve of Christmas, think about those families who lost a loved one and how they're going to be dealing with that trauma during what ought to be one of the most beautiful moments of the year. Well, that's such a... God bless them, and God question why Joe Biden did this.
That's such a great point on multiple levels, Carl, whether or not you're morally equating one heinous act versus another, but specifically with the timing. You worked in the White House. Was there any reason that it had to be done right before the most sentimental holiday? Stabbing just a dagger of grief to these families now reacting. Could it have waited till after the holidays, perhaps in the new year?
Sure, he could have. But look, let's go back to the essential nature of this, which is Joe Biden has made a decision that he was so offensive in his language. He said, I believe in a fair legal system. Well, these men and women were fairly tried and held in a court of law by a jury of their peers to have committed a heinous act and were judged accordingly and granted the death penalty. And he decides this is not a case where, while they were sitting in prison, they did something incredible. They saved the life of a fellow inmate, or they found God and entered a religious order, or, no, they did. There's no attempt to say, well, these people deserve to have their sentence commuted because of things that they've done since the time that they were found guilty. It is a simple act that they were found guilty of a crime so heinous that they were given the death penalty that has drawn the mercy of Joe Biden. Of course, except for the 3 that, for some reason, he's not granting a commutation of their death sentence. This is unbelievably callous and stupid, in my opinion.
Well, and certainly some have suggested that those 3 exceptions were for fear of a negative PR moment, which I'm pretty sure a lot of people are thinking this may be one after, as you so well laid out, the inconsistencies of conscience. Karl Rove, have a Merry Christmas, and thank you for taking time today.
Thank you for tuning in to the live show. You know what time it is. It is your boy Genesis. People are saying, look, I just saw a comment here says, sorry, but had one of those girls being my kid, Biden would have had some issues coming his way. That's all I'll say. People are not happy, man. People are not happy because this man pardoned his son. Biden pardoned his son. He said he wasn't going to pardon Hunter Biden. He said, you know what? I'm going to let the jury do its thing. I'm going to let the DOJ. I believe in the Department of Justice. I believe in the justice system. But guess what happened? He pardoned his son, and now a bunch of BS coming after that.
President Biden announcing the commutations of 37 federal death row inmates, reclassifying their sentences to life without the possibility of parole. One of those commutations includes Jorge Avila Torres, who was sentenced to die after he sexually assaulted and stabbed 2 girls to death in 2005, 8-year-old Laura Hobbs and 9-year-old Crystal Tobias. 4 years later, he strangled 20-year-old naval officer Amanda Snell. Tennessee Senator Marsha Blackburn slamming Biden for this on Hannity last night. Watch.
They went out and went forward with these commutations and moved it to life without parole, rather than having these individuals have the death sentence carried out on them after they have killed policemen, service members, children. This shows you that Joe Biden has no regard for the rule of law.
3 federal inmates remain on death row. Joining me now is Cornell University law professor and founder of EqualProtect.org, William Jacobson. William, what do you make of these commutations? I mean, it's stunning to see what these individuals have done. It's just awful. What do you say?
Well, I think what's stunning is how sweeping it is. He is not taking into consideration a particular case. He's not taking into consideration whether somebody in prison has changed their life. The usual things that we look for when a commutation is done. None of that is true here. These are cold-blooded killers who've shown no remorse, and they're certainly not having their sentences commuted because they've, found God and they've become religious in prison, anything like that. This is a purely political move, and that's what people need to understand. There is a wing of the Democratic Party, and not just the Democratic Party, but mostly the Democratic Party, which does not accept the death penalty under any circumstance. And if somebody does that for a religious view, I understand that. But this is purely political.
Those weren't the only commutations. President Biden also commuting the sentences of 1,500 people and pardoned 39 earlier this month. It was the largest single-day act of clemency in history. Biden has issued a total of more than 1,600 commutations and 65 pardons. He's still facing criticism, of course, from both sides of the aisle after pardoning his own son, Hunter, of felony gun and tax charges. William, who do you think is next to receive a pardon? Marie believes the president's brother, James, may be next. What do you say?
Well, I think that's a logical thought, that he is going to protect the family business. I mean, Hunter wasn't the only one. A lot of people have described him as the bag man for the family, and that may or may not be true. But I think the president's brother, other family members, I think they're all going to be protected because Joe Biden does not want them prosecuted for what could have amounted to payoffs to Joe Biden through a circuitous family route. So I think that's a good estimation. I think you're also going to see pardons of people who were involved in the investigations and prosecutions of Donald Trump. So I think that those prosecutors are going to get pardons, preemptive pardons, because Trump and others have announced that they're going to be investigated, and they should be investigated as to whether they abused their power or not. And I think you're also going to see pardons for January 6th commission members. You're going to see Liz Cheney, people like that, because what Joe Biden has been doing, and it's really the team behind Joe Biden, is they have been using his pardon power as a sweeping political tool, both to get his son off the hook, but also, I believe, to protect his family and to protect his political legacy.
I hope somebody starts reconsidering all of this. It just seems egregious to me that he uses it in any way he wants to and sets free these horrible criminals. Let's move on to the murder of this United Healthcare CEO. The suspect in that murder case, Luigi Mangione, pleading not guilty in a New York courtroom yesterday. Mangione seen smiling in court after entering his plea. If convicted on the federal murder charges, he could face the death penalty. More than 30 protesters held up signs outside, and they're chanting in support of the accused killer. A new poll from Emerson College showing 41% of voters aged 18 to 29 call the killing of the United Health CEO, Brian Thompson, acceptable. William, you teach law at Cornell. Why do you think so many younger folks out there are aligning with a murderer in this case?
Well, I think what you've seen on campuses for multiple decades now is a demonization of our system, a presentation that our system is inherently corrupt, racially corrupt, and that capitalism is bad. So there's a strong anti-capitalist trend on campuses. It's not the majority, but it's enough that you do get some measure of the student body of the younger generation thinking that political crime is okay as long as it's a bad person. And so I think that's what you're seeing. You're seeing a destruction of the values in the younger generation via the education system of the rule of law, of the notion that you just don't get to kill people you don't like. And so I think that's a problem. And I think this should be the reaction from the younger generation to this assassination, this premeditated assassination, which has resulted in a very rare first-degree murder charge in New York State, because it's considered an act of terrorism, which pushes it up from second-degree murder to first-degree murder. You're seeing that reaction is something that is very frightening for our society, and I think you may see play out in other cases that people think it's okay to kill somebody you disagree with or you think has
unbelievable.
A bad capitalist job.
It's just amazing. Jonathan, your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, you said something very profound. You talked about this sort of breakdown in scrupulous values that we have and that we're seeing throughout our nation. And I wonder if you think, is that something that kind of prompted the red wave to happen? I mean, this idea, this sense among families throughout our country that we need to get back to the scrupulous values that made our nation great in the first place. And one of them being not wanting to see someone die just because they work in a certain industry, whether it's popular or unpopular, but this idea that the values we hold as a nation have been on trial for the last 4 years, and it's time to return to what makes our nation great from a moral standpoint.
I think there's no question there's a pushback nationwide against the craziness of the campuses. And I work on a campus, and Cornell's not as bad as some, but campuses in general have some of the craziest ideas that you can imagine. Many of the campuses are run by incredibly radical faculty who have no accountability to anybody. So, yeah, I think there is a pushback. I think you saw that throughout the nation. And I think that one of the unique features of the most recent election was the blue-collar workers, the working class, shifting over to the Republicans, which was not traditionally how it's been. So I think there's no question that society is looking at the campuses and saying, what is going on here? And I think that is part of the political pushback.
When you talk about values, I mean, the idea that it should be illegal to kill someone seems obvious to me, but obviously I'm just catching up on some of this thing.
I mean, I don't know what anybody thinks about Luigi Mangione in the chat, but come on, man. Come on, man. Are we going to sit here and talk about Luigi Mangione, that he is a hero? Is that what we're going to sit down and talk about, really? Come on, man. This guy had 2 kids, okay? The United Healthcare CEO had 2 kids. But people are going to say healthcare system in the United States is just whack, blah, blah, blah. But that's not a way to, handle the situation. This man was just, as much as you want to say anything about him, he was just trying to feed his family as well. He just happened to be the United Healthcare CEO. Okay? Just like anybody else, we all go to work. We are all going to work, working our butt off to pay bills, secure our family, provide for our family, our loved ones. It's the same thing the United CEO guy was doing. He just happened to be in insurance.
We want to make you aware of some breaking news. We're staying in New York City. Take a look at this headline by the New York Post there. A taxi has hit multiple pedestrians outside of the iconic Manhattan Macy's on Christmas Day here. So this is right in the heart of Manhattan in Midtown. Well, our colleagues at Fox 5 in New York, they're all over this story. Reporter Kendall Green on the scene. This is what he is hearing, and this is what he is seeing. Let's listen.
He just arrived on scene and has the very latest. As you can see, the cab behind you, they're mangled. What do we know?
Yeah,
Yeah, hey, good evening, Bianca. We just arrived here just moments ago, but yeah, this cab right here is at the middle of the scene. Of course, it's mangled, but just to give you a frame of reference where we are, we're about a block away from Macy's on the north end of 6th Avenue, not far from Harold Holiday Market, which is very busy with foot traffic, lots of tourists around the holidays, especially here on Christmas Day. But what we know so far, an apparent yellow cab driver, according to reports, jumped the curb, hitting multiple pedestrians here along 34th and 6th Avenue. FDNY report 3 people were hit, 1 seriously injured around 4 this evening, about an hour ago, according to police. Now, right now, we're here on scene. We see a few onlookers, a few police officers. They're just here tending to the scene, but the people that were hit were told they were already transported to the hospital with medics. We know that 1 person was seriously injured. Now, how this cab driver ended up in the crowd full of people so far, unclear, and that's the latest that we have right now, but we have a bunch of onlookers here, a bunch of police that are tending to the scene, and as soon as we learn more about how this happened, we'll get you those details. But for now, that's the latest here at Herald Square. Kendall Green, Fox 5 News. Bianca?
Yeah, Kendall, I know this is quite a busy area, especially for the holidays. Is it still busy right now, or has that died down since it is Christmas Day?
Yeah, it's still quite a bit of folks walking around. I mean, Macy's is right here across from us. The H&M is right here across from us. Lots of foot traffic. They've been here all day. So, of course, everybody's wondering how this taxi driver lost control and somehow hit all these people.
Yeah, well, we'll keep those people in our thoughts, especially on this holiday. Kendall, thank you so much.
New York has just been getting all hell. Like, people are getting set ablaze in the subway. Now, cab is hitting pedestrians on the road. New York is just, dear Lord Jesus, what is going on in New York, man? New York used to be one of my favorite places to go. But now it's like, can I even enjoy New York?
So much for the update on that.
Gotcha.
Meanwhile, speaking of...
All right, we thank Fox 5 New York there. We just have some more footage from the scene itself that Kendall Green and his photographer gathered there. I mean, take a look at that. New York City yellow cab there. I mean, the entire front of it is just mangled. It just goes to show you the force of the impact here. You see NYPD have taped off the area, and this happened in one of the busiest spots of New York City. This is near Herald Square. This is near Macy's, the iconic Macy's, on Christmas Day, no less. So we're learning this was at 34th Street and 6th Avenue. The total patient count, 3 patients. 1 was a red tag patient transported to Cornell Hospital. And then there were 2 yellow tag patients transported to Bellevue Hospital. So obviously it's much, much too early to know the extent of some of these pedestrians' injuries or the driver's, intention or lack of intention, or what exactly happened, I should say, with the driver of this taxi. So we wanted to make sure we were showing you just some more of the video from the scene.
What actually happened, though?
And I just want to stipulate here, very, very early to know what exactly happened. All we know is this yellow cab, this van there, jumped the curb, hit multiple pedestrians, some of who are injured. Not entirely sure on the status of the driver of the taxi. If there was some, type of medical episode that led this to happen, whether or not it was purposeful or intentional, we just don't know that, and we don't want to speculate here. It does look like there are some witnesses on the scene. We won't get to that. I don't think that's live here. So if we get any more details on this story, we'll make sure to bring it to you. I'm Andrew Kraft, and so just...
Okay, guys, so, look, a lot is going on in New York. This just happened like a couple of hours ago in New York, like probably yesterday, or last night. But I don't know if you guys remember this case, Alec Baldwin, this American actor. I don't know if you guys remember him. He was in Mission Impossible Part 2, Part 4 or 5. But come on, you know Alec Baldwin, don't you? But he's been going through a lot since like 2021 or 2022.
New Mexico prosecutors will not pursue an appeal of a court's decision to dismiss an involuntary manslaughter charge against Baldwin in the fatal shooting of a cinematographer on the set of his film, the Western movie Rust. So this was announced late yesterday by the Santa Fe, New Mexico District Attorney's Office there as well. So the prosecutor in the case, that you can make the argument, bungled the original case altogether. Her name, Carrie Morrissey, is not going forward with an appeal of the dismissal of the case itself. And so she withdrew the appeal of this decision. Remember, this decision came in July. We were highly anticipating this trial. It lasted for about 2.5 days. And then the judge there dismissed the charge against Baldwin in the death of cinematographer Halyna Hutchins, who he accidentally shot with a prop gun. Remember, the prop gun had a live round in it during a rehearsal on the set. This was back in October of 2021. I have a statement in front of me by Baldwin's defense attorneys. And they say this, quote, "Today's decision to dismiss the appeal is the final vindication of what Alec Baldwin and his attorneys have said from the beginning. This was an unspeakable tragedy, but Alec Baldwin committed no crime. The rule of law remains intact in New Mexico," they say. So, a lot of headlines coming out, one of which is on Variety's homepage, Alec Baldwin's manslaughter case is finally over. Let's talk about this case even more.
This took a long time, though. It took a long time. Like, that man has probably gone through a lot. Jesus. Man. Godly. Like, his career was almost over just based off of that movie. So, glad it's over, man. I don't know if you guys have seen the movie It Ends With Us. What's her name? Blake Lively is now suing her lead actor. Well, she doesn't own the movie. I think the lead actor was like one of the executive producers of that movie. But she's Blake Lively, who happens to be Deadpool's wife, Ryan Reynolds' wife. She's suing the top actor, like her co-star, saying sexual assault. It's, when a woman says sexual assault, I'm not saying all women who cries sexual assault is fake, but when a woman says sexual assault, that's like the go-to charge. Easy. Sexual assault, yeah, we're going to get you. It's easy for a woman to say sexual assault, but when a man says sexual assault, it's like, bro, please. But when a woman says sexual assault, it's easy. So Blake Lively, after doing all of that in the movie, I don't know if you guys have seen the movie, It Ends With Us, she's now saying that she's suing this person. This is just like Amber. What's her name? Amber Heard or whatever. She sued Johnny Depp. And she dragged this man until finally God helped Johnny Depp and he won. So now Blake Lively, I am predicting right here that she's almost going to end up like Amber Heard. Okay. This is just what she's not like on top of her game. Like the biggest movie she's ever done or the biggest TV show she's ever done is Gossip Girl. Gossip Girl. Okay. So, but she was gonna go to. You know what I mean? So it's like, I don't know why people do all that, but if you don't want to be in that type of movie where you're like doing stuff with your lead actor, why did you say you want to do it? Or why did you even, you could have just said no to the script from the beginning. Come on. But anyway, back to the border.
So let's bring in now Lieutenant Chris Olivares from the Texas Public Safety Department. What do you make of Mike Emanuel's reporting on this?
Well, good afternoon, Edward. Merry Christmas. Thanks for having me on. Of course, I think this just really undermines, what we've been talking about for the last 4 years when we talk about the abuse of the parole process, the abuse of the CBP-1 app, and the fact that the current administration has allowed millions of illegal immigrants into this country. Many of those who have not been adjudicated have not seen an asylum judge, so we really don't know what the status is and what their asylum claims are. So, and for the most part, many of these illegal immigrants that are in the country right now are here for economic reasons, which is not a criteria for asylum. So many of these would be considered or would be eligible for removal based on that alone. So that remains to be seen how many of those that have temporary status, what is exactly is their due process, have they seen an asylum judge, and what is the reason why they're here, what do they claim as far as asylum. That should be taken into account. That's why I believe that on day one with the new administration, that's why they're talking about these mass deportations. Those that already have been adjudicated have already had due process. There's 1.4, 1.5 million currently on the list right now that have orders of removal that need to be removed. So that's what we need to focus on. Of course, by having this in place, really is trying to slow down the new administration's policies to move them forward. So again, undermines completely what we're trying to do as far as moving forward. I say we as a country when we're trying to slow down the flow of illegal immigration.
So, Lieutenant, you talked about the CBP-1 app, and you also talked about the parole process. The numbers that we're seeing a little skewed, right? Because they've just sort of been reassigned to those different apps. We're still seeing the same amount of people coming to the southern border there at Texas, right?
Well, we have, Lawrence. I mean, in Texas alone, we've had an 80% decrease in illegal border crossing, which is good for us in Texas. But nonetheless, across the southwest border, on average, we're still dealing with anywhere between 1,500 to 2,000 illegal border crossings a day between the ports of entry. That's not including CBP-1 app. That's not including direct flights that are, from Nicaragua, Venezuela, Cuba, Haiti, into the United States, and also the parole process. Those numbers, as you mentioned, are skewed. They're not taking into account the overall number of illegal border crossings. That's one thing that the administration has been very good at or secretive, is trying to allow people into the country illegally by avoiding the negative optics from the media, where you don't see thousands of coming across the border, especially during a political year. So that's what we're seeing right now. That's what we're still dealing with. But nonetheless, we still have, close to 2,000 legal border crossings a day.
Right. Well, Chris, there's an op-ed from the editorial board over the weekend in the Wall Street Journal saying that the U.S. added a record 1.2 million immigrants between 2023 and 2024. So given that reporting, the Biden administration is considering now expanding protections for migrants. How does the incoming border czar deal with all of this?
Well, I mean, it's going to be very challenging, for Tom Homan. But of course, I've known Tom over the years, and if anybody can do the job and really crack down on illegal immigration, it's going to be Tom. But again, it's going to be very challenging. I think that the current administration right now is trying to make it difficult for this new administration and trying to halt some of those deportations. So, but they mentioned from day one, Tom Homan has mentioned that their priority is the national and public safety threats. Criminals that have committed crimes that are convicted of crimes that are in the country right now. The gotaways, you have over 2 million known gotaways that have been reported, not taking into account unknown gotaways, suspected terrorists, criminal gangs such as Tren de Aragua. Those are the priorities right now, as far as what Tom Homan has mentioned, as far as the new administration. Right. And of course, that's what we're focused on in Texas as well, those public safety threats.
So, Chris, you probably heard about the horrible event that happened in the subways over the weekend. New York authorities arrested the person. But first, he came into the U.S. In June of 2018. Days later, the Trump administration deported him. And Customs and Border Patrol believes that he's a gotaway now under the Biden administration's open border policies. In an interview I did yesterday in Phoenix with Tom Homan, I asked him this. Listen to this.
How concerned are you that someone's already come across the border who wants to do us harm?
I'm very concerned. We got over 2 million known gotaways. These are people who pay more to get away, people that don't want to be fingerprinted, people that don't want to be vetted. That's just scared the hell out of everybody. It does me. I mean, I don't know how many terrorists have crossed this border, but someday we're going to find out. It's going to be a bad day for America. That's why I'm glad President Trump's going to be there over office very soon.
How do you find those people?
That's law enforcement sensitive, but we'll find them.
So the question I have for you is, can the Trump administration find those gotaways in time?
That's going to be the issue right there. Where is that when you talk about gotaways, these are people that have snuck into the country, been able to avoid capture, been able to avoid censors, law enforcement. This senseless tragedy that took place in New York on the subway, that's a prime example of a gotaway that's been able to sneak into the country undetected. And the only reason why we're able to find them, we're actually able to arrest this criminal, is the fact that he committed a horrific crime. He actually killed somebody. We cannot wait for these crimes to continue happening. We have to be proactive
Most people don't understand what this whole process is like. If you come into the United States illegally, you will be taken out. That's just it. Key word, illegally. Okay? If you came into the United States through the due process, the legal way, you go through Homeland Security, and when you come in here, you decide to be a United States citizen, you go through USCIS. However long it takes you, some people it takes them 5, 10 years. For me, it took me 5 years. But it's like, if you come into the United States through Homeland Security, which is the airport, okay, and if you're driving, probably you're driving from Canada or Mexico or any neighboring country, have a passport, okay, go through the Homeland Security, go through the custom and all that stuff. If you don't do that and you sneak in, you hide, you pay people to smuggle you in, you will be deported because your first act into the United States is illegal. How is that even nice? Okay, I know people are going through a lot of stuff. I get it. I ain't gonna cap. I know, but come on, man. If you're gonna come to the United States, another man's land, another country, you have to respect the people. You have to respect the leaders. You have to respect the law, and do it the right way. Come into the United States legally. Go through the Homeland Security. Let them check you, vet you, make sure that you're good to go. And if you're good to go, come in, do what you have to do. Live your life. Be responsible. Okay, be an asset to the United States. Conduct your business in a respectable way, and you should be Gucci.
And I think it's what Tom Homan is mentioning, the fact that they have a strategy in place. Of course, they don't want to disclose that because obviously we don't want to disclose any type of information to the criminals, how we're looking for them. But they can do it. I know they have the resources in place. Also working with Texas, we're a great ally with them. We'll continue trying to find these individuals. But that does worry us. That's what keeps us up at night, those gotaways, not knowing who they are, where they're at, and what their intentions are.
Yeah, and that's true. Shout out to the Border Patrol and Border's Tom Homan.
And you think about it, this illegal alien that burned this young lady alive, he probably had a free hotel room, 3 squares a day,
Absolutely.
gets a free ATM card, gets free medical attention, compliments of the Biden administration. But this young homeless person, she don't have anything. And she died a horrendous death. So I want Kathy, I want Hochul, I want the mayor of Chicago, the governor, all these sanctuary cities that are speaking out against President Trump and myself running this deportation operation. I want you to watch that video and know how this young lady suffered, what a heroic death she had. I want you to listen to the Laken Riley tape for 17 minutes, how she fought for her life. That young lady didn't want to die. I want you to realize how these people died. And tell me you still support sanctuary cities. Tell me that you don't want to help me remove public safety threats from the community. President Trump might have been clear. Day one of the deportation operation, we're going to concentrate on public safety threats, and we got elected officials that say they're going to put roadblocks up. Their number one responsibility is protection of the communities. Right. Help us remove public safety threats. Don't be pushing back against us.
So, Tom, let's talk about exactly what you're going to be doing and how you can do it. You're going to be spending a lot of time, as you just mentioned, sort of undoing the damage that has been done by an open border for the past 4 years, so deporting people back. And you're also going to spend, at the same time, I assume, time really fortifying that border, both diplomatically in dealing with Mexico and other countries, and physically in dealing with the walls. Do you have the resources to do both things at the same time? Both the reaction to what's happened over the past 4 years and the proactive activity of fortifying our border?
Well, look, we can always use more resources. Right? We got the Border Patrol can take care of the border. We got ICE can take care of the interior enforcement. But we can do more if we had more. And that's why I've been out talking to Congress needs to fund us. Congress.
Homan's face looks like the border wall. This is what everybody's talking about. Okay, look, this man's face looks like the border wall. God damn. This man's face, his face looks like the border wall. So if you get in the bad books of Tom Homan, which is if you come in here illegally, I ain't gonna look. You get what you get, okay? You get what you get. It says 1.5 migrant encounters at the southwest border this year. Tom Homan is fired up, guys. It said, according to the word on the street, his face looks like the border wall. I mean, is that what you think?
needs to fund this deportation operation. It's going to be expensive, and everybody's focused on how expensive it's going to be. They need to understand, yeah, it's going to be expensive in the beginning, but in the long run, it's going to save billions of dollars of taxpayers' money. Right now, we're paying for free hotel rooms, free airplane trips, free medical care. Not the financial costs in our schools, in the hospitals, and trauma centers, in the billions and billions of dollars in perpetuity. But this operation will be expensive, but in the long run, it's going to save taxpayers money. But we need more resources. I pray that Congress, during the reconciliation.
But this is another thing people are so skeptical about. How much would it cost to send these people back to their countries? It's like, how much would it cost to find them, to get them, and send them back? How much? And is that going to add a lot of deficit to the United States budget? These are the things that Americans are thinking about. Like, but still, 76 million plus people voted for the OG, the 45th, now the 47th, and they actually want him to do all of this stuff. Okay, they want him to do it, and really, I would say he won the election based off of the border. The border was one of his biggest points. He campaigned heavily on the border, and the economy. Yes, everybody knows. Look, Trump is synonymous to good economy, and everybody can argue. You can go back and forth about that statement, but Trump is like McDonald's, okay, or Chick-fil-A, or Zaxby's, or Wendy's. When you're hungry and you want a fast food, that's what you think about, okay? Quick, you get something quick. Trump is synonymous. His name is synonymous to great deals. His name is synonymous to good economy, good interest rate, nice, safe bilateral deals. So he's made himself absolutely synonymous to good deals, and nobody really sort of kind of thought he was going to be a bad deal maker when it comes to business. So business and getting the economy back on track wasn't really what people were thinking about, because they know he does that on default. Okay. But the border was something that the people were so scared about and worried about and wanted a better border, and as well as foreign policies. Okay. Ukraine, Russia, Israel, Iran, Palestinian people. All of that wasn't going on under the legendary OG 45th, now the 47th president-elect. So it's like, border first, economy, and foreign policy. That's what I think he was elected based off of.
Reconciliation period gives us a budget to do this with. We are talking about the biggest national security vulnerability this country has.
Can you give us a number, Tom?
750,000 illegal aliens.
Give us a number of what you're going to need, what you're going to go to Congress to ask for.
I was asked that the other day, is $86 billion enough? $86 billion is a start. We need at least that to do this operation, because we got to buy
$86 billion, guys. Dang. God damn. It's almost $100 billion. That's at least $86 billion. A billion, guys. This ain't million. This is B. Yeah. That's a lot of money. But then if you think about it, cost outweighs, I don't know. Let me put this in the right way. The issue of illegal immigration, the disadvantage, it outweighs the cost. Because think about it. Somebody was just burnt alive in the subway. So $86 billion to avoid that is Gucci, okay? Come on. A human being's life is worth more. So, yeah. Do whatever they have to do to get illegals out, and especially criminal illegals. The criminal illegals. Like, come on.
Beds, we got to have we got to do removal flights and ground transportation and medical care of the people we arrest. $86 billion is a start.
By the way, what happened to that fencing that the Biden administration was selling off for pennies on the dollar that taxpayers paid to buy it? Have those sales stopped?
Yes, they have. And luckily, one company has reached out to me just recently, yesterday, and understands that what a position this put the Trump administration is. They're offering to give it the material back to us at the very cost they paid for. They're not looking to make a dime. So Biden's attempts to slow us down and put roadblocks is failing him miserably.
Tom, what about the missing children, the unaccompanied children who've gone missing? Some figures reach into more than 320,000 of them.
Some idiots up here in the chat says, bro, you're illegal. How would I be illegal when I have children?
How do you expect to track them down? And of course, a lot of them may be trafficked in the sex trade, be forced to work in sweatshops. How are you going to rescue them? And this is a real humanitarian crisis.
It absolutely is. I want people to understand President Trump gave me 3 priorities: secure the border, run a deportation operation, and equally important, to find these over 300,000 missing kids. Look, and it's going to be difficult. David, it's going to be hard because, you and I, adults, we have a footprint. We own homes, we own cars, we have credit cards, we pay bills. So there's a digital footprint for us. Children don't have a digital footprint, which means we're going to have to count on the digital footprint of the sponsors they release them to, unvetted sponsors. Now, whistleblowers in HHS saying many of these sponsors weren't even fingerprinted. They took whatever identification was given to them. So I guarantee some of this information is going to be fraudulent. It's going to be hard to find them, but we're going to give put all the resources we needed to try to find these kids. I want to ask the American people to step up and help us. As parents, when something, you have this innate responsibility, skill to know when something isn't right. You see a child in a situation, you know something's not right. You see a child working in a place that he shouldn't be working in. You have the responsibility to pick up the phone and call us if you see something that's just not right. And that one phone call in 1,000 that turns out to save a child is going to be well worth it. We're going to need the American public's help on this. So we're going to give it everything we got, but it's going to be hard because of what this administration failed to do by vetting properly every sponsor they release these children to.
Tom, you're a tough guy. Most people just see the tough side of you. I know you got a heart of gold, too, and you bleed for those kids. And I know you'll do your best to track them down. I hope the American people help you in that effort. They should.
And this is like the first time that even Chicago, Illinois, who they happen to be a blue state, Democrat state, the people of Chicago are telling their mayor that, yo, we want Tom Homan to come take out the illegals here. This is the first time ever that people are really on this matter. Like, we will willingly help you take everybody out. It's never happened before. That's wild.
Churches in Syria are now advising Christians to scale back their Christmas celebrations despite assurances from the new Islamic leaders. Morgan Ortagus joins us this morning. Great to have you here, Morgan. I mean, certainly Syria is a country in flux, but this doesn't sound very safe for Christians at all.
Yeah, well, listen, Syria has been in a civil war since 2013. Even before that, of course, under the Assad regime, minorities in Syria have often lived in terror, right? Because these are dictators. So what's happened since 2013 is, of course, many Christian sites were destroyed. Fast forward, of course, to the last few weeks, whenever Bashar al-Assad fled to Russia, and we have HTS taking over. This is a group that claims to be reformed, former Al-Qaeda guys. Listen, I think all of us who have worked in the Middle East are very concerned about ISIS being able to reemerge throughout in various parts of the Middle East. Listen, ISIS Khorasan has a foothold in every province in Afghanistan. When Trump came in the last time, he had to destroy a physical caliphate of ISIS in Iraq and Syria. So this new group of Islamists that have taken over the country, they're wearing suits and ties. They're claiming that they're going to protect Christians. I think we have to take a wait-and-see approach. We should obviously be concerned, and we should be pressing them to protect Christian sites, to protect Christians. This is why I've urged and said that the Biden administration, in the 11th hour of their presidency, should not be relieving sanctions, should not take away any terror designations. In my opinion, that should be a carrot that the Trump administration can wield once they take over in less than a month at this point.
Yes. Next one for you, Morgan. The White House says Pakistan is developing a long-range ballistic missile, which could eventually provide nuclear-armed Islamabad with a weapon capable of striking the United States.
Since I was born, the countries like Pakistan, Iran, Iraq, Afghanistan, all of those countries have been on the news with something like this every single time.
How worried should we be by this?
We should always be concerned whenever countries develop the capability to hit the United States with a nuclear weapon. Look no further than DPRK, which is North Korea. They possess the ability to hit anywhere in the homeland. We also just had the Department of Defense release a report that China went from 500 to over 600 warheads in 2024. These are warheads. This is beyond just the developing nuclear warheads to deter, right? This is to coerce and to intimidate in the region. And so, of course, when you peel back and you look at the United States' relationship with Pakistan, it wasn't that long ago in the Bush administration that we actually designated Pakistan as a major U.S. non-NATO ally. That was a very prestigious status that we gave them because they were working with us on terrorism. Since then, especially since we withdrew from Afghanistan, there has been a little bit less of that counterterrorism relationship. The United States, under both the Trump administration and the Biden administration, while focused on great power competition between the U.S. and China, has developed a closer relationship with India. That has irritated Pakistan, to put it mildly. You're talking about countries, India, Pakistan, China. These are all nuclear-armed states. So yes, this is concerning, and yes, it's going to require intense diplomacy from the new Trump administration.
We'll have to leave it there. But Morgan, thank you so much for joining us
on
this Christmas Eve. And Merry Christmas.
Thank you for tuning in into the live show. You know what time it is. It is your boy Genesis. Merry Christmas. And of course, what is going on with China and Panama Canal?
I want to get right to Republican Florida Congressman Carlos Gimenez. He represents Florida's 28th district, knows a lot about the region south of the border. Congressman, great to see you. Thank you for being here. Brian and I were just talking about the years that China has spent greasing the palms of Panamanian officials, and they've got somewhere for that. Now they do control a large part of it. That is their end game, is essentially maybe not in name, but behind the scenes, essentially taking over the Panama Canal, is it not?
Yeah, that's exactly what's going on. And it's the Panama Canal not only is it strategically important for commerce, but it's vitally important for the security of our nation. So much so, look, in World War II, the Japanese built this huge submarine that they could put bombers on it so they could take the Panama Canal out. It's going to take us 2 to 3 weeks more. We have to go around South America. So it's of huge strategic importance, and China is got its hands on it right now.
They used to talk about building a second canal south of there in Nicaragua, but why go to the expense and effort to build a second one when you can, for a few $1 million, bribe enough officials in Panama to take over the existing canal?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, look, any canal built in Nicaragua is going to take a long time to build, and so now you have already infrastructure there that's done, paid for by the United States of America, and then now you're going to take advantage of it. And your previous guest was absolutely right. We had reports that the Chinese have always been trying to buy influence, not only in Panama but around Latin America and around the world. They buy influencers, they bribe, co-opt politicians to do their bidding all around the world, and Panama is no exception.
Now, not only did we build a canal, but as Brian and I were talking about, I mean, it was U.S. territory. John McCain was able to run for president even though he was born in the Panama Canal Zone because the zone itself was a part of the United States. We went in there in 1989. I was covering the area at the time. I went in right after our invasion in December of 1989. It was a messy operation. People were killed, but we went in there for a reason, got rid of a dictator. Is there any possibility that the United States under the next Trump administration might get militarily involved in Panama?
Look, President Trump's going to put America first, and this canal should have never been given up. And look, I have a lot of Panamanian friends, but I'm sorry, we should have never given it up. It's up to us to protect our own interests, given away by the second worst president of my lifetime, Jimmy Carter. And, you know, it was ridiculous that we did so. So President Trump's going to do something about it, and he's already laying down his cards and his chips, you know, to Panama, to Greenland, and to other areas around the world. You got a new sheriff, and things are going to be different, and we're going to be much more aggressive in protecting American interests with President Trump at the helm.
Final quick question. We used to have our Southern Command based in the Panama Canal Zone up until 1997. Is it a possibility that under the Trump administration we would go back? We're now in Miami. That's where the Southern Command is located right now. Is it a possibility that we might go back to Panama, put our Southern Command there?
Look, I think that it's fine in Miami. Miami's really the center of Latin America. It really needs to stay here. But if he wants to move it to Panama, look, we got to get control of the canal first. I know what he's doing. That he's putting this down, and the Panamanians, I'm telling you right now, the Panamanians are freaking out. I know it for a fact. They're freaking out, and they should be, because you got a different president, and he's going to protect American interests. And we've been standing by way too long and allowing China not only to gain a foothold in Panama, but throughout Latin America, and it's threatening our security. We need to put an end to it. And like I've always said, China is the greatest existential threat that we face now and in the future, and we have to face it right now.
Carlos Gimenez, Congressman, thank you very much for being here. Merry Christmas to you and your family. Appreciate it.
Merry Christmas to you and your family. If I haven't said that, or maybe you haven't heard me say that, but Merry Christmas. I know it was yesterday, but still in the Christmas spirit. Santa Claus right here. I hope you had a good time yesterday and you got gifts.
It's lyrical forever, but I'm not, so you're lucky. I'm actually in today for Stuart Varney, 10 a.m. Eastern. Let's get straight to your money. The major markets all up.
Straight
all
to the money.
So, although the Nasdaq up 138
Good
points.
morning. It is currently 6:02 a.m.
Gain.
Straight to
Continue
the
to keep an eye
money.
on the 10-year Treasury yield. The higher this goes, the more headwind it provides for equities. It's still right up there around 4.62% on the 10-year. Taking a look at the price of oil, up slightly, right around $70 a barrel, up a little more than 1%. And Bitcoin making a bit of a comeback, was up $3,000 last time we checked. Same story, up $3,000.
And to think that in 2010, Bitcoin was 25 cents. Ladies and gentlemen, Bitcoin was 25 cents. In 2010. Isn't that just wild? Bitcoin was literally 25 cents. It's crazy.
$97,282. Now this, one Democrat strategist telling the New York Times that the Democrat brand is in the toilet. They say there's no clear message and no clear leader before Donald Trump takes office. Meantime, in Politico, one person likened the Democrats to an ostrich because they've got their heads in the sand and are absolutely committed to their own ideas, even when they're failing. Kayleigh McGee-White joins me now to talk about all of this. And Kayleigh, I mean, is there no clear leader right now among the Democrats? What do you think?
I think there is a clear leader. It's just from the left side of the party, which is the problem. And there is a clear message. Again, the problem is just that Americans rejected it. But the Democratic brand is certainly in the toilet because they've embraced things that are inherently anti-American. You know, the woke language policing, the burdensome regulations, the sort of nanny state-like control over the individual choices that Americans make. This election was a rejection of all of that. And if you think back to 2016, Ashley, the election's results, Donald Trump's win at the time, was largely seen as a rejection of Hillary Clinton as a bad candidate. This time around, it was much bigger than that. Voters rejected the entire Democratic Party apparatus. I think of many of the voters that I talked to in my home state of Michigan who said they were voting for Trump not because they agreed with everything that he said, but because they were so repulsed by what the Democratic Party had become. And so until Democrats realize that their agenda is the problem, that their party has become the problem, they're going to continue to lose.
Yeah, and they haven't apparently learned the lesson, I don't think, from the election. But let's move on. I want you to talk about this one. Senator Rand Paul just exposed President Biden's wild spending spree in his 10th annual Festivus report, and it shows more than $1 trillion in government waste just this year alone. Watch this.
You know, I got a lot of problems with big spenders in both parties. And here's the thing, everywhere you look, you find more of this stuff. $1 trillion. That means we found a lot of waste, but it's everywhere. It's in all the big departments, in the Department of State. It's in NIH. It's in the National Science Foundation. And people wonder, why does it exist every year? We have this Department of Doge. Are they going to be able to get rid of it? Well, the only way to get rid of it is to spend less money.
Well, that's true. And Kayleigh, look, millions of dollars spent on drag shows, pickleball courts. I mean, this is the kind of stuff that Elon Musk
millions
and
of dollars
Vivek
spent on
Ramaswamy
drag shows?
are going to be
That's just
taking
wild.
aim at, I would hope.
Yeah, a pretty depressing way to start the Christmas season if you're a United States taxpayer. But I'm glad that Senator Rand Paul continues to do this report because it's so important for Americans to grasp just how irresponsible and wasteful with our money that our lawmakers have become. And you're right, DOGE is very important, and I believe it has an important role to play in the incoming Trump administration. But one of the important points here that I think Rand Paul does a good job of highlighting is that this funding, this wasteful money, is approved from somewhere, and that somewhere is Congress. The lawmakers are the ones who approve these funding packages, who fund these ridiculous grants and these programs. That is where this has to start. So it actually starts with us, the American taxpayers, holding our lawmakers' feet to the fire on how they're spending our money.
Exactly. And when the more you know, the more you hate it. I want to get to this one too, Kayleigh, if we can. President Biden getting backlash after he commuted the death sentences of 37 federal death row inmates just days before Christmas. It included a career criminal who fatally shot 2 female bank employees multiple times, including one of the victims he hunted down as she hid under a desk. Listen to this.
It's 2 days before Christmas. I can only imagine the grief and the shock that these families are experiencing as they get ready for the holidays, remembering the loved ones that were lost and now having to deal with this sort of insult to injury. And I think he's cementing his status as one of the worst presidents in American history, certainly this side of Woodrow Wilson.
We didn't commit that crime. Brandon Council did. He made that choice that day, a crime that is punishable by the death penalty. 12 jurors unanimously voted for the death penalty. That is what was fair, and Biden took that away from us.
Kayleigh, why is Joe Biden doing this?
Well, I think there's a question of whether it's Joe Biden or whether it's his staffers and a question of his competence here. But let's say it was Joe Biden and he, for whatever reason, feels very convicted about the federal death penalty. That point that the juror just made is so important because what Biden is doing in this case is he is undermining confidence in the criminal justice system. These cases went before a jury of the criminal's peers. They were then decided by a judge who applied the appropriate sentencing in those cases. Biden does not get to come in and undermine the American people's resolve in these cases. It is a total abuse of the pardon power and really a final slap to the American people on his way out the door.
Couldn't have said it better myself. Kayleigh McGee-White, thank you so much for joining us on Christmas Eve, and Merry Christmas to you.
Thank you for tuning in, ladies and gentlemen. You guys are the best. Look, it is. Wait. Don't tell me this is still going on right here. Okay. What? It's still going on? Oh my gosh. Oh, great. Oh, great. Awesome. Okay. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for tuning into the live stream. You know what time it is. It is your boy, Genesis. You want to keep going? Let's keep going. Let's do like 2 more, and we're going to call it a day.
Joe Biden's wild spending spree exposed in Senator Rand Paul's 10th annual Festivus report, showing the more than $1 trillion
in government waste. Making the list this year, of course, you got to have your Sesame Street show and rack, a multi-million-dollar pickleball complex in Las Vegas, a drag cabaret show on ice, and, of course, border security for ... Paraguay. Kentucky Senator Rand Paul joins us now. Senator, this is an annual list you do. You've got a lot of problems with government people, to quote Seinfeld further. How tough is it to target and find the entries on this list?
You know, I got a lot of problems with big spenders in both parties. And here's the thing, everywhere you look, you find more of this stuff. $1 trillion. That means we found a lot of waste. But it's everywhere. It's in all the big departments, in the Department of State. It's in NIH. It's in the National Science Foundation. And people wonder, why does it exist every year? We have this Department of DOGE. Are they going to be able to get rid of it? Well, the only way to get rid of it is to spend less money. So if you give the National Science Foundation $4 billion one year, and then you increase it to $8 billion, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to understand that you're going to get more waste, not less. This has been going on since the 70s, but it has exploded. But you have to be willing to cut spending for the overall department. NIH will have more waste if you give them more money. They spent $3 million studying what kids do when they look at ads for food on Facebook. So they had a whole bunch of kids look at ads for food on Facebook, and that was $3 million worth. I mean, hundreds of thousands of dollars to drill holes into cats' head, spin them around rapidly, and study motion sickness. Sounds more like animal cruelty than it actually sounds like an experiment, but the list goes on and on.
And that's not to mention, I mean, you have stolen COVID relief funds, $8 million. One guy from Florida did it to buy an island. You mentioned the cat. The list does go on and on, but you also alluded to this, Senator. Do you think your tradition ends this year? In other words, is this the year that DOGE eliminates the need for you to go through and make this list, because they've done it over the course of the intervening 365 days?
Ultimately, it takes Congress. Congress has to get rid of the spending. DOGE can point out the spending problems and the waste the same way I've been pointing it out. But the reason it's not eliminated is they don't have the votes to get rid of the spending. So I am very hopeful that DOGE will draw attention to this the same way I've been drawing attention to it. But I'll give you an example. About a year ago, there was a CHIPS bill, a bill to subsidize microchips, semiconductors in the United States. Well, in that bill, they doubled the size of the National Science Foundation. Now, the National Science Foundation is the one that's famous for doing a study on whether tequila or gin makes people more aggressive. So they fed fish, half of them tequila, and the other half of the fish gin, and they decided which made the fish more aggressive. That's the National Science Foundation. Most of the terrible, wasteful projects, the crazy stuff and experiments that's going on is National Science Foundation. In the CHIPS bill, all the Democrats and half the Republicans voted to double the size of the National Science Foundation. So why is there more waste? Because the idiots in Congress keep giving them more money.
Because the idiots
in
Congress.
Interesting to see again what happens when Republicans control the House, the Senate, and the White House. Very different from what we've experienced the last 96 hours in Congress. Will this waste go away? Will you be needed on Christmas Eve next year? We will see. Senator Rand Paul, enjoy the day and the week.
Ladies and gentlemen, you guys are the best. You know what time it is. You guys are simply the best, okay? I hope you had a wonderful Christmas. And what do you have planned for today? Today's the 26th. Some people say today is a lot of... Today could be a lot of fun as well because it's a day after Christmas. So, you know, it is what it is. Some people have a lot of good time on the 26th. Like, for me, Christmas, I was just chilling, okay? I was having a good time with my daughter. We saw like 5 different movies. Well, her movies, like Bluey's and all that. But we also played basketball in the room because Santa brought her a indoor basketball court. And yeah, it was so much fun. I feel like this is the type of Christmas celebration I want. Just have a good time with my daughter. No. All right, here we go. The vice president-elect.
Today, we are going to learn to make biscuits because I feel like biscuit making is a lost art. We're at Mother Mammal Bland.
Oh, okay. So they're playing Christmas song. Anyway, so the vice president elect made cookies with his daughter. You should film videos like this because my daughter and I will be doing like a lot of stuff like this. I should make videos like this, huh? Let's see. I probably should, shouldn't I? I should. Let me see. All right, let's end it with a nice Christmas message from, let's see, from Trump and his wife Melania. Let's see if we could do that.
My fellow Americans, Melania and I are delighted to wish America and the entire world a very Merry Christmas.
At this time,
the true source.
Okay, they have all the songs playing underneath. Thank you. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, with that being said, let me see if I could go to Trump's Truth Social and bring it to you guys. Shout out to JT Coin Rings. God bless you for the super chat. God bless you. Trump just posted this. Okay, boom, boom, boom. Let's see. I don't know if you guys have seen this, but let me copy the link. Let's show you guys. This is so wild. Absolutely wild. Yeah. Check this out. Oh man, look at this guy right here. Look at this guy right here, man. This is the president. This is the commander in chief, the 47th. Okay, it's over, guys. Look. Everybody, get ready. The next 4 years is about to be very interesting. Okay. All right, let me copy this to and show you guys. Okay. That's the copy link. All right, copy right here. I want to show you guys this right here. Boom. All right, check this out. This is the OG, the legendary, the 45th, now the 47th. Where is it? Okay, here we go. Don't try to do too much. Okay, just take me straight to it. All right, here we go. Boom. Takes me straight to it. Thank you. All right, so it says, Merry Christmas to all. This is from the president-elect, the 47th president-elect, and formerly the 45th. All right. Merry Christmas to all, including to the wonderful soldiers of China who are lovingly but illegally operating the Panama Canal, where we lost 38,000 people in its building 110 years ago. Always making certain that the United States puts in billions of dollars in repair money, but will have absolutely nothing to say about anything. Also to Governor Justin Trudeau of Canada. And don't forget, Trump wants to make Justin Trudeau, who happens to be the Prime Minister of Canada right now, he wants to make Canada the 51st state. So he's trolling him by saying to Governor Justin Trudeau of Canada, whose citizens' taxes are far too high, but if Canada was to become our 51st state, their taxes would be cut by more than 60%. Their businesses would immediately double in size, okay? And they would be militarily protected like no other country anywhere in the world. Likewise to the people of Greenland, which is needed by the United States for national security purpose, and who wants the U.S. to be there, and we will. I'm telling you, man, this next 4 years is about to be fun. So if you're if you've been bored for the past 4 years because your president wasn't giving you anything to talk about, this next 4 years will be a lot of fun. Trump, there would be no dull moment with Trump, that I could tell you for a fact. What the heck is going on? There'll be no dull moment with Trump. Okay. I was gonna end it right there, but looks like there are more bunch of BS going on in this country. Check this out. See what people are doing to Christmas trees. Is this what we're supposed to be doing in the United States? Check this out, man. Come on. Look at this. Like, what is this? So you guys remember this female athlete that most people had this controversial statement about? I'm just gonna play. I want y'all to figure this out. Y'all remember her? Y'all remember this person? Y'all remember her? This was the boxer, and a lot of people had a lot to say about her, and some people say she wasn't a woman or whatever, but look, I don't know what to say at this point. At this point, I don't know what to say. Okay. I do not know what to say because I don't know. It looks like, but I don't know. Her name, or some people will say his name, but I'll say her name, okay? Her name is Iman Khalif. She has just won the 3rd place for AP Female Athlete of the Year. And some people are saying, she's not a woman or whatever, but I think I saw a picture of her as a baby, and she was a woman. So it's like, I don't know how she ended up looking like this, but training can cause a lot of stuff.
عاش من شافك عافية خويا صافا لاباس شادي صافا خويا الله يسلمك صافا لاباس مليح
I don't know, man.
الله يبارك الله يبارك والله بيان والله الحمد لله شوف يعطينا عبد بيوشيمي ولا
Too many BS going on. Check this out. I mean, same New York. New York, I've seen a lot this year. I'm not even like New York, I've seen it all this year. Yeah. Look at that. In Grand Central. Yeah, New York has seen it. They've seen it this year. Nobody comes close. They have definitely seen it in New York this year. Godly. Go on.
A random and violent and seemingly unprovoked Christmas Eve attack here at one of the busier train stations in the city. We do know that police were quickly able to arrest the suspect, but that suspect also had multiple prior arrests. Here's what we know of what happened yesterday evening. It was around 10:15, according to officials, on a northbound 456 train platform when the 28-year-old suspect approached a 42-year-old man. They got into some sort of argument over what, we don't know at this point, but it was then that he slashed the man in the wrist with a weapon and then ran up nearby stairs. Then, according to officials on the next level of the train station, he slashed a 26-year-old woman who was standing near a turnstile, and he slashed her in the neck. He then tried to escape, according to the NYPD, heading up an escalator, but other subway riders, witnesses to the incident, were able to point him out to police. He was quickly arrested, and police did find a knife on him. Officials say the 28-year-old has 3 prior arrests for criminal mischief, fair beating, and assaulting a police officer. Now, charges
28 years old, guys. 28 years old. Can you just imagine? God, relax, everybody. Chill. Come on. Relax. Can you do that? Doing a bunch of shit in New York. You're 28 years old. You should be trying to do something better. Yeah, relax. California won't get a break. Same as New York, no breaks. Check this out.
Communities across the state, 117 people were arrested and over $38,000 in stolen merchandise was recovered here. Police also seized 2 illegal firearms and recovered stolen vehicles. The suspects are expected to face charges ranging from petty theft and grand theft to organized retail crime. Holiday Watch was carried out in communities across the state. 117 people were arrested and over $38,000 in stolen merchandise was recovered here. Police also seized 2 illegal firearms and recovered stolen vehicles. The suspects are expected to face charges ranging from petty theft and grand theft to organized retail crime. Holiday Watch was carried out in communities across the state. 117 people were arrested and over $38,000 in stolen merchandise was recovered here. Police also seized 2 illegal firearms and recovered stolen vehicles. The suspects are expected to face charges ranging from petty theft and grand theft to organized retail crime. Holiday Watch was carried out in communities.
I mean, I don't know what's wrong with California and New York, but it's just wild. What is wrong with this one? What is going on here, man? There's a bunch of shit going on. Now let's. Okay, the Biden crime bill. Here we go. Check this out. See your president right here. This is what, 1991. Shout out to Joe Biden when it was smart and sharp.
And I might add, Biden crime bill is before us, calls for the death penalty for 51 offenses. A wag in the newspaper recently wrote that something to the effect that Biden has made it a death penalty offense for everything but jaywalking. The president's bill calls for the death penalty on 46 offenses. The difference is negligible. Yet let's put it in, I am a supporter of the death penalty. I am a supporter of the death penalty without the racial justice provision in it. I think it's better with it, but I'm supportive without it in it as well. Proposals, and I might add, Biden crime bill is before us, calls for the death penalty for 51 offenses. A wag in the newspaper recently wrote that something to the effect that Biden has made it a death penalty offense for everything but jaywalking. The president's bill calls for the death penalty on 46 offenses. The difference is negligible. Yet let's put it in, I am a supporter of the death penalty. I am a supporter of the death penalty without the racial justice provision in it. I think it's better with it, but I'm supportive without it in it as well. Proposals, and I might add.
This is Biden when he used to support the death penalty, but now it's like it's pardoning people. It's pardoning people, everybody. All right, so here goes AOC. AOC. Here goes AOC. AOC has a bright future in the Democrat Party. It's just what it is. You can like it or not. She definitely has a bright future in the Democrat Party because there's nobody else. Who? Fetterman is the only person looking like he got something going on. Newscom ain't gonna let anybody take that post from him though. Check it out.
What do you make of the comments? Well, doesn't that, I just feel like that tells us everything. If we do not want violence on our subway.
Why is that voice so low?
And the point of our justice.
Why is that voice so low though?
A level of accountability.
Yeah, AOC, you gotta chill. We ain't gonna play you nerd. All right, take a look at this case right here. This is, look, yo. Somebody's getting jailed for somebody squatting in their house. Oh, man. You can never make this up. Check this out, man.
Calm down. From Clayton County Sheriff's body camera, you can see the homeowner, Lalitha Hale, taken away to jail, not the alleged squatter at this Livingston Drive home.
She's going to be charged with criminal damage to property for all of your belongings, criminal trespass as well for her coming in here.
I spent the night on a mat, on a concrete floor, in deplorable conditions, while this woman, this squatter, slept in my home.
Lalitha Hale says this all started back in August when she called police after finding Sakimia Johnson in the house.
How can she not be a squatter when I don't know this person? I've never had any type of contractual relationship with this person.
But a Clayton County magistrate judge ruled under the new Squatter Reform Act, Sakimia Johnson did not qualify as a squatter because she is related to a previous evicted tenant's partner.
I was written a citation about a lawful squatter and an order. A judge signed an order denying it, saying that I wasn't a squatter.
That started a multi-month court battle, filings and appeals. Johnson even filed for bankruptcy, listing Lalitha Hale as her only creditor. But November 18th, the magistrate judge ordered a final judgment in Hale's favor. Hale says she thought Johnson moved out.
Returned on Monday to start painting. And she had broken the locks and re-entered my property. She just pulled up out of nowhere, and she had this guy with him, and I locked the door. I locked the screen door, and he forced himself in, telling us to get out.
Hale admits she is still waiting on a signed writ of possession, meaning she has no legal right to evict.
We have to be notified of this. A writ has to be served, and we have to be involved in that for it to be a legitimate eviction.
Hi there, it's Justin Gray with Channel 2. No one answered at the home when we knocked. The sheriff's deputy can be heard on body camera telling Hale to think of things from the alleged squatter's point of view.
But just think of it from this perspective, though. Everybody isn't as fortunate as you to have a bed. No, I'm just saying, a bed, the little things.
To see that woman walk into my mom's house
What?
while I was in the police.
What is going on here? Wait. Yeah, this right here is like, what did I just watch? Oh man, 2025, man, it's about to be too spicy. But anyway, check Mayorkas out. Mayorkas said something really funny in this interview. Just listen. I promise you, you're gonna laugh. You will laugh because it's just absurd.
Was also unable to account for more than 32,000 unaccompanied kids who failed to appear in court from 2019 to 2023, according to the report we read. The incoming border czar, Tom Homan, says these children are being exploited and trafficked. Is that true?
Well, we
Do you
certainly, Margaret, we certainly have received reports of children being trafficked, even those as to whom we know where they are. That is outside the responsibility of the Department of Homeland Security. What we do is we turn children over within 72 hours, as the law requires, to the Department of Health and Human Services, and then HHS places those children. Of course, we investigate cases of trafficking, but there are children who are reunited with a parent here in the United States or a legal guardian, and they move, and sometimes the government loses track. Individuals do not comply with their reporting obligations or otherwise. I think it is inaccurate to say that all of them are trafficked or victimized. There are a number of reasons why we might lose track of an individual. That is not necessarily specific to this administration. That has been a long-standing challenge in the immigration system. One example of why that system is so broken, why the duration of time in proceedings is unacceptably long and has to be remedied. Remember, we're dealing with a system that was last reformed in 1996.
Oof. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for tuning into the live show. You know what time it is. It is your boy Genesis. Instead of looking for perfection, seek for consistency. Never give up on yourself. Never give up on your dreams. Never give up on God. Believe in yourself. Believe in your dreams. And believe in God. Okay? Stay strong. I know life is hard, but never quit. Okay? Never quit. Okay? Never, ever, ever quit. I'm rooting for you. I'm praying for you. And I believe in you. Okay? Stay strong. Stay mighty strong, and God has purpose for you, okay? And life can be hard. Life is hard. Some of us are like working 2, 3, 4 jobs to pay our bills, to get the rent paid and all that stuff. Don't worry, okay? Everything is going to work out for you. And just believe, okay? Believe, walk, be smart, and do what you got to do, okay? Do what you got to do. Legally, okay? Don't be out here saying Genesis say do what you gotta do. Nah, do what you gotta do legally, okay? And stay focused, man. It's never too late. That's another one. It's never too late. Make a decision right now. Turn around right now if you're going the wrong way. Turn around. Do what you gotta do. Just don't keep doing what wasn't working in the past. If you've tried it, if it wasn't working, time to try something new, okay? Merry Christmas to you and Happy New Year in advance. And I will be back here in a couple of hours. I have to go to. It is 6:39 right now. I gotta go to Publix because I gotta buy some food stuff because I want to cook. Yeah, I've been cooking these days, bro. I've been cooking, man. It's Christmas, okay? Your boy Genesis has been cooking. So thank you so much for tuning in. God bless you. We've been streaming for over 4 hours now. 5 hours, actually. 5 hours, 25 minutes. God bless you. Thank you so much. Shout out to Cooper, the moderator for today. She and Amanda, they did their thing. And everybody else, man. Everybody else who pulled up and was a part of the live stream. God bless you. Thank you. And yes, I will be back. And thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super likes or super chat or super what you call it when somebody donates super chat, right? Because look, I'm new to this. I'm not even like I don't really know what it's called. Like, is it called super chat? Like when somebody sends you like 99 cents or $5 or $10 or $20. I think it's called super chat. So shout out to the super chatters. Thank you so much for the super chat. God bless you. Yes, man. You have a wonderful day. And I am signing out. Thank you. Shout out to the veterans and thank you to the military people. God bless you. Thank you for your service. And your boy Genesis is signing out. God bless you.